Raider Nation, what's going on? It's Mitchell Renz, your host of the Raiders Report. Day 2, NFL free agency live coverage here on the Raiders Report. My plan is I anticipate that I am going to be live today until 7 p.m. Eastern time. Now, obviously, if there's any other Raiders news that happens after that, I will do my best to keep you guys up to date. Appreciate each and every one of y'all that are already tuned in. And, I'm a big believer, if it ain't broken, don't fix it. And yesterday was probably the craziest Raiders free agency day that I have ever been a part of. I don't anticipate another type of day today like we had yesterday, but I do want to be very clear here. I'm going to break down every single NFL free agency signing that comes across our board, like the Buffalo Bills just extended Dawson Knox on a 3-year deal. We're going to look at some other Raiders free agency targets. I will also discuss the news that happened today around the silver and black. If you want to get in for a chance to win some money, $20 Venmo to get in our duck race. We'll do that at the very, very end of today's program. Yesterday, we gave away over $2,000. And what I'm really, really hoping for, and if you guys are looking for another great day, I hope that you hit that like button because we already have over 800 people here in the building. I am super, super, super excited. Seventh said, who are you rooting for in the hockey game? So for those that don't know, my birthday was on February 20th. My wife, she didn't know the NFL free agency calendar, but she got us Dallas Stars against the Las Vegas Golden Knights hockey tickets tonight. And that game starts at 7 o'clock my time, 8 p.m. Eastern time. I do plan on going to that game. Obviously, we'll have to see what happens. I mean, maybe going live from the arena would be pretty wild. I'm kidding a little bit. But I will end up rooting for the Golden Knights. She's going to root for the Stars. No matter what, it's going to be a really good time. Here, though, is what I really want to discuss today. I mean, the Raiders, they added 9 starters, right? You added 9 starters from Sunday, yesterday, and then also today you added 2 quality players that I do think are going to be able to add a lot of depth here to this offensive line and defensive line, 2 trench players. But yesterday was a massive, massive day for the Raiders Report, and I just want to say thank you to all of y'all that were a part of our unbelievable show yesterday. Over 140,000 viewers. We were the #1 most watched Raiders show on planet Earth for NFL free agency, and that's a big reason because of the nation. We had a lot to cheer about, but you guys show up every day. It's why I'm going to show up every single day. We did give away, like I said, over $2,000, and I want to be able to do some crazy stuff like that yet again because Spytek was cooking and the Raiders Report was cooking. So to the 1,000 people that are here right now, if you want to shout out here on the Raiders Report, type me down below. I want to see who's ready to rock and roll. Day 2, NFL free agency. Let's get it going. But also, we have a lot of needs still. There is a live poll up there. What's still the Raiders' biggest need? Is it a free safety? Is it an edge? Is it a defensive tackle? Is it a right tackle? Is it a running back? Let me know down below who you think the first player that the Raiders are going to sign today is. And if you're going to ask me, Mitch, how much money are we at salary cap? I'm just going to tell you right now, I don't know. And it's only because the contracts have not fully been divvied up in terms of how much money each player is going to get paid per season. Tyler Linderbaum, 3 for 81. Some of us will do, that's $27 million a year. Let's just take $27 million off the salary cap. It's not how it works. The Raiders gave Linderbaum $20 million in cash yesterday. He's got a $10 million salary cap. So, I don't know the exact number in terms of how much money the Raiders have to go out and spend. What I anticipate is we still have plenty of money to go out and spend on certain players that we're going to be looking at. So, shout out to my guy Dustin, Big Raz, back here in the building. What's up? What's up? We got Ray Garcia, Robert, I see you down there below. Chuggs Lover, back for day 2. Wolverine, Raider Rocker, I see y'all. CTA, Born a Raider, my opinion. And seriously, y'all, I am fired the F up to see what ends up happening today. We will talk about a bunch of different super chats. I also want to discuss the news that happened bright and early this morning in case you did not see it. But I also want to just quickly look at the news that happened yesterday. Because the news that happened yesterday, and I just want to if you don't know, all of the moves that the Raiders ended up doing from the trade with Taron Johnson, and if you don't remember, the Raiders and Bills, they made a trade late Sunday night where the Raiders ended up getting a starting nickel corner. We ended up sending a 6. We got a 7th in return, and we got a starting nickel corner in Taron Johnson at about $8.67 million. Eric Stokes signed him to a 3-year, $30 million deal, $20 million guaranteed. You're going to notice a lot of these 3-year type of deals. Tyler Linderbaum, biggest news of the day yesterday. I was ecstatic. It's probably why I still sound as bad as what I do, screaming at the top of the rooftops. Jalen Nailor, I'll say outside of like Linderbaum, the number one player that I've gotten messages about was probably Jalen Nailor, and it was from a lot of people that are like, dude, I'm telling you right now, Nailor's a much better player than what you guys are giving him credit for. Kwity Paye at the defensive end, 3-year, 48. Nakobe Dean, Quay Walker, Malcolm Koonce. Do we have the other moves that the Raiders made or no? Yeah, that'll work. We can also, I wanted the other two added as well. Cool. So Nakobe Dean, Quay Walker, Malcolm Koonce. Also, the Raiders brought those guys in. Again, like, we added 9 starters between the 8 names that I just showed you. And then also, when I got home last night, the Raiders signed kicker Matt Gay. And I saw some people, kind of freaking out a little bit. And I know that there's connections with Daniel Carlson simply because he was a member of the Oakland Raiders. And now only Colton Miller and A.J. Cole are the only Oakland Raiders left on this roster. But I do want to say this, and I'm not trying to say that Matt Gay is a better kicker than Daniel Carlson, because if you only look at the numbers last season, Daniel Carlson was a better kicker. But raise your hand, type me down below, if you felt like John Spytek and this coaching staff earned your respect yesterday. Because I do really think that they earned my respect. Here's some news that just happened. The Chicago Bears are signing former Lions wide receiver and kickoff returner Kalif Raymond, adding a very interesting weapon over there for the Chicago Bears. But to me, Spytek, y'all, Kubiak, I texted Spytek yesterday when I got home, and I just said, hey, man, great job. Raider Nation loves a lot of the moves that you did, but you've earned my respect. So we're only talking about a kicker, but kickers are important. I guess all I'm saying is this. If you don't like the Matt Gay signing, do you trust John Spytek? Do you trust Klint Kubiak? They showed me yesterday that I am going to believe in them, and I am going to trust it. And the reason why I want fans to also believe in the Matt Gay signing is because the 2 best years that he had, 2021 and 2022, those 2 years, Joe DeCamillis was the special teams coach for the Los Angeles Rams. He's now the Raiders special teams coach. So can you get a little bit of that magic back in 2021, 2022 and get it back here with the silver and black? If you didn't see the news that happened this morning, the Raiders applied the original round RFA tender to Thomas Booker and the standard RFA tender for Jordan Meredith. Now, some of you might be asking, what's the difference? And I don't really know if I did a great job explaining it in the video that I did this morning. So can you just go back to that tweet for me real quick? You're good. So Jordan Meredith, RFA tender. And again, Thomas Booker. So the original round RFA tender is essentially Thomas Booker was drafted in the 5th round. If I had to guess how much money this is going to be around, it's going to be probably somewhere like $3.5, $3.6, $3.7 million for Thomas Booker, which essentially means if there's an NFL team out there that goes, you know what, I want Thomas Booker, they can put in a claim for him, and then the Raiders have 5 days to be able to match that offer. It's very similar to what happened last season. Do y'all remember with Christian Ellis? We thought the Raiders were going to get Ellis, and then the New England Patriots matched that offer, and Ellis ended up going to New England. For Thomas Booker, though, because he was drafted in the 5th round, if a team says, I want Booker, and they end up signing him, the Raiders don't match that offer, you get a 5th-round pick in return. It's going to be a 5th-round comp pick, so it's going to be a little bit later, but you get an extra 5th-round pick in the NFL draft. In terms of Jordan Meredith, it's a standard RFA because he was an undrafted free agent. So the same ordeal. A team could tender him, or a team could try to reach out and sign him, and Meredith is going to be around somewhere $3.5, $3.6, $3.7 million. So if a team tries to sign him, the Raiders, again, have 5 days to be able to match that offer. If we don't match the offer, you don't get any draft picks for Jordan Meredith. So that was the 2 big things that happened this morning. And for any Raiders fans out there that are like, which one do I think actually has a better chance of getting like some looks? Personally, I actually think Meredith has a better shot at getting a look around the NFL because offensive linemen are getting paid. Interior offensive linemen are important. And don't show that 2025 because that's not right. 2024 is good. Last season, Meredith, he struggled, right? And I don't think he was the right job to put him at center. But blame Brennan Carroll, blame Pete Carroll, and blame anybody that thought that Meredith was going to be a better center than JPJ. The reason why I like the Meredith signing here for the Raiders is because I want y'all to look at Meredith as like if we're talking NBA rosters, he's like 6 man of the year material. And last season, 2024, he had 365 snaps at left guard, and I want to say it was like 208. Hopefully that math ends up checking out. I know for a fact it was 365 at left guard because obviously I'm 365. But right guard, I want to say it was 208. And you can look at the numbers there. 574 snaps, an 80.8 overall grade. I think one of the biggest frustrating things that the Raiders did on that O-line was, if it ain't broken, don't fix it. And Meredith showed that he can be a reliable offensive guard. So whether that's going to be depth, but I am happy because I now look at this line and I go, we know Kolton Miller is going to start at left tackle. Parham's obviously a free agent. Tyler Linderbaum, JPJ, Linderbaum, and Kolton Miller, no doubt your starters. But what's now very intriguing to me is, can you put Jordan Meredith? Can you put DJ Glaze, Caleb Rogers, Charles Grant, and you have those 4 players compete for 1, maybe 2 starting spots if you're unable to go out and draft or sign another free agent? This is really good depth for the Raiders and their brand new offensive line coach, Rick Dennison, who's following Klint Kubiak over there from Seattle. I like this a lot. So that's Jordan Meredith. Now let's talk about Thomas Booker. Thomas Booker is a better defensive tackle getting after the quarterback. That's what he does well. And the Raiders acquired Booker last season in a trade for Chicory and Bennett. I didn't know why the Raiders did it at first, but then when you sit back and you look at it, the Raiders brought in Anthony Patch. They brought in Brandon Graham, 2 people from the Philadelphia Eagles front office who were known and recognized as being right-hand mans to Howie Roseman. So for Booker, this is to me a little bit more of a defensive tackle that can get after the QB, which Adam Butler, also a defensive tackle that I think does a good job getting after the quarterback. Tonka Hemingway, good job getting after the quarterback. This is a deal that now this screams to me, we need a run stopper. We need a big boy on the interior. We need somebody that we can put right over that center, and then you allow Thomas Booker, John Olalu, Adam Butler, Tyree Wilson, Tonka Hemingway, some of these other guys, really do what they're best at, and they're better pass rushers than they are run stoppers at the defensive tackle position. But what I really loved also, and can you show that player 5 rank that we were talking about before we went live? I had 5 players that I wanted the Raiders to re-sign. And shout out to Spytek, shout out to the organization. You brought back 4 out of these 5 players. Eric Stokes, Jordan Meredith, Thomas Booker. Now, obviously, Meredith, Booker, TBD, but they're making them a priority. Also, you're able to bring back Malcolm Koonce. The signing of Matt Gay does mean that no more Daniel Carlson in Las Vegas. So here's going to be my question to Raider Nation. I'm going to give you guys some shout-outs, and then we're going to get into some super chats here on the program. Who do you believe is going to make a bigger impact for the Raiders this upcoming season? Do you think it's going to be Jordan Meredith, type JM, and he's going to be left guard, right guard, center, depth? Really, really important depth. And I think that's really, really important depth. And then you got Thomas Booker, type TB, somebody who's going to be probably like that 3rd, 4th defensive tackle rotational style of player. But because you gave up a young Ja'Cory and Bennett, I was happy that the Raiders were able to keep Thomas Booker. Really, really, truly was. So let me know down below, who do you think is going to make a bigger impact in 2026? I already see a very mixed bag. Early riser is going to go with Booker. Marcus Allen, born a Raider, say Jordan Meredith. I see Refined Zeus, Maxx Crosby. What up? Jeremy Cole saying Booker. Dustin's going to go with Booker. If I had to guess, I would say 75% of the votes right now are coming in for Booker. As it stands right now, I would also say Thomas Booker. But also in the exact same breath, if both guys have to go out there and play, I have more confidence in Jordan Meredith than I do Thomas Booker. If anybody out there is looking for some awesome Raiders Report gear, we got it here for you. T-shirts, hoodies, the hat that I'm wearing, chatsports.com/RR shop. And one of the things that I love is I love when you guys get something, and I don't know if y'all know this, but instantly, and I mean instantly, we get a notification. I get your name. I don't get your address. Don't worry. I get your name, though, and I see, what you end up buying. So when I see that, to me, I'm like, all right, like that guy's a real one. You're supporting the show. But the number one reason, and I had somebody say this to me yesterday, like, Mitch, you don't have to keep saying it. But, we always get new audience members. We always get new subs. The number one reason why I want people to buy Raiders Report gear is because I do believe if you saw somebody wearing a Raiders Report hat, if you saw somebody wearing a Raiders Report t-shirt, if you saw somebody wearing a Raiders Report hoodie, I hope you go up and you just introduce yourself. We're building an awesome community. We're building an awesome family here. Also, this weekend, St. Patty's Day. I don't know about y'all. I never know what to wear on St. Patty's Day. I don't have a lot of green things in my closet. So I get a little bit of Raiders action. I get a little bit of Raiders Report action. And I get a little bit of St. Patrick's Day action. That's 3 birds, 1 stone. And if you want to get this shirt and you want to join my drinking team, I'll tell you this right now. You better buckle it up if you're going to be a part of my drinking team. Chatsports.com/LVGreen is the link. We're going to put that for you down in the comments, down in the description of today's show. But we do have a special offer, 20% off plus $5 shipping at that link. So essentially what you would do, you click, see that shipping method, select the drop down, go to express shipping. That way you get it in time for St. Patrick's Day. Because if you do the flat rate and you don't do the express shipping, you're not going to get this shirt in time for St. Patty's Day. And then, like, I don't know, you're just going to own a St. Patrick's Day shirt on March 18th. And then what do you do? You know what I mean? Like, what do? You got to wait 364 days. So if you want to join our drinking team, there's the link down there below. And again, I appreciate when people spend their hard-earned money on this show. I appreciate that people support our channel here in this awesome community. But, like, let's keep on building this community. Raider Nation deserves it. Y'all deserve it. And anytime we ever throw events, anytime I ever get together with fans that watch the show, it absolutely blows my mind how familiar, how y'all act, and how, like, we act together, even though we've never shaken hands, we've never met. But at the end of the day, man, like, I feel like I know y'all probably just as well as y'all know me, and I talk to you guys more than I talk to anybody out there. So join the drinking team, join the Raiders Report family here, and if you want any of our gear, those links, again, down in the comments, down in the description of today's show. So Jeremy sent me a link here, and he kind of is talking about how much money salary cap is left. The problem is, estimated Spotrac says the Raiders have 71.3. The problem is, though, 6 players that the Raiders signed yesterday aren't in that projection. So it's like, so Spotrac and Over the Cap, like, they're going to show numbers of 71.3 left. However, I believe it's like, I think it's 6 different players. Now it might be 7 after the tenders of Booker and Meredith, but it's like 7 different players are not shown in terms of the money yet because you can't make the money officially official yet. So, like, the money that you're seeing off the board here, it's because it's officially official. So that's the Eric Stokes move. It's the Malcolm Koonce move. It's the tendering of, hopefully, Charles Snowden from before. It's Jordan Meredith. Who? Taron Johnson. Yep, that one can be officially official. But because the Raiders can't make those deals yet, it's not going to be shown. We'll have a better number tomorrow once the new league year starts. What's up, Nick? Honestly, I was going into the season okay with 6-7 wins. After yesterday, I'm assuming we get Mendoza. There's no way we get less than 10. Oh, no, Nick, already. No way we get less than 10 wins. You know, I still want to see how the draft goes. I still want to see what we look like right before the NFL season gets underway to say, like, I expect 10 wins. My expectation for the Raiders was 8 games. And you know, when you think about how bad this team was, like, don't tell me we won 3 games last season, because we didn't. I know we did, but we didn't. Like, from week 2 to week 18, we were the worst team in the NFL, and it wasn't close. So you think about that football team. And if that football team can get to an 8-win football team, that's progress. Also, think about all the deals that the Raiders are doing. 3 years, 3 years, 3 years. That, for Raider fans out there, money talks. Years talk, and that's a big tie to Mendoza. It's a big tie to Kubiak. It's a big tie to John Spytek. So I believe with all these 3-year contracts and the way that they're kind of formatted, and I'll say for the Linderbaum deal, for example, because when the Raiders extended Crosby last offseason, I said follow the money. Max is either going to be traded in 2026 or in 2027 based on how the money ends up working out, right? So now look at Linderbaum. Linderbaum's contract is $10 million this year, $30 million in year 2, $20 million in year 3. So if I'm a Raiders fan, I'm sitting back and going, can we get to 8 wins this season? Next season, can we get to a playoff caliber team? Can we get to 10 wins? And then by that 3rd year, based on these contracts, what it says to me is that that's going to be our window. That 3rd year is the year that John Spytek, Klint Kubiak, and this Raider organization expect to be able to make a jump to the Super Bowl. If you can make a jump to the Super Bowl in year 1 like New England did, awesome. But the 3-year deals, to me, that's what it says. I'm not saying that that's 100%, but I think people watch this show for my opinion. Whether it's right, whether it's wrong, that is my opinion on all these contracts. 10 wins, though. How about this, y'all? Let me know down below. How many games do you expect the Raiders to win this upcoming season? I mean, your expectations have to be higher after yesterday. Again, man, we've added 9 quality starters and 11 quality players on this team since Sunday. Unbelievable. And I know trading away Maxx Crosby was tough, but I felt like I said 100 times, how do you turn one player into 5? And the Raiders did a great job at that yesterday. We still got some more holes, still got some big-time needs. Can't wait to see how this season ends up going, though. Early riser, 9. Barry, 8. 9 from Michael. Dustin, 17 wins. That a boy. Dante is going to go with a 10. LX says 12-4. What happened to the other game? 8-9 or 9-8? Somebody said 6-8. Well, I mean, there's no way he's saying between 12 and 4 wins. I mean, there's another game in there somewhere. 19 from Adrian. All right, I see you, Adrian. I see you. 11 wins, though. Be better with 20. I see you, Tony. Steven, 11. Punisher also going to go with an 11. Continuously let me know down below how many games you think the Raiders are going to win. We're going to keep on roll through some Super Chats. And then our St. Patrick's Day merch deal ends at that time that you see below. So essentially what that means is if you're trying to save money and if you're trying to get the gear, the shirt, before St. Patty's Day, you got to order in the next 37 minutes, 25 seconds.
You know, you could gamble a little bit.
You could roll the dice.
You could roll the dice, but the earlier you get it in, which is why we're putting the timer up there, the earlier you get it in, I think the timing on it today is it'll ship today if it's within this next hour.
Correct.
So it's an extra day to, hey, you might be able to get it if you order it after this timer, but if you're going to get it, I would get it within this 36 minutes. Yeah,
I'm just trying to play it safe. Like, I don't want you guys to order a shirt and then it shows up the day after St. Patty's Day and you're like, that Mitchell Renz guy, F that guy. Especially after this free agency.
But then
what am I going to do with this Beers hat?
What am I going to do?
You got to wait. You got to wait an hour, or no, not wait an hour. You got to wait a year, and then you can wear it next year.
Hopefully it still fits. Jer Boxing, Kickboxing, how much cap do we have left? No cap. I'll just give you the number that's on Over the Cap. It says 71. If I honestly had to predict how much cap space we have left, based on after some of these contracts, some cash, how I think the Linderbaum deal told me that they're going to go, a lot of money is going to be spent for year 2. I think a lot of cash is going to be spent up front. I'm going to say we're actually probably somewhere around like $40 million in cap space. That's just a guess, though. Just a guess. And I know I don't like giving you guys guesstimates, but you also got to remember, these deals, this is the legal tampering period. They can't become officially official until 4 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. Just keep that in mind. All right, we're going to keep it moving here on the Raiders Report, Oscar, and then let's show everybody what the deals are today.
Yeah.
Would you be opposed on signing Joey Bosa for 2 years? No. I talked about Bosa in my Maxx Crosby replacements video. I should admit that a Maxx Crosby replacements video went out before Maxx was traded. I knew Maxx was going to end up ultimately getting dealt. But Bosa, to me, is an interesting player coming off back-to-back years where he was solid, over 500 snaps in those seasons. We know that he can get after the quarterback. 30 years old, it's can he stay healthy? But if you're looking for somebody that can go out and get the QB, I think that duo with Kwity Paye is a good one because Kwity Paye is more of a run stopper than he is a edge going out and getting after the quarterback. I know he had 8 sacks in 2024, 8.5 in 2023, but Kwity Paye is more of a run-stopping defensive end than somebody who you want really, truly going out and getting after the quarterback. Not to say that he can't do it. Where Bosa is the exact opposite of that. Bosa's more, let me pin my ears back, let me go after the quarterback, and I don't know how much you want him in the ground game. So I don't know what it's going to cost to get Bosa, but I actually think Jadeveon Clowney is a better fit for the Raiders. Now Clowney, I think Clowney I would have higher ranked than Bosa, but Bosa I would say is probably a better pass rusher than Jadeveon Clowney, but it's close. Roscoe, a good nose tackle helped this 3-4 Cook, maybe in the draft. I would look to the draft as well. I mean, you could get a DJ Reader today. I mean, I still would love Calais Campbell. I mean, he just seems like the only person on planet Earth that might actually defeat Father Time. And the other reason, though, why I know the Raiders are looking at defensive tackles in the draft is they met with Lee Hunter. I got the opportunity to talk to Lee Hunter at the Combine. Outstanding dude, big boy on the interior. But there's going to be some good DTs at 14 and at 36. Maybe it's a Caleb Banks. Maybe it's a Lee Hunter. But that, to me, is where the Raiders are going to be looking at if they want to add a little bit more. If they want to add a little bit more. You might even be able to wait until 67 and get the big citrus, Dominique Orange. What up, Mike? Put a new Raiders flag up. Yesterday was perfect. Can't wait for next month to continue. Great job. Fully respect. You know, Mike, you know how you said can't wait for next month to continue. Yesterday was perfect. I want y'all to look at my deals today. And I say that because I started this show off really by saying if it ain't broken, don't fix it, right? Like, I can remember when I was a kid, I wasn't a good hitter. I was a good pitcher, and people would always try to mess with your mechanics. You know, people try to do everything. But baseball, I was always a big believer, like, if it ain't broken, don't fix it, right? Like, no batting coach is going to teach their kid to bat like Gary Sheffield. No guy is going to teach their guy to bat like Kevin Youkilis. But if it ain't broken, don't fix it, huh? Jeff Bagwell? I can't get that lower. I mean, if I get any lower, he was like this. I mean, Craig Counsell. 32 more minutes. If you guys want a batting stance, I'll do my best. I mean, we have a bat out there if you want to go grab it. So essentially, the reason why I said all that is this. Yesterday, grade yesterday, A, B, C, D, or F. Bro, I thought you were launching it. A, B, C, D, or F. How would you grade it? I would anticipate 99% of the people watching the show are going to give it an A. Ichiro. Yep. Also, one of the only baseball players with his first name on the back of his jersey. Later. Super chat to get on the screen. $20 Venmo to get in the duck race. $50 Venmo to join our March Madness. $100 to bang. If you're like, that's the exact same thing that it was yesterday, you're 1,000,000% right. It's the exact same thing. Why? Because yesterday was an A grade. Yesterday was an unbelievable day for the Raiders, and I want to do the exact same thing. So we are about 80 likes away from getting to 500 likes, and we're going to keep doing the free agency wheel spin. I'll talk about positions. I'll talk about players. We can even look at the updated depth charts, if you will. But if you want the best free agency coverage on planet Earth, and we already have over 3,000 people here in the building, think about it like this. The more comments, the more likes that we get, the bigger this party turns into. Think about it Oakland style. Right now, we got 2,800 people tailgating with us. Can we get to 3,000? Can we get to 4,000? Can we get to 5,000? The more Raiders fans, the more fans we get in here, the bigger and bigger this family is going to grow. I do want to be very clear, though. We only have a few spots left for March Madness. I think the last time that I checked, we literally only had like 8 spots left. So March Madness, we do duck races. Winner goes home with $1,600. If you want to get it in, now's your time to do it. I do want to check my Venmo here real quickly to see if anybody is already in the duck race, and I do see a few people, which awesome. We got, it looks like Nathan Wheeler, you're in. I see 93 Navman. Nav, this is from yesterday because unfortunately you were a little bit too slow. And then I see Daniel Frey, I gotcha. And then Darius Davis, you're in. And then actually my cousin, that's wild, Andrew Shoup, getting it in. $20 Venmo right now to win $50 here on the Raiders Report. Let's talk about some other news that happened this morning. I don't know if y'all saw this, but the Green Bay Packers are actually going to be releasing cornerback Nate Hobbs, and that's going to be a post-June 1st designation. So essentially what that means is Green Bay is going to be carrying a $12 million cap until June 1st. Soon as June 1st happens, Green Bay saves $8 million. $4 million is a dead cap hit, but Nate Hobbs is free to sign anywhere. He really struggled last season in Green Bay, but I would say this to the Green Bay Packers. I told you so. The Green Bay Packers signed him to a 4-year, $48 million deal, and they did that. They gave him a lot of money, and they made him an outside corner. Nate Hobbs is not an outside corner. Nate Hobbs is an extremely athletic nickel guy that I think in this defense, I know that we already traded for Taron Johnson, but I don't mind the idea of bringing back Hobbs. I get it, he struggled with a lot of injuries, but you could add Hobbs as this nickel cornerback. You could probably get him on a cheap deal that also offers you some safety ability. So because of that versatility with this secondary, I don't think it's the worst idea ever. And I do think that Hobbs would show some interest with the Raiders, and I wouldn't be mad at all if the Raiders showed a little bit of interest in Nate Hobbs. So let me know down below, should the Raiders bring back Hobbs? Give me a yes, give me a no, Let me know your thoughts down below. The only way I would really want to do it, if it's a deal that's like 1 year, $4 million. Nothing crazy. 1 year prove-it deal, very similar to what we saw last season from Eric Stokes. And maybe Hobbs will do it, maybe Hobbs won't do it. But because of the injuries and because of the down year, I do think that Hobbs would be willing and able to take a deal with us. But again, I would want to use him as this like nickel corner, hybrid safety. Let him be an athlete. Because if you let him be an athlete, that's where you're going to see the best version of Nate Hobbs. Let's go to some more super chats here from my guy, Little Flapjack. Keep an eye on kicker from Hawaii and Michigan in the draft. I know the kicker from Michigan is an absolute dog. I'm not familiar with the Hawaii kickers game. Sorry, I didn't watch a lot of the what's their mascot, the Rainbow Warriors, or is it just the Warriors now? I remember it was the Rainbow Warriors, but I don't know. People in today's day and age are so sensitive. Google does probably know. I mean, you're right. I mean, they could still add some competition for Matt Gay, and I do think that that's a good move. But also at the same time, I wouldn't be shocked if Matt Gay was the Raiders' starting kicker this season. O'Neal, what up, Mitch? I'm seeing multiple places saying we still have $71 million left. Can you check that out? If so, that's really awesome. Again, like it's not accurate, but it's what it says. But it's just because not all the contracts have been fully uploaded into because we were at $110 million yesterday to start, and we signed the amount of players that we did. Again, I'm not saying exactly, but $71 million, if that's the number that we're at, Mark Davis deserves a round of applause, and I say that because he's shelling out a lot of cash. He's shelling out cash left and right. But I believe the last time that I checked, I'll check again. I checked right before we went live, unless there's a new updated look. Linderbaum's in there. Looks like Malcolm Koonce is in there. Now they have Kwity Paye in there, Taron Johnson, Jalen Nailor. I'll tell you what, I actually think that this number actually might be right. Though now I'm actually seeing team cap space, $58 million. So now Over the Cap is showing $58 million. Linderbaum's in there, Malcolm Koonce is in there, Kwity Paye's in there, Taron Johnson's in there, Jalen Nailor, Nakobe Dean's in there. All right, so Quay Walker's not in there yet. Quay Walker's not in there yet. Also, I don't believe I see the numbers for, oh no, Thomas Booker they have in there. Jordan Meredith they have in there. So Quay Walker's the name that I don't see yet. So I actually think we're somewhere around like 50, 58 million. We still have a lot of money to be able to spend. But also at the exact same time, here's what you got to think about. You also got to be able to spend your money on your draftees. Number 1 overall pick is expensive. 11 total picks is expensive. I would say we probably then, based on that number, have somewhere around $20 to $30 million left to spend in free agency. How confident am I in Rob Leonard as a defensive coordinator? Confident, we'll see. Hopeful, I am hopeful. And it's cool how this offseason kind of ended up working out. I do notice that we just crossed 600 likes. Let's get to 1,000 likes, then we'll do the wheel spin. I just want to be able to get through some of these super chats here. But, I believe in Rob Leonard. And, I think a lot of people, when they watch this show, I've said for years that the best defensive coach on this Raiders team was Rob Leonard at the defensive line spot. The other reason why I want Raider fans to be confident in Rob Leonard, and if you guys want to let me know what's your confidence level, scale it from 1 to 10. 1, you're not confident. 10, you're extremely confident. Is the NFL does a good job at the Senior Bowl, right? East-West Shrine Bowl. They bring in the best coaches around the NFL, and they coach up those kids. Rob Leonard often gets asked to do that, and I know a few years ago he did it for the Raiders. He was a linebacker coach. I want to say it was in the East-West Shrine game, but you got to wait and see. Leonard comes from the Mike McDonald. He comes from Brian Flores tree. I respect the fact that they're switching it up here from a 3-4, but at the exact same time, the Raiders defense today is so much better than the Raiders defense last season, and that's even after the Maxx Crosby trade. I do. I think the Raiders defense is already better. We still need more pieces, but that depth that we were able to find yesterday, it's good depth, man. I do. I think that we were able to add some really good pieces. But what we did was we took one starter in Max, and we turned essentially that into, you can look at that as Quay Walker, Nakobe Dean, Malcolm Koonce, Kwity Paye. I know none of those guys are Max, but you add those 4 players and Taron Johnson, re-sign Eric Stokes. Moving on from a guy like Max helps you do that. Excuse me. What would you think of a DJ Reader signing? I would love it. Reader was featured also in my Maxx Crosby replacements videos because I said you're not going to replace 1v1, right? One player's not going to replace Maxx Crosby. DJ Reader, though, big boy on the interior. I want to say he's like 6'3", 330 pounds. He's your run-stopper in the middle. That's what this Raiders defense needs. If you're able to get Reader, I would love it. I really mean it. I do. He's over 30 years old, but defensive tackles have been able to show in the league that they could play well within their mid to late 30s. Dean, don't we have to save 30, 35 million for the new draftees? 35 million might be a little bit too much, but I do anticipate it's probably going to be somewhere around 30 million. Yeah, because Mendoza's going to be a very high player, and then you have another first-round pick at 14 now. So I think you're going to have to save somewhere around 25, 30 million is kind of the number that I'm keeping in my mind. But, yes, we do. Edgar, would you draft Lorenzo Styles? Where's he going? Lorenzo. As soon as I saw Styles, I'm not going to lie, I instantly thought of the linebacker from... So safety from Ohio State. He's got a good athletic score, 6 foot, 194 pounds, ran a 4.27, 40-yard jazz. Yeah. I was going to say, I'm looking at his numbers right here. I'm looking at our draft. I mean, this looks like a practice squad, bottom of the roster player. So if you're able to get him late in the draft, sure, you could look at it, but that's not really somebody that I want. I would say Lorenzo Styles would be the way I would look at a guy like Chris Smith, where Chris Smith was a good safety. You're able to get him late on day 3. Do I think he's an impact starter? No, but based on what I just read there, looks like a really good leader, looks like a really good teammate. Looks like a guy we could use on special teams. Rich Wolf, what's going on, man? What do you think the ceiling of the team is right now? The ceiling of this team, I would say, so do we have Mendoza or not? Because right now the only quarterback on our roster is Aiden O'Connell.
I say
yes. If it's the roster we got right now, we're a 6-win team because we don't have a quarterback.
I say include Mendoza.
If it's Mendoza, I'd say we're an 8-win team. And we still need actually, without Mendoza, we're probably a 5-win team with AOC leading the charge. With Fernando Mendoza, I would say we're probably like a 6.5-win team, but we still need to be able to add a lot more talent to get us up to that 8-9-win threshold. But ceiling right now, we still have more needs. Caden, pick one. Woolen, Byard, Brisker. Tariq Woolen is the best player that you're talking about here. The only reason why I might lean Kevin Byard is because Byard fits the bigger need. We still need a free safety. I want Isaiah Palamau to be able to play that box safety role. I want Jeremy Chin to be able to play that strong safety, linebacker, box hybrid. That's where he is at his best magic. Kevin Byard last season, 32 years old. He's played in 10 seasons. He's never missed a game. He had 7 interceptions for the Chicago Bears. But when you have somebody on the back end that's a veteran that knows exactly where they need to be, it does allow some of these other younger players like a Darian Porter to materialize a little bit more. So I'd actually probably say Kevin Byard, and I only say it more based on fit. And Byard would be cheaper than Reek Woolen, but I'll say this right now. If we were to get Woolen, Byard, or Jaquan Brisker, I would be excited about all 3 of those moves. Because I also wonder if Woolen could play another little bit of a hybrid safety outside cornerback role. I would imagine if you paid him, you're going to pay him to be an outside guy. But then what does that do necessarily with Darian Porter? It's interesting. If you're wondering who's some of the top free agents out there, this is not predicated on the Raiders' needs, so I do want to be clear on that. This is really just our team at Chat Sports puts together the top free agents left available from top to bottom. Trey Hendrickson would be an interesting player, though it sounds like he wants $30 million plus a year. A lot of y'all are probably going to be looking at Braden Smith, right tackle option for the Indianapolis Colts. And then some other names to just throw out here. Caleb Von Chasen, I do like a lot. He's got ties to Rob Leonard. Romeo Dobbs, Jawan Jennings, 2 other names that if you're the Raiders and you go out and get those 2 guys, you're probably just looking to have 4 wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3s to be able to pair that with Brock Bowers. Yeah, I don't know whoever put this list together, but Tyreek Hill at 6 is, I think, ludicrous to me. I have no idea if he even plays. You're right. Taylor Decker coming in here at 11. Stephon Diggs, Nashawn Wright, Joey Bosa, Chig Oku, who I actually like him as a tight end option. He's got some ties to some of our guys, but that would be a little bit of an expensive tight end 3. Keep it rolling here. Jaquan Brisker, you can see at safety. I like Jalen Hawkins. And the reason why that I like Jalen Hawkins is we need a cover safety. Hawkins was one of the best cover safeties in the NFL last season. Keep it moving here. They got Byard at number 21. We keep getting asked, are the Raiders going to add a quarterback? I would be really disappointed if they went out and they added the Kirk Cousins because, again, I'm a believer in Mendoza. I think Aiden's good enough to be your quarterback too. I do think that adding a veteran makes sense, but I don't want to spend a lot of money because then you take away from the ability to go out and add other needs that we clearly still have. But as it stands, those are the top 25 free agents according to our guys at Chat Sports. I agree with some. I disagree with others. Quato, with the signing of Dean and Walker, does this mean we won't be drafting C.J. Allen or Jacob Rodriguez if they are still on the board? I personally think it means that because you're going to have to take C.J. Allen at 14 or 36. You're going to have to take Jacob Rodriguez based on some of the reports out there. He's climbing up boards. He's not going to be available yet at 67. So, are you going to take another linebacker? I guess my other question would be, how much other depth do you need? But to me, the reason why the Raiders went out and got Nakobe Dean and got Quay, teammates at Georgia, literally they are perfectly complementing pieces of each other. Quay is your Mike. He's your downhill thumper. He's somebody who's really going to smack you in the mouth. And then you got Nakobe Dean, who's more your sideline to sideline, better cover guy, can also help you get after the quarterback a little bit more probably than what Quay Walker can do. But they are the perfect, I think, yin and yang for Mike and a weak side linebacker. So I like both of those players, but I really do not think. Oh, dude, what's up, Shoopy? For those that do not know, this is my cousin Andrew. Growing up, we always he literally looks like the bigger version of me. I don't know if you guys have ever seen those Russian dolls, where that's basically what everyone used to always think. Andrew and I. He's also the only Phillies fan in a whole family of Mets fans, which is tough. But he played quarterback at Lafayette. He was actually teammates with Deuce Gruden. So if you guys have ever heard me talk about Andrew on this show and we were scumbag Christmas at Lafayette, he was teammates with Deuce. Shoop, there it is. He probably has never said that in his life. Shoop, shaka-laka, shaka-laka, shaka-laka. Nah, man, appreciate you, Andrew, in the duck race here. Again, to me, I remember growing up, we always played football. We always played baseball. It's probably the first time I ever caught a football from somebody that had an NFL caliber arm. And Andrew had a really strong arm. He was actually he was the number one quarterback recruit coming out of coming out of Pennsylvania. You guys want to hear a crazy story about Andrew? He was going to walk on to Penn State. But I don't remember what that quarterback, that he was the number one quarterback in the recruit and ended up going to Penn State that year. So Andrew was like, do I want to be a walk-on at Penn State and maybe never play, or can I go get a free education and be a starting quarterback for 4 years at college football? I think he did the right thing. He went to Lafayette, right? Got to play a little college ball, was a very successful quarterback there, got to play with Deuce Gruden. The walk-on spot that Andrew did not take ended up going to one Matt McGloin. Matt McGloin obviously played for the Raiders. Matt McGloin obviously went in the NFL, so we always bust his balls. We're like, bro, you could have been Matt McGloin. True story. If you don't believe me, look it up. Shoopy, love you, bro. Appreciate the text messages this morning. Also, Andrew, he's a Packers fan, said the Raiders got actually, I can read the exact thing that he sent me. He said, yesterday was unbelievable for the Raiders. Nailor is severely underrated being behind Jefferson and Addison. He's a dog. I've had a lot of people tell me Jalen Nailor is a dog. What up, Chris? Mitch, should the Raiders sign a quarterback like Flacco to mentor Mendoza? Can we get him for a good price or just resign Pickett if he's cheaper? So Kenny Pickett is actually already signed elsewhere. I don't remember what team he signed with, but Kenny Pickett is the Panthers. Kenny Pickett is a Panther. 1 year, $7.5 million deal, $4 million guaranteed. So I guess, you're saying cheap deal. Joe Flacco is going to make more than that. Are you willing to pay Joe Flacco, let's say, $12.5 million this season? I don't really want to do that. And I don't really want to do that because I would rather invest that money in other areas instead of adding a quarterback. Also, Flacco kind of made it sound like he wants an opportunity to potentially start. And again, Joe Flacco has earned my respect the more and more he's been in the NFL. But to me, I don't really want to spend that type of money on a quarterback like Flacco. I don't. People can get mad at me for what I'm going to say. If you're looking for a quarterback that can actually start, I would say a 1-year deal with Kyler Murray because you'd get him at $1.2 million. And the reason why he would take a $1.2 million deal is so he can make more money on that Arizona contract. They moved on from him. Same situation as Russell Wilson. Raiders make quarterback decision with Joe Flacco. I really hope not. I mean, again, like if they did it, it is what it is. It's not the route I would go. It's just not the route I would go. He's never had any ties with Kubiak. I know that some people compare Mendoza to Flacco, but like I would say the lower level of Mendoza's career, I get it. Flacco ended up winning a Super Bowl, but I'm just not a Flacco guy. Super Bay, with the injury history with Dean and the Quay not able to cover, how many linebackers do you expect the Raiders to draft? I really like Rodriguez, maybe Kyle Lewis. I would rather the Raiders target Kyle Lewis in like the 3rd round than Jacob Rodriguez at pick number 36. Yeah, there's some injury concerns there with Nakobe Dean, but still at the same time, you got Tommy Eichenberg, you got Cody Linderberg. I'm not saying that those guys are dudes that I want to see on the football field. I do anticipate, though, you're probably going to add another linebacker or two, and if it was up to me, I would add those 2 linebackers in the NFL draft, or at least one in the draft, and then you could sign another cheap guy in free agency. But I'm excited to see what Nakobe and Quay Walker can do. I really, really am. Jason Moore, do you think we can still afford Reek Woolen? Yes, we can absolutely still afford Reek Woolen. It's just, do we want to bring in Reek? It's really, I think it really depends. If I knew right now what the Raiders thought of Darian Porter, if I was told the Raiders have no confidence in Darian Porter at all, I would say we still need a corner. Based on what I've heard, I do think that there is still a little bit of hope that Porter can get it going. What up, Topher Jackson? Hopefully I pronounced that right. Topher. Okay, that makes sense. My first super chat, Mitch. I love the show and would like to know who the dream safeties would be. So I have Jalen Hawkins as my number 1 safety. I would throw in probably Kevin Byard would be number 2. Jaquan Brisker also more than likely deserves to be on that list. So I would say those are my top 3 safety options that I can think of right now, because my other top 5 list that I did, those other guys ended up getting signed elsewhere. So Jalen Hawkins, Jaquan Brisker, and then, oh my God, who's the other guy? I literally just said his name. Kevin Byard, for the love of God. Yep. Those 3 guys who I would look at. But Christopher, thank you, man, for being a first-time super chatter, and sorry that the jersey you got on is no longer a Raider. Though I still think people can rock Maxx Crosby jerseys. Shit, I was rocking a Maxx Crosby shirt just the other day, and I had a few people bust my balls a little bit walking through Deep Ellum, but it's all good. Soul Chef, interested in Reek Woolen. I'm interested in bringing in great football players, of course, but is this the biggest team need? I know I kind of just answered this one. This comes down to what does this organization think of Darian Porter? Barring a last-minute extension, tight end Dallas Goedert's contract will void today, leaving behind $20.5 million of dead cap for the Eagles. The 31-year-old, $10 million on a 1-year contract in Philly last season. Interesting.
All right.
What do you got for me?
Mr. Mitchell.
That's me.
That is you.
That's me.
And to Raider Nation, we officially have 10 minutes until our St. Patty's merch deal ends. So make sure to go click that link in the chat right now if you want to go get your Sin City drinking team for St. Patty's Day, because we've got 20% off and then plus the express shipping to get in time for St. Patty's Day. So if you want to be a part of Mitch's drinking team, make sure to grab your Sin City drinking team shirts today.
I saw Brian M. join the drinking team. I saw, wow, somebody bought a Beers hat. I love it. Sin City football drinking team. We got another one from Alexander F., Garrett H., Louis G., and then also from Richard M., and then also, I don't care, Rustin Long. What up, Rustin?
By the way, make sure to hit the drop down here so that you can get the express shipping. $5, so you get it before St. Patty's weekend, so you can have it and hang out. And
Also, the Fitz Maggot,
What?
Fitz Magtic, I think is the name in the chat. Murray might be better, but also way more money. If you think Kyler Murray is more expensive than Aiden O'Connell this upcoming season, you should definitely hit that subscribe button in the Raiders Report. Kyler Murray will be $1.2 million contract. And it's because then he can make $37 million from Arizona. It's just the way that his deal works. So it would be $1.2 million for Kyler Murray. It's not more expensive than Aiden O'Connell. I just want you all to know that. Okay? Yep. Just so you know. Chatsports.com/LVGreen is how you can get some of this stuff down below. Mitch, you funny from Charles. I mean, I just want people to know, like, the truth. Like, I don't want people to think that Kyler Murray is going to be all this money. He's not. He's $1.2 million. Same thing like Russell Wilson did in 2024.
Same thing like Tua could do, right?
Yeah, Tua's going to be 1.2. And it's because when you're released from your team, like, if you want to make that, like, big-time money, essentially, from the team that's cutting you, like, somebody would have to pay Tua more than $67 million. Nobody's going to pay Tua more than $67 million. So the way Tua looks at it is if I sign the vet minimum, I make that 1.2 and I make the other money. If you sign anything over that 1.2, it actually impacts your amount of money that you can bring in from that other team. Rob, thoughts on adding players like Wolin, Hawkins, and running back vet Jones? I mean, to me, if you're looking for a running back option, I like Rashad White. I think it's a good fit with our overall team. He's got a John Spytek connection, and he also showed that he was a lot more reliable past season in Tampa Bay. Jalen Hawkins and Rick Wallin are two outstanding players. They would be two instant starters on just about any NFL team out there. So, yes, I am open to adding more quality starters for the Las Vegas Raiders. I am way more. I mean, Montana says, hell no to Murray. Dude just wants to play video games and collect a check. $1.2 million. You ain't going to find a quarterback better than Kyler Murray at $1.2 million. And that's even come from me. I'm not even a big Kyler fan. Lamont, what's the farthest we should move from 14 to get a starter? I guess, like, for me, if it depends who falls down the board. I think it depends what we do for the rest of free agency. And then also on top of that, it's who falls down the board. If Arvell Reese is there at number 7, I'm not going to lie to you, I'd start to entertain that idea of trading up. I don't see that happening, though. Like, maybe a Carnell Tate or Ruben Bain, you move up a little bit. But I still think that the Raiders have a lot more needs, and I know that we crushed free agency yesterday, but there was so many needs that this team had on both the offense and the defensive side of the football, and moving up in the first round probably means that you're going to give up that first-round pick that you got from Baltimore last season, or you're going to give up pick number 36. So, like, to me, I am a much bigger fan of the Raiders either taking whoever they want at 14, or let's say you trade back, right? Let's say you trade back and you get a second-round pick. Maybe you get 2 seconds. Maybe you get a first and a third-round pick. You could get a Omar Cooper Jr., and then you could slide and get somebody else. I am much bigger of a fan of keeping 14 or trading back than I am personally trading up. But if we fill all of our team needs and we're sitting there on draft night and we're like, what do we truly need? If I would say a true edge rusher to help you replace Maxx Crosby would be who I would want to potentially move up for. Or if Caleb Downs fell really far. But I don't see Downs, Sony Styles, Arvell Reese making it out of the top 6. I don't. Alfredo, what's the discount code for Chubby's? So Chubby's is not a sponsor today. But, I mean, we could still send it to him.
It's Chat Sports.
Code's Chat Sports. I'll just put the link for you guys in there. There you go. Code is Chat Sports. The link is there if you need any Chubbies.
Free promo for Chubbies.
Free promo for our guys over there at Chubbies. I mean, I'd say this. Like, I do truly love Chubbies. I know you guys never see.
We're under 5 minutes for the merch deal, too.
I know you guys never see my lower half, but I wear shorts just about every single day.
Yeah, if you wear pants, I'm very
If I wear pants, it's usually because Alex and I have plans afterwards. The only reason why I didn't wear pants today is because my tattoo, I still don't really want to put pants over it yet. So, though, I mean,
hockey game, gotta wear pants.
Hockey game, I'm gonna have pants on.
Yeah,
I already have my whole hockey outfit. I'm ready to rock and roll.
Oh, you packed a bag?
No, I already have it hanging up at the house. It's steamed. I'm literally gonna Uber home Alex is going to be there waiting for me. I'm throwing on the clothes, and we're going to the game. I mean, it's got to be the way that it goes.
Yep.
Alfredo, appreciate you, man. We got 3,500 people here in the building. Once we get to 1,000 likes, we're going to spin that wheel. Why don't we change it to that? It's like every 1,000 likes.
I like that.
We'll spin the wheel. Pitt is open to trade Patrick Queen for a mid-round. Would you inquire? Is he going to play outside linebacker? Is he going to play edge? If the answer to that is no, then I'm not interested. I think that we could find other better options than Patrick Queen. I mean, again, he's a good player, but I want somebody that I know can be an outside linebacker because we have our weak side. We have right now our middle linebacker as well, and I just don't view Patrick Queen. No, I mean, he had some good pass rush numbers last season. Can you make him just more of an edge rusher? Because I don't think he's that good of a linebacker. Ed, I appreciate you. Also love the pick, my guy. Jersey boy, Braden Smith is the move unless Reek will play free safety. I don't think Reek's going to play free safety because Reek wants to make more money playing cornerback. You're going to make more money playing corner than you do free safety, and coming off the year that he just did, winning a Super Bowl, I think that would be a bad move for his agent. Would be an intriguing option, though. So do you think Anthony Hill Jr. is off the table now? Probably, right? Like, I loved Anthony Hill Jr. a lot. He was one of my favorite linebacker prospects. It's just, where are you going to have to take Anthony Hill Jr.? I think you'd have to take him at pick 36. I do not believe he'd be available to you at 67. And then what? Are you going to start him over Nakobe Dean, over Quay Walker? I personally don't think that the Raiders would. If we were running the 4-3, then no, it's a very different option. But the way when I think of this 3-4 defense, I think because they paired two Georgia teammates, two Georgia linebackers, your outside guy's got to be more edges. And Hill actually does a pretty good job getting after the quarterback, but I'm going to say no to the high-picking linebackers. Like, to me, I'm probably looking at linebacker spots now in the late 4th, early 5th, 6th, 7th round. Day three linebackers. All right, y'all, final chance. I'm going to give some shout-outs here to some people that have joined our drinking team.
Got a minute and a half left.
I see John N., and if you don't know, chatsports.com/LVGreen. Frank A., I see you. Join him. David W., what's up, my man? Those are the people that have just gotten a Sin City drinking team shirt. This is going to be the best deal that we got. Reminder, if you get it, you got to do the express shipping. That way it shows up on time.
Yes, because
I don't want you to get the shirt. So what you're going to have to do, click that little drop down, and you're going to have to go to the express shipping. It's usually that, but we're making it that price because we want you to get it before St. Patty's Day.
Right.
And this deal is only valid for 60 more seconds.
Here we go. Don't forget this because it will not come in time. You see estimated delivery March 14th. That is Saturday. You'll get that in time on the weekend. Be able to wear it that day.
Yeah, I want you guys to be able to get it on St. Patty's Day. If you don't do the express shipping, you're not going to get it.
You just wear it next year.
I mean, you can wear it. I mean, you can still be a part of our drinking team.
And you can also wear it on Tuesday because Tuesday is St. Patty's Day. So
Black Beers hats.
Oh.
If you need them. If you like beers. Have you ever ran into a black beer?
All right, you got 10 seconds. There'll be a so that once your order goes in, like if you order one right now, it's not gonna not do it, but you'll have a little bit of
No more.
you'll have a little bit of leftover. So if you buy it right now, it'll still work, but make sure you do the express shipping. It's only $5. It's 25 cents more than what the flat rate would be for regular shipping. We made it lower so that you guys could get it in time for St. Patty's Day.
Bingo, bango. Let's talk about some of the people here that are in our duck race, and I got a few extra people that are also joining our March Madness tournament. I just saw Wolverine, X-Men, gotcha.
Jamie, no new signings.
Joshua
if there's any
Melton.
signings, we'll cover it here.
L.A. Crash Dog, and then Rustin Long. I mean, technically the only things that happened that were new today, the Raiders tendered Jordan Meredith, and they also tendered Thomas Booker. So Teams can have an opportunity to give those guys bigger contracts. If they receive a bigger contract, the Raiders have 5 days to be able to match it. If the Raiders match the Thomas Booker deal, then obviously we have to give him a brand new deal. If we don't, we get a 5th-round pick from Booker because he was drafted in the 5th round out of Stanford. If Jordan Meredith goes elsewhere, we don't get any draft capital for him because he was not drafted. He was an undrafted free agent. That's really the only news that's really happened around the Raiders today. But Jordan Meredith is back. Thomas Booker is back. That's big wins. I also see Joshua Melton getting in the duck race, which means we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Hang on. Let me just do it like this.
Smurfy, I think there's a speculation between how much cap space they have. I think it's around 58. That's what we think is around 58.
It's got to be around like 50 to 58 million dollars is probably right where they're at. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 spots left for March Madness. I'm telling you right now, if you're an OG watcher, you're going to regret not getting it in. You are. You're going to regret not getting in this March Madness. It's a lot of fun, especially like when you get to see everybody going head to head. It's cool. Gabriel, trade for Patrick Queen. I'm good. I'm not really interested in Patrick Queen. He's I guess it depends what role would you use him. Would you use him as a pass rusher? Because I think he's a better pass rusher than he is a linebacker, and kind of reminds me of the same way I would have used Devin White last season. What up to Ferg Jackson? Mitch, is it actually Topher?
I went to high school with a kid. His name was Christopher.
Yeah.
But everyone called him Topher.
Wouldn't it just be, all right, I guess, yeah.
Christopher. But it's Topher.
Topher?
Topher.
All right, Topher. We'll go with it. Mitch, it's Topher again. Who in free agency or the draft can be our long-term wide receiver 1? And free agency, there's nobody. If you're like actually for a realistic option, trade pick number 36 for Brian Thomas Jr. You get him on another like 2-year cheap deal. Like that's really your only other option. I'd say like, you can look at a Romeo Doubs. Now, if you looked at Romeo Doubs, it would be Doubs, Tucker. Would be like we have 4 guys then that are wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3s. You could say Brock's your number 1. Michael Mayer would be your tight end. But if you're truly looking for number 1s, I would say your best option is trading for Brian Thomas Jr. from the Jacksonville Jaguars. And then in the draft, I have Carnell Tate as my 1. And then I would probably go Mekhi Lemon as number 2. Jordan Tyson has insane upside at 3. But I wonder if the injuries would scare the Raiders, and could they end up going with an Omar Cooper Jr.? I don't view Omar Cooper Jr. as a true number 1. I view him like a Jacoby Myers, where you're like, it's not a great 1, but a really good 2. Jordan Tyson, Carnell Tate, Mekhi Lemon, I do view, though, as being number 1s. Get Braden Smith for right tackle. Move DJ Glaze to left guard with JPJ at right guard. Linderbaum at center. Miller at left tackle. Solid O-line for Mendoza. I mean, I'll say this. I think DJ Glaze has still got to earn it. I have more confidence in Jordan Meredith playing offensive guard than I do DJ Glaze. You still got Caleb Rogers. You got Charles Grant. I mean, we'll see. But I love our offensive line a lot more today than I did just 3 days ago.
You know who else you love?
Oh, man. TJ Parkinson. Bang! Back. Let's go bananas again today. B-A-N-A-N-A-S and right on cue. The Detroit Lions are signing running back Isaiah Pacheco.
Wow.
There's your David Montgomery replacement.
Yeah.
I think it makes sense for them.
Pretty cool.
He's a hard-nosed runner. He's got absolutely positively no vision. But what this tells me is, I mean, he doesn't. I'm surprised he doesn't run out there with one of those sticks. He just runs forward extremely hard. But now what I think that means is it's going to be a little bit more work for Jahmyr Gibbs, which was to be expected.
I was going to say, I think that's
the moment they traded David Montgomery, you knew that Jahmyr Gibbs was going to get a little bit more work. But Isaiah Pacheco is going to the Detroit Lions. I don't have the contract, details yet. But once we get them, we will let you know. I would say, that's really the first bigger move that happened today.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, we talked about Khalif. I think Isaiah Pacheco is a little bit more, though, of a common name.
I think that's actually a really good move for them because David Montgomery, I think, was outmatching his role. Like, he was doing way better than he should have been. I think they needed to go a little bit a lower level because Jahmyr Gibbs is continuing to progress.
Yeah, I mean,
they needed just a thumper, and that's a thumper.
Yeah, and I agree. And that's kind of how I would look at like the Raiders running back room where, like, to me, if we're going to divvy up 30 touches to a running back, I want as many humanly possible to go to Genty. And I think Detroit's probably in that same exact boat with Jahmyr Gibbs. It's how many times can I put the ball in this guy's hands? And that's what you're going to see. Pacheco, if I had to guess, probably going to get like 5 to 6 carries a game. And that's really when, Jahmyr, you need a breather? All right, Isaiah, get out there.
Right.
And then they'll get the breathers in. TJ, so far today's MVP. We are about 70 likes away from 1,000. Over 3,500 people here in the building. I'm not great at math, but I know this. That's not adding up. Jacob, Vincent Bond just said, we had 72 million still in cap. Trustworthy. It's not trustworthy. He's really just going off of what it was saying on Over the Cap, but there's been a new number. It's been updated. Over the Cap now is showing 58 million. However, not all of the Raiders signings are illustrated in that. So to me, I would say no, that's not accurate because Over the Cap says 58, and I forget which players exactly weren't featured on there. I guess I should probably just keep this open. I'm going to get this question over and over again. Hang on a second. So according to Over the Cap, the Raiders have 58 million left. That Linderbaum's on it, Malcolm's on it, Kwity Paye's on it, Taron Johnson's on it, Nailor, Nakobe. So Quay Walker is still not featured on this. So because Quay Walker's not on here, that's, obviously interesting. Is Stokes? Also, Eric Stokes is not on here. So Quay Walker and Eric Stokes, that money is not shown on Over the Cap yet, and Over the Cap says we have 58 million. So Quay Walker, Eric Stokes, once that's added, I think you're probably even closer now to like 45, 40 million. Actually, it could depend on how they structure it. Let's say 45 to 50 million is somewhere around where the Raiders are at for salary cap space. I think that's an accurate number. Joey said, how about a fullback? I do think that we should add a fullback. I also think we need to spin the wheel. Show us the new tat from Mando. If you guys want to see my new tattoo, I'd probably say the easiest way to do it is
Instagram.
Go to my IG. Mitchell Renz, Instagram.
I have it.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, man, just go to my Instagram because I posted a video over there. So that's my IG. Here's my, if you want the exact link to the tattoo, it's right there. Also, the guy that hooked me up with it, diehard Raiders fan, he told me if anybody gives him a follow and messages him, like Raiders Report, Raiders, Mitchell Renz, something that he knows that I sent you, he said he would hook you guys up. I mean, he was a magician. I couldn't believe how quick he worked. I couldn't believe how light his hand worked. He's a magician and a tattoo artist. The back of the leg, it's a pain. I'm not gonna lie. But the other thing that I love that he gave me tattoo lotion, tattoo sunscreen, which I should really be using a lot more. But the tattoo lotion and the aftercare products he gave me, I've had I shouldn't say a lot of tattoos, but I probably have had more tattoos than some people watching. It was the quickest recovery I've ever had from a tattoo. I mean quickest ever. What's your face? Oh. I saw Chuggs' face
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, yesterday, Jeremy put his hands up like this, and we were everyone's on edge during free agency. So Mitch goes, "What?" And he was like, "Oh no, you're like, the food's here."
Yeah.
Which is close.
Not accounting for Quay Walker.
Okay, everybody. Time to spin that wheel.
So whatever this lands on is what we are going to
draft.
discuss. All right, let's talk about the cornerback room. So let's first talk about where we stand right now. Let's show the depth chart. The Raiders brought back Eric Stokes. You traded for Taron Johnson. So as it stands, right now, this is what I would say the Raiders cornerback room ends up looking like.
Oh.
That picture didn't update, did it?
It did not. Oh, no. Ah!
Anything else? Just push
Boom.
it. There we go.
I had to get to it.
I don't know. Anything. Just push it. Push it real
Google.
good. All right, we're going to buy a little time here. And on today's show, how is everyone doing? No, and we're going to bring in the juggling man. Can you tell?
We're gonna bring
Can you
in
tell
the
today?
juggling
Yesterday
man.
was a 10-hour live stream on the Raiders Report. I think so. When you talk about the cornerback position, obviously Tariq Woolen's going to be a big name that people are going to look at. But as it stands right now, thank you, Reed. Here's the cornerback depth chart for the Raiders. Eric Stokes, Taron Johnson, Darian Porter. Do you guys think that Darian Porter should be a starter this upcoming season? He was drafted in the 3rd round by a previous regime. The upside is there, long, lanky. However, though, obviously doesn't have a lot of experience at the cornerback position. If they were to go out and get a Tariq Woolen, could be intriguing. I think, though, like in the draft, if you were to look at a corner, could be another option. But because the very first thing the Raiders did was they went out and got Eric Stokes. And, you know, to me yesterday, John Spytek did what they wanted to do. What do I mean by that? When they had a plan, they made it a priority. And Eric Stokes, they clearly made a priority since that was the first person that they, signed, re-signed yesterday. So I think that Stokes, no doubt, is going to be your starter. They traded for Taron Johnson, no doubt going to be a starter. You could look at a Tariq Woolen who's got some overlap with Klint Kubiak, Nashawn Wright at age 27, Marshawn Lattimore 29. Rasul Douglas was another outside corner that I discussed, and I think could be an interesting option, almost allowing Darian Porter to be a bridge if he's not ready. I have no interest in Trevon Diggs. I think that guy stinks, and he doesn't care about football. Kobe Durant, 27. I know. Kobe Durant. Jack Jones, former Raider, not interested in him. Roger McCreary is another player I'll at least throw out there in terms of a little bit of interest. I don't see the Raiders making another move at corner. Doesn't mean that they can't. Somebody did comment down below, what about Nate Hobbs? If you didn't see, Nate Hobbs was designated as a post-June 1st cut. If you brought in Hobbs, I would say it's probably a little bit more to be a backup nickel corner. He did struggle last season. They tried to use him on the outside. But, this is how bad Nate Hobbs struggled with not only injuries but on the field. Green Bay is willing to move on from him and eat a significant amount of money in order to do so. But, backup slot corner, also a player that gives you some stability on the back end in terms of, a versatility at the safety position. I think Nate Hobbs would want to come back to the Raiders. It's just, would the Raiders want to bring back Nate Hobbs? Interesting. Appreciate it, though. Shep, thoughts on converting Woolen to free safety, 6'4", fast, could be an elite center fielder with the right coaching, then draft one of these fast safeties on day 3 for depth. I just don't think that he wants to do that. And I say that simply because corners get paid more than safeties do. They just do. Great cornerbacks. If I'm Tariq Woolen, I'm looking at, I'm not saying what's Derek Stingley got, because I don't think that he's up there in that realm of Derek Stingley, but think about what the top corners make compared to the top free safeties. Cornerback Tariq Woolen just won a Super Bowl. He's 26 years old. He's probably trying to capitalize on that cornerback market. So I don't see us adding him as a free safety. I also don't see Tariq Woolen wanting to play free safety. You misunderstood what's the fairest back from 14. But that fairest back from 14. Oh, Kyle Hamilton. Yeah, well, Kyle Hamilton's the best. Kyle Hamilton's the best safety in football. I guess I don't understand your question. What's the furthest back I would go to from 14? If I look at the NFL draft order here real quick, I do think it depends who's going to be willing to offer. So we have the Rams sitting right in front of us. Also what's the Buccaneers' biggest need? Yep. So the Bucs need an edge. They're picking at 15. Is there another team out there that's also looking for a big-time edge? Do the Dallas Cowboys need an edge? If the Dallas Cowboys need an edge, that answer is yes. What about the idea of trading back to pick number 20 They don't have a day 2 pick. See, that makes it a little bit more challenging. But, I mean, you could move back to 20. Could you get – yes, you don't have a day 2 pick. I don't really have a problem moving back almost anywhere. I mean, I would like to be able to move back. I guess it doesn't matter how far I'd want to move back. It really just depends what type of compensation I'm getting. Because there's a lot of really good, talented players right around that, like, I would say 12 to 25 number. Christian, what's up, Mitch? At work listening in my headphones. What do you think of going after Brian Thomas Jr., and what would it cost? If the Raiders want a true wide receiver 1, and if the Raiders, when they entered free agency, said, we're going to go all in on Alec Pierce, and then they saw how much Alec Pierce was going to get, $29 million, like, wow, that's a lot of money for Alec Pierce. If the Raiders, who, from what it sounds like, were interested and were all in on Pierce, I would be willing to offer the Jacksonville Jaguars my pick number 36. I don't want to give up pick 14. I don't want to give up a first-round pick in next year's draft. I would say, here's my second-round pick number 36. If you want it, it's there. If you don't, you don't. But Jacksonville, they went out, they got Jacoby Myers last season. Parker Washington really stepped up. And not that Brian Thomas Jr. didn't have a good year, but he definitely didn't have nearly as good of a season compared to the season that he had as a rookie. So I like Brian Thomas. You get him for 2 more years on that rookie contract, which is obviously very intriguing to me now because he was a first-round pick. You probably get him on it's probably like a 1-year prove-it deal, and then you would end up giving him that extra option because if I'm Brian Thomas Jr., I would want a contract extension after the 3rd year from the team that traded me if I had a good season. But I'll tell you this, I think it's a good move because he's still young. He's he's 23 years old. At 23 years old, like, I would rather the Raiders trade a second-round pick for Brian Thomas Jr. than draft Jordan Tyson at 14 right now. But Jordan Tyson at 36 or Brian Thomas Jr., yeah, I'll take Tyson. Jersey Boy, what are the thoughts on A.J. Halsey in the second? Let me see my notes. Halsey. So any player that you guys give me, luckily now from being at the Combine with Tom, I at least just have some notes on a few dudes. Houston, Texas guy, 6 foot, 215-pounder, played college football at LSU, safety, ran a 4.52 40-yard dash. Got some good metrics here. So the overview on him is, a.k.a. Mr. Give Me That, is a throwback safety with a compact, densely muscled frame, pro feel for reading the field. Rare blend of ball hawk and enforcer who can scurry into passing lanes and take away. That's from NFL.com. Posted 12 PBUs, 8 interceptions over the past 2 seasons. Seems like he's a tough player that's got some ball hawking ability, not afraid to go down and tackle. Just based on that quick little write-up there, yeah, I think that's a good player. I think that's a good player for the Raiders based on our team needs. Appreciate the question. Reminder, y'all, we're live, day 2. NFL, I almost said draft, NFL free agency. We got somewhere around, I would say, $50 to $58 million to spend. Now, again, that's what Over the Cap says. You got to be able to keep in mind that's not counting Quay Walker. It's not counting Eric Stokes on that. So once those deals are added, I'll try to get you a more up-to-date number on how much money exactly the Raiders are sitting at. But trade for Fred Warner, sign Hendrickson, number 1 defense. I know Fred Warner is an outstanding player, but that to me doesn't make sense for the Raiders. And I say that because whatever team trades for Fred Warner, 1, it's got to have a big need at linebacker. 2, should be in Super Bowl win now mode. I don't think we have a big need at linebacker. Yes, Warner's better than both the guys that we got, but we're also, in my opinion, not in Super Bowl caliber mode. And then same with Trey Hendrickson. If you're going to pay Hendrickson $30 million plus a year, I don't think that that's a smart investment for the Raiders. I don't. Now, if they did it, that tells me we're trying to win right away. But I think the Raiders are in their head, we're building for the future. And Trey wants a big payday. I don't want to give Trey Hendrickson $30 million a year. I don't. Takes plays off in the run game, really just tries to get to the sacks. Joshua, now I had a former teammate of Trey Hendrickson say that there was a lot of people in that locker room that didn't like the way that Trey Hendrickson played because they thought he took plays off the ground game to only get sacks because that's what he felt like was going to get him paid. Joshua, I got a little bit of a deal here. Zane Gonzalez is signing with the Miami Dolphins. So kicker, Zane Gonzalez going to Miami. Barry Graham, keep this simple for pick 14. Spencer Fano or Venga, two top interior offensive linemen. Keep building in the trenches with blue chip players. Dominate up front. If you had JPJ, Tyler Linderbaum, one of these guys, Colton Miller, and then all you had to do is figure out who's going to be your right tackle, that's a fun group. What's also interesting, though, about Fano is, and why I would actually probably lean at this point, Spencer Fano over Venga, and it's only because Fano can play right tackle. Venga, I don't think can play right tackle. And because the Raiders have Caleb Rogers, DJ Glaze, and you tender Jordan Meredith, that tells me we have more depth on our interior than we do that right tackle spot. Now, yes, I'd like to be able to see what we got in Charles Grant, but Grant to me is probably a better swing, left, right tackle, backup option, where Venga, dominant run blocker. Fano, though, at the NFL Combine said that he'd be willing to play all 5 positions on your offensive line, including center, which I do think teams will like that a lot coming from him. Kevin, if Mendoza was in the 2027 draft, where would Mendoza rank that quarterback draft class? I would probably say, I like C.J. Carr a lot. I haven't seen I want to see more out of C.J. Carr. I would say probably Mendoza for me personally. Like Mendoza or Arch Manning, it's not even close. It's Mendoza every single day, twice again on Sunday. Like when I see
Lagway too, right?
Like when I see DJ Lagway's an athlete, but he ain't the quarterback that Mendoza is. Like when I see people say, let's skip on Mendoza to go get Arch Manning, it's like you might as well just put a big stamp on your forehead that says, I don't know ball. I like Mendoza. I think Mendoza is a great quarterback. I think he's a franchise quarterback. I'm all in on getting him. I'm all in on getting him. But I appreciate the question, Kevin. When we get in some news from May, we got minor news so far today. Isaiah Pacheco to the Lions. Zane Gonzalez just went to the Miami Dolphins. Slaughterproof. Based on pick value calculations, we could trade 14 plus 36 to get up to 7. Who's worth that at 7 to you? I say Downs, Maui Noah, David Bailey. See, Maui Noah, I wouldn't say that only because I do think there's a chance that Maui Noah slides a little bit more because he's got short arms. And due to the fact that Will Campbell struggled as much as he struggled this past season, especially at the end of the year, especially in that Super Bowl and the playoffs he did, a lot more teams are paying attention to short arms. And Maui Noah does have some short arms for that offensive tackle position. David Bailey's a dog at the edge position. Caleb Downs, I think, is a dog. Sony Styles, I'll throw in there. You could also look at a guy like Arvell Reese to mention. I'm also a big fan of Ruben Bain. Like, I think Ruben Bain's going to be one of those players that teams pass on because they're worried about his short arms and they're just forgetting just that he's an outstanding football player. But I don't really want to give up 14 and 36 to go up. I would rather get 2 other starting caliber players. But that's based on right now where we're at. Mitch, I don't know how salary cap works. You talked about saving money for draft picks. Do we also need to save money for eventually re-signing Brock? Yeah, you got to save money all the time, but you don't need that extension for Brock Bowers this season. Because Brock was drafted in round 1, we'll have an opportunity to give him that 5th-year option next season. So obviously the Raiders will give Brock that 5th year, though I actually shouldn't say obviously. The moment Brock Bowers is eligible for a contract extension, you give Brock Bowers a contract extension because the sooner you do it, the more money you're going to save in the long haul. Technically, if we were trying to save money for our previous first-round pick, it would be Tyree Wilson. We have to make that decision by May 1st. Confidently, he's not going to get a 5th-year extension. B. Jack, what do you think about Jacoby Lane out of USC? I've had a lot of Trojan fans reach out to me about him. I do think he's an interesting player. I think he's an interesting prospect. Some people have actually told me that they think he's the better value if you're able to get Jacoby Lane in round 3, round 4, than taking Mekhi Lemon at number 14 overall. But Jacoby Lane is probably your little bit, I don't know how to say it, bigger, like, I don't want to say prototypical, like what a 1 looks like, but kind of a little bit like what a 1X on the outside looks like. He's 6'4", 200 pounds. Like, he's a really, really big-bodied receiver. If the Raiders went this route, I would say this is probably your Dante Thornton Jr. replacement. He's not quite the athlete that Dante is, but he's much more polished as a receiver, much more ready to compete right away. Good red zone option overall. So That's what I would say about Jacoby Lane, but I appreciate the question. I think Jacoby's a good player. I really, really do. For those that do not know, we are live, day 2, free agency, man. I'm going to do my best to save my voice as much as humanly possible. The way that today's show is going to go is when news happens, I will tell you. We're going to keep on rolling through Super Chats. I'm going to keep on answering questions as long as I possibly can. Friendly reminder out there. If you're looking to get in our duck race, it is a $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. Right now, you go home with $110. Yesterday, we gave away over $2,000. I'm confident we're going to give away over $1,000 yet again today. TJ Park, I got you. You in. TJ Park, you in. 20 to win, 130. And a reminder, we only have a few spots left for March Madness. As soon as all the slots are filled up for March Madness, then we will give you guys a brand new deal here on the Raiders Report. Here we go. We got a little bit of news. The Giants are bringing back linebacker Micah McFadden on a 1-year deal. Micah McFadden, bottom of the roster guy. I don't see Marsh out there. He's probably live. So Micah McFadden coming back on a 1-year deal. What do you got? Our social media guys are coming in here. What do you got for me? Yep. So the question is, so how about this? Here, our guy Durham, he does a lot of our social media stuff. He's doing some stuff for our Rams channel. Absolutely killing it. He's been a big part of why we're growing so much on social media. He's going to ask me, what's your favorite signing from yesterday? So what I want to know from you, what's y'all's favorite signing from yesterday? Let me know down in the comments section. My answer coming up here in just a moment. No. All right, you ready? Added a lot of impact starters right away, but it's got to be Tyler Linderbaum. You're investing in Ashton Genty, you're investing in Mendoza, and you're investing in the Kubiak system. Tyler Linderbaum. Shocker, I know. Can't even believe Mitch said Tyler Linderbaum. Unbelievable. Kenneth Gainwell. All right, sneaky. Very, very sneaky, sir. Very, very sneaky. Somebody said Dean. Nakobe Dean could be up there. I mean, based on, like, price tag. Like, I think price tag for 3 for 36 for Nakobe Dean, I can make an argument is a better value than Linderbaum at $27 million. But there you go. And I would say that most people are probably going to, say Linderbaum or Dean.
Yeah, it's got to be Linderbaum.
Favorite signing is
Somebody
easily
said Matt
Dean
Gay.
from Helms. Hey, man.
Hey, kickers are people too.
I'll tell you this right now. How about this? MVP of today's show gets a Matt Gay jersey. You guys in? Whoever bangs the most, whoever bangs with me the most today, I'll get you a Raiders Matt Gay jersey. You have my word. You have my word. Sound good? Favorite signing from day 1 of free agency, you let me know down below.
Also, if you're excited for the Raiders to make some more moves.
Speaking of kicker moves,
Hit the like button.
Houston Texans have agreed to a 2-year, $13 million contract extension with Fairbairn.
Oh, cool.
2 for 13 for Fairbairn. Chuggs is going to go wild. Somebody said the Linderbaum. Oh, there's a Lindabang. There's a Linderbaum. I got some stuff cooking in the background for you guys. Don't worry.
Bang.
Jaime, yes. If anybody wants a Matt Gay Raiders jersey, I got you. MVP of today's show. No. People are going to be – I'm going to get a message from Parkinson's like, you know what, can you just delete that for me? Just delete that bang that I sent in earlier. Tyler, but I love the Quay move. Quay Walker from Robbie. Yeah, I mean,
He got paid a lot of money.
He did. He did. Though I was also surprised. Was I the only one that was kind of surprised on the amount of money that Carolina signed Devin Lloyd to?
Yeah.
3 years, $45 million, only $15 million per year. Again, I like Nakobe and Quay. I thought Lloyd was going to get $20 million plus.
Yeah.
I guess his market was not nearly as big as what we, the fans, anticipated. I mean, clearly. $15 million per year for Devin Lloyd. I would have much rather Devin Lloyd at that price tag than any of the linebackers that we got. At the same time, though, I do really like the combination of Quay Walker and Nakobe Dean. I do.
Cap is at around $58 million. I
Yep.
see so many questions in there.
Yeah, if you ever see it, just shout it out.
$58 million. Somewhere around there. Or 50 or 47, somewhere.
So on
somewhere around
over
that
the cap,
gauge.
over the cap says 58 mil, but that's also not counting Quay Walker and Eric Stokes' contract.
So maybe 47.
Could be. I don't know. I just know this. It's more than zero. Somewhere between zero and where we started is probably the best answer I can give you. Kevin, coming back. If the Raiders traded back from 14, how far back would the Raiders have to go in order to get a first-round pick next year? I actually don't know if it matters so much, like how far do you have to go back, as to who's available and what does that certain team need, right? Like, I'm looking right now at the Dallas Cowboys, right? So the Dallas Cowboys obviously have an extra first-round pick next season, right?
I think so.
I believe so.
Yeah, from the...
So, yeah, from whatchamacallit, Quinnen.
Yeah.
No, didn't they? I thought it was a first and a second for Quinnen. It might have been a first and a second for Quinnen.
Tom.
I know, right? Tom. But, like, let's just say there's certain teams that have specific needs, and there's a player that starts to slide down the board a little bit. Then, like, that's where, in my opinion, you could see a team go up and try to go get somebody. Like, I think about moves like that more as who's the team trading up for. It's higher on their board than like, how far do we have to trade back? I mean, sure, the further you trade back, the better chance it is. But I think the more important way to answer this is who's still available on the board, what guy's going to slide down, and could a team trade up? Like, I could see a team that needs still an offensive tackle. Let's say, certain teams didn't get an offensive tackle, left tackle, right tackle in free agency because some of the money was too rich, and then there's a little bit of a run on the offensive tackle position. Could you see a team like the 49ers, for example? They're picking at 27. A lot of rumors around Trent Williams. I don't think they're going to pay him. So if I'm the Niners, I'm going, I need to make sure I'm protecting Brock Purdy's blind side. What if they have a certain guy that they have ranked a lot higher, and then that guy is available? Could they go up and go get him? That's how I would think about it, I guess, in my mind. Appreciate the question, though.
Sir Chai.
What up, Sir Chai? I want Nick Cross, Juwan Jennings, and Tariq Woolen next. I mean, that's a lot of wants in there. I guess my biggest problem is who's going to play free safety for us. Because Nick Cross reminds me of exactly what we already have on our roster. We have more of I would consider a run-stopping safety. To me, we need somebody that can cover better. And Cross is not that option. I mean, it probably allows, to play Isaiah Paul-Mal a little bit more in that box safety role. But he's not a cover safety. Juwan Jennings would probably be the best receiver we have on our roster. And then Tariq, if I could rank any of those players, I would say Tariq Woolen would be number one, Juwan Jennings would be number two, Nick Cross would be number three for me based on what I would want and based on team fit overall. I mean, Big Raz is screaming draft Thieneman from Oregon. I'll say this. We had a few people say that name to me yesterday, and it was a name that I heard quite often at the Combine as well. The more and more I watch him, the more and more I am impressed by him. He's a special talent. I think he's a good player. What up, Toffer? Topher. Christ, I'll get it, Topher.
You all right?
Topher, is my legal name.
Yeah.
I'm a huge USC fan, so Lemon would be a dream. Our Amon-Ra St. Brown. I mean, dude, I'm telling you, from being up close and personal to Mackay, he was a really fun player to cover at the Combine. Also, he literally even said himself that he thought he played like Amon-Ra St. Brown. I know that other people were a little bit concerned about his, we'll call him, Combine antics. I think it was probably one of the most overblown stories from the Combine. But Mackay Lemon, he's the dog, man. And I think if we're going to add a receiver at 14, the other really important thing and why I like the comp here to Amon-Ra is we need a guy that's competitive. We need a guy that's tough. We need a competitor, but also a willing blocker. Too many receivers in today's day and age, they're like, oh, I don't get paid to block. I get paid to catch the football. I'm not going to give that effort, right? Like Devontae Adams, when he was a Raider, gave the worst effort on run plays because he didn't care. He was like, oh, the ball's not coming to me. I don't give a flying flip. If Mackay Lemon, and when you look at the tape, he wants to beat people up. My only other thing about it is he's a slot guy. I look at Jack Besh and I go, slot outside. Mackay Lemon, slot outside. Trey Tucker, slot. We don't really truly have an X. Now, if the Raiders want to go a lot of 12 personnel, They want to put Brock Bowers out there. That's where I think that makes it a little bit easier, makes it a little bit more interesting. I got a few extra people joining our duck race here. I just saw Keith Crego. Do the pets go there? Keith, what's up, man? I got you in. Troyal Maldonado in, and then Michael Houston also getting it in. 20 to win, $160. Sir Chai, move Darian Porter back to wide receiver. Glazen Grant at guard. No. I believe in Darian Porter. I just think Porter is the type of player that needs good coaching. He's raw. And when you're super raw and you got high upside, low floor, and you're still learning the position, I think we fell in love with the move last offseason and last season because we're like, we got Pete Carroll. He's a cornerback whisperer. But also now sitting here on March 10th, I look back and I go, that Raiders coaching staff was a disgrace to the term coaching staff. If anything, there's probably better to the term staff, like an infection. So, like, I look at a guy like, a young player in Darian Porter and go, did he get the best coaching possible? I don't know if he did. Did any of our young players get the best coaching possible? I don't know if they did. Mitch, I want to call out your coworker that posted a video of free agency winners and losers. He had the Raiders as losers. I don't know his name, but he doesn't know what the freak he is talking about in this video. I mean, I'll say this. I 100% agree with you that if the Raiders were listed as losers, that's bad. I don't know who it was. I don't make those videos. I'm actually shocked that the Raiders got labeled as losers. I guess, if you want to send it to me, I'm literally about to go on our Chat Sports page right now. I'll share it if you guys want to go give them hell. I actually think it was Durham.
People looking at, I don't understand. If you want to label the Raiders as losers because maybe you overpaid a couple people, when you have that much money, use it. That's how you leverage in free agency. I'm going to go to this team because I'd rather play for that team, and they're giving me this amount of money. Well, you go, all right, we'll give you this amount of money if you come play for us. We're like, whoa, that's a lot of money. I'm going to go play there. It's like, why not use the money that you have?
Yeah, I think calling the Raiders losers, to be honest, is a really, really bad take. But, hey, he's going to make the content. I don't want them telling me what type of content to make, just like I'm not going to tell our guys what type of content to make. However, I just commented on it. I shared it on my Instagram story. Let's go give him hell. So I just looked at the hidden comments. There's a lot of hidden comments on there, I would say, from people that watch this show. Raider fans not happy about it. Drew, would you offer pick 36 and 102 for Brain Thomas Jr.? I think it's a no-brainer. I would. Like, to me, you have then 2 other fourth-round picks. You're able to get a number 1 receiver that you're going to be able to get on a cheap deal because he's only going to make $2 million this upcoming season. So, yes, I would. I would. I don't want to give up my first. I don't want to give up a first-round pick in general. But pick 36, 102 for Brian Thomas Jr., that's a great investment in Fernando Mendoza. Eric. MPJ. Michael Pittman Jr. was traded for a 6th. Think Brian Thomas Jr. would be available for a 3rd. No. So I think you're looking at just the player and the stats. And far too often, like I see it all the time on social media, and it's why I do want people to watch the show, because I'm not saying that but I think people will become a smarter Raiders fan, smarter NFL watching the show. You're looking at a 29-year-old Michael Pittman Jr., who I believe is in the final year of his contract. And then you got Brian Thomas Jr., who's only 23 years old, still got 2 years left on his rookie deal. So the moment that Indianapolis went out and gave Alec Pierce that giant contract, that told Michael Pittman Jr., I'm not going to get a new deal. So because of the age at 29, final year of the contract, that's much easier player to move on from compared to Brian Thomas Jr., who's still young on a very cheap contract. So, no, I don't think you're going to be able to get him for a 3rd. And if they traded you a 3rd for him, I would be happy, but I would be like wondering in the back of my mind, why did that happen? Because that doesn't add up to me. Robert, if we trade back at 14, get 16 and a 3rd from the Jets, I mean, I'd be okay with it. Is that where? So what? The Jets are at pick 16. You get a third-round pick and you go back to 16. I'm okay with that because again, when I did my Raiders targets at pick 14 video, the amount of talent, the amount of players that I really liked in that 10, 8 to 20 window, there wasn't too much of a difference. It was really based on more, what did we do in free agency? Where do we stand right now? But I think that that's an okay value. And I would say if you're the Raiders and you do that type of move, it means that you have a lot of other players on your board. And you're like, I would take that guy, I would take that guy, I would take that guy. And the way that you can have that flexibility is doing what the Raiders are doing in free agency, getting a lot of starters, filling a lot of team needs. Ghost, I love all the signings, but as a 40-plus year Raider fan, a part of me is still afraid to be excited. We can't win after these moves. We are officially cursed. You know, I do not blame any Raider fan for feeling this way. I don't, and I guarantee you this, Ghost, you're not the only one. Who here feels the exact same way that Ghost does? Type me down below because I'll say this right now. Me. I love all the moves that the Raiders have made. I understand the direction that they did. I understand what they are trying to accomplish, and I'm buying into what they're selling me because what they're selling me is a team that knew what they wanted, they had a plan, they were aggressive, and they were ready to capitalize. That's exactly what you're looking for in a front office and a coaching staff going into a season where you have the number 1 overall pick and now the most money in salary cap. They did what they were supposed to do, and they filled tons of needs after trading Maxx Crosby. You literally have 9 quality starters, 11 quality players in total. I mean, they crushed it. But I hear you loud and clear, right? You know, it's one of those situations where until it happens, I don't know if I'm ever going to believe it. Got some news here. The Chargers and cornerback Dean Leonard have agreed to terms of a 1-year, $2 million deal. Also, this is kind of interesting. Lamar Jackson is set to count $74.5 million against the cap tomorrow afternoon. The Ravens can lower that number by extending him or doing a simple contract restructure. Baltimore has repeatedly said it hopes, of course it loads, it hopes to extend their MVP quarterback. They traded for Maxx Crosby.
They're extending it.
They're extending Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
So get ready for it. But, Ghost, I hear you, dude. And, I mean, look at it down below. Mickey Camacho, we got over 4,800 people here in the building right now. And if you feel the exact same way Ghost does, click that me button. Seriously, click it.
Click that me button.
Click that me button. Mitch, it's Rich. Who we signing today, bro? Mitch, it's Rich. That's awesome. I'm hoping that we find a free safety. I would like for the Raiders to be able to go out and add another player on that defensive line. I would like another edge rusher. I think that would make a lot of sense for this organization. But to me, those are our top 3 needs right now. Like the needs that you see above, running back could be another interesting one. Does this team go out and add a fullback tight end hybrid? I think that there's plenty of options at that position. 2 birds, 1 stone in the draft, like a Max Bredesen from Michigan, a Riley Nowakowski from Indiana. But to me, free safety, you can never have too much help on the trenches in any regard. Linebacker, in terms of outside linebacker, more of the edge. That's where I'm hoping. And we're somewhere around $50 million, so we have money to spend. Hopefully. Rich Moreno, shout out to you, man. To the 4,500 people that are here right now. If you don't know, I am going to be live every single day this entire week. Make sure you click that subscribe button. Make sure you turn on those notifications because anytime Raiders news happens, I promise you, I got you covered. I just in a duck, Mitch. Where are we at?
There we go.
I jumped in on the duck race. Holy cow. I was going to say, it sounds like you got some peanut butter in your bill. I would say right now it's a $20 Venmo, chance to win $160 on the Raiders Report.
That's awesome.
I mean, and it's only going to go up from here. Again, yesterday we did over $2,000 in money giveaway. So I would say if you want a chance to win some money, get it in right now. The last name that I saw was Michael Houston. I see Young JMC. He got 2 of them. And then Daniel Harvey got it in. But then also Peter got in March Madness. Peter L. I'm going to hopefully have L. Trella. So that means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spots left for March Madness.
Wow.
Only 6 spots left. We will fill this up by the end of today, and I'll say I think we even fill it up as closely as
next hour or so.
Yeah, probably the next hour. Dude, YouTube is going crazy right now.
Yeah.
I saw we just went all the way up to 5,000 people and all the way down to 3,000. Like that.
The hell?
We just did.
Actually, it's because you walked in.
Could have been. Could have been.
Yeah.
MJ, anybody asking how much cap space we have left? We're somewhere around 50, 58 million.
Make it short?
Somewhere around 50 to 58 million dollars is where we are at.
Gamey.
Drew, what would you take Bryce Lane on day 3? So small school, wide receiver, interesting target. I mean, Chuggs and I have talked about him from time to time. We did take him in our mock draft the other day. I mean, there is some interesting upside there, no doubt about it. Would I want a better receiver option? Yes, I would, because I think we need a little bit more. White Hat, what's up, man? Sorry if you already mentioned this. Meredith moving back to left guard. I think that there's an opportunity. Like, to me, if I'm going to tender Jordan Meredith at about $3.5 million, I would like him more at left guard or right guard. He played 365 snaps last season. If you want to show the list for, you can. Also, he played about 200 snaps at right guard in 2024. I might have said last season. Last season, he played center mainly. But in 2024, he played a lot of guard. 365 at the left spot, 200 snaps at the right guard spot, and he was significantly better. 574 snaps in total, and as you can see those numbers, an 80.8 overall grade, better pass protector, better run blocker. Unfortunately for the Raiders, and unfortunately for Jordan Meredith, Brennan Carroll was our offensive line coach and said, well, if it's not broken, I'm going to try to fix it, and I'm going to put him at center instead of JPJ.
That's hilarious.
A report just came out. According to a report that just came out, all signs are pointing to Gino Smith going back to the Jets. Oh, Connor Hughes, then that's solid. Connor Hughes got a lot of ties there.
I wonder if he.
I mean, is he your starter?
I was gonna say, I wonder if he starts.
I mean,
right
I'll
away.
tell you this right now. Credit the New York Jets. They're going to take a page out of the Raiders' book. They're like, how do I get the number 1 overall pick?
They're
you
doing
go
their
get
best.
Geno Smith.
They're doing their best. That's for sure.
I mean, you just saw what the Raiders did. I mean, where's that tweet, Chuggs? Can you send that to me? Oh, okay. I gotcha. I'll get this. Yeah, I actually don't see it. There's like a video of him kind of talking about Geno. Yep.
The autumn
Smart
wind.
move by the Jets.
Any thoughts on maybe bringing Nate Hobbs back? Love you, Mitch and Chuggs. Thanks. Been a sub since 2022. Raiders. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I like Nate Hobbs. I think he wants to be a Raider. Just got released by the Packers this morning.
You can keep going. I'm just trying to tweet.
Next one. Drew 909. Thanks for the super chat. I just
Drew,
read it.
shout out to you, man. Appreciate you tuning in, man.
Stormy Seas with another a lot to say.
A lot of stormy seas out there. Again, if you guys send in a super and it doesn't work, or if you, or for whatever reason you don't type anything in, comment. We'll try to get it up.
Six Gaming said, "Oh, good. I love you, Reed." Thanks, Six.
6. Desi, what's your opinion on making a move for Brandon Ayuk? Absolutely, positively,
that is not
no.
what this team needs right now.
I mean, Brandon Ayuk is the definition of a headache. Brandon Ayuk is the definition right now of a cancer off the field, and you just don't need somebody like
You
that.
don't want someone that drives that.
I mean,
fast.
think about a player that got $30 million and then completely quit on the team, went MIA, went crazy. Like, I have no interest in Brandon Ayuk. He'd have to play for free for me to even be kind of interested. And even then, I don't think I'd be interested because I don't want that guy in my locker room. I don't want that guy around other players. So, no, I'm not interested in Ayuk. We got some Panthers news here. They're releasing veteran defensive tackle A'Shawn Robinson. I actually think that's an intriguing player to put in the middle of a 3-4. Stormy, we need a legit wide receiver, offensive line, defensive line, Trey Hendrickson. I mean, our offensive line is no longer a concern of mine. Like, we can still get better, but I wouldn't say that it's a need. Like, I think right now, if the season started today, we would have enough players to be able to put together a top 15 version of an offensive line. Yeah. Can you get better? Of course. Would I want to get better? Of course. But in terms of defensive ends, I think defensive end is a bigger need than offensive line, and I think wide receiver is a bigger need than our offensive line. Sean, Mitch, and Reed just had to throw this out there. I was watching multiple different outlets stating that we were losers yesterday. We were botched the Linderbaum contract. I think we did great. Love what you do. I think the way that people are going to look at the Linderbaum contract, if you only look at it as the Raiders gave a center $27 million, I think that's very low-level NFL analysis, because the way that you got to look at it from a Raiders standpoint, again, like this is why I want people to watch this show, you're not only investing in Tyler Linderbaum, but what's really important about it is you're investing in Ashton Genty. You're investing in Fernando Mendoza. You're investing in the flipping Klint Kubiak system. So, yes, you overpaid, but also at the same time, if you got more money than everybody else, it's okay to overpay. Like, I had this conversation with somebody yesterday, and I go, think about it like, you're trying to buy a house. The Raiders had more money than anybody, and if you end up spending more money than what people thought that house value was worth, but you got your dream home, does it matter? No, because you have more money than everybody else as the spend, then that's okay to do it. What I want people to look at is the percentage of money the Raiders use in their salary cap compared to the percentage that everybody else would have had to use. Like, that shows me that the Raiders had a need. They went out and they got their guy. I want an organization that knows what they want and knows how to go get it. Like, that's a good mark of an organization. Like, people can say what they want about what Sean McVay does. You know what? He don't give a shit. You know why? Because he's going to get good results out of it. I think sometimes Mark Davis, the Raiders have cared too much about what other people think instead of going out and getting exactly what they want. They went out and got exactly what they want. I'll admit, I was shocked to see our chat sports guy say the Raiders were losers. But, again, I'm not going to tell people how to make their own content. I think anybody calling the Raiders losers, yeah, Durham had them as a loser. Again, like, you added 9 starters. I don't know how on God's green earth anybody thinks that the Raiders were losers yesterday. Sup, brother? Dream pick at 14. Let's go, fam. I would say right now, Carnell Tate.
Ooh.
He's an option. He's going to be number 1. And if you guys want to go check out my video, seriously, go check it out. You might have missed it. It was on Sunday. The top targets for the Raiders to take at 14. I know that was before free agency, but I would still say Ruben Bain, Carnell Tate, those are my top 2 options at 14. Also, Riverside! Bang! Bitches love Mendoza, Raris and Rovers. Dude, what a great song.
Great song.
Great song might be a stretch. It's an elite song that my buddies and I listened to in college.
Yep.
Great pre-game song.
Oh, yeah.
Also, Riverside Raiders, shout out to you. You're when you pop up on here, my dad always talks about you. Now, I'm guessing you're from Riverside, California, where I grew up, though. I grew up in the 570. I always say I'm from Danville, Pennsylvania, and I am from Danville, Pennsylvania. But then also, there's a giant river. It's called the Susquehanna, and it runs right between Danville and Riverside. And when I was a kid, my dad lived in Riverside. My mom lived in Danville. And I went to Danville High School, Danville Middle School, Danville Elementary. But I spent a lot of time with my mom and dad both. Again, they were divorced. It's okay. And I would always travel back and forth, back and forth. So every time he sees Riverside, every time he sees you, we'll talk about it afterwards. He wants me to tell you that he says that he lives in, it's Riverdan Sideville, which is the worst dad joke of all time. But I love him, so I'm going to tell you anyway. No, you're right. It's probably not the worst dad joke of all time. No, it's pretty corny. Nick, nothing serious, just a fun idea. What about trading the number 1 overall pick for Jordan Love, Packers' first-round pick, and have him start for us?
Packers don't have a first-round pick, I
Well, I was going to say, where's the Packers' first-round pick coming up? Because they gave it away from Micah.
Yeah.
Unless,
So it would be
unless
next year?
did they add? Well, they gave it up for Micah, did they not?
For the next 2 years.
Yeah, they're not. So I'll say this: I would rather Fernando Mendoza than Jordan Love.
Yeah.
And people might be surprised in me saying that because Love does have a lot of upside. Love is an interesting player, I think, in a Kubiak system. And, I don't know how many people remember saying this. Type me down below. A few years ago when Aaron Rodgers was still on Green Bay, I said if I was the Raiders, I would give up a fourth-round pick, maybe even a third-round pick for Jordan Love. I would make the trade. I liked him a lot out of Utah State. I got a few people that clown me. But, again, I think I do quarterback evaluations really well. I think I've been very spot on with my QB evals over the past few years, more in the draft probably so than free agency. But Jordan Love, I like him. I want Mendoza. I want Mendoza. I want Mendoza. I want Mendoza. Also, I don't know if you guys saw the news that happened late last night. Elijah Vera Tucker ended up signing a 3-year, $42 million deal. Young JMC, what's up, my brother? I got you in both the duck races. I put you in one as Young JMC, and then the other one I just put you in as JMC. GS, sign Jennings, wide receiver 1. Draft a Boley at 14. Free agency is done. We still need a free safety. I'd still say we need another defensive end. We need somebody that can help us get after the quarterback, maybe another outside linebacker. To say that free agency would be done after that, I don't agree with. Juwan Jennings is not a number 1, and I don't think anybody here thinks he's a number 1. He's played the number 1 role the past 2 seasons in San Francisco because Brandon Ayuk has gone MIA. But, the way that I would look at Jennings is he's a good wide receiver 2. It would be the worst probably wide receiver 1 situation in the NFL. But then again, if you had Jennings, you had Trey Tucker, you had Jalen Nailor, you have Jack Besh. That's 4 really good receivers that you could pair with Michael Mayer and Brock Bowers if you do really plan on implementing a lot more 12, potentially even 13 personnel. Let's get it going. Riverside! Bang! Shout out to Papa Renz. My dad, if there's anybody that hates the new YouTube setup, it's my dad, and it's because he doesn't like that his name doesn't pop up as Richard Renz anymore, and he can't figure out how to change it. So if you guys ever see MMMM Pops 365, that's my dad. But I don't. My dad actually today, he called off work for the first time, and I want to say it's the first day my dad's ever called off work since I was in college.
Whoa.
He was really sick today, he told me. So, really sick. Again, my dad's a freak, and I mean that in the nicest way possible. I think I have really good work ethic. My dad and my grandfather are, crazy. Yeah. Chuggs goes, oh, shout out to Amy for my dad being a freak. But, no, my dad told me today, he goes, I'm not going to work today. So, he might be watching. I don't know how much he's going to be watching. Again, for my dad not to go to work is I was actually concerned. I was trying to talk to him about him. Are you good? What's happening? What are you doing? But there's a chance my dad might be here today. But I appreciate that. I know my dad does too. For anybody that's ever watched this show knows, my dad's, that's my guy. It's my best friend. I hope that I have a relationship with my kids the same way that I do with my mom and dad. I mean, they were always there for me, and I think at the end of the day, that's all you can really care about as a kid. Rob, can we make trading for Brian Thomas Jr. go viral? I'm all in. Well, Rob, what do you want to give up? I want to know down below. What would you guys give up?
What the hell?
What would you guys give up? Let me know down below. Brian Thomas Jr., what would you give up? Let me know. Second round pick. You're going to give up a first round pick. You're going to add a player. Or you're going to do a second and a fourth. The more and more I think about it, I think a second and a fourth round pick probably has to be where that compensation is. If you're going to say, if you're not willing to give up a second round pick, Chuggs! Braden Smith signing a 2-year deal with the Houston Texans. Braden Smith going to the Houston Texans on a 2-year deal. The top right tackle is off the board. Wow, oh wow, oh wow. That's a phenomenal move for Houston. They've been moving on. They've been traded some players. Now you're going to get a 29-year-old guy that was in your division. In interdivision, you swap that guy out, that's a big-time move. Also, Molly Man! Bang! Molly, 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 Molly. I used to pray for times like this, to grind like this. Let's go get Rasheed Walker. See, I don't know. Is Rasheed Walker going to play right tackle? Nick Cross, not a free safety. Maybe Joel Bitonio is the offensive guard. To me, I know you're throwing out these names here. The problem with a lot of these moves are the Raiders, I think they're actually a lot better on the offensive line than they're going to get credit for. Another Texans move.
Whoa.
The Texans are also adding former Ravens linebacker Jake Hummel on a 2-year deal.
Whoa!
Oh, my God, Jake Hummel. It's unbelievable. Yeah, see, like Rasheed Walker, young player, has really, I don't know if he's ever played right tackle. He's only played left tackle. So if I'm Walker and I'm coming off the year that I personally just did, it's not a great year, but it's an okay year. I would imagine he wants to play left tackle. Nick Cross isn't a free safety. You're not going to, I don't think that people are going to like that move a lot. And then Joel Bitonio is no doubt a great offensive guard, but I do think that the Raiders' offensive line is a lot better, and I am curious to see what it looks like with proper coaching at those positions. I personally would say no to Joel Bitonio and yes to drafting a lineman higher, because the reason why I would rather draft a lineman higher is because then you could build that repertoire with JPJ, Tyler Linderbaum, that young guy. Linderbaum's 26 years old, and then you have your interior offensive line or more of your offensive line ready to rock. Like, to me, if the Raiders went out and they signed Rasheed Walker, I would get worried about a potential, like, Kolton Miller trade. Because I would see Walker then probably playing left tackle, and could the Raiders try to do this rebuild a little bit more, moving on from an older Kolton. But I don't want to move on from Kolton Miller because he's a great leader, very well respected, one of the final Oakland players, and I think Kolton Miller is a better left tackle than Rasheed Walker. And because you made that, you're going to make the investment in Mendoza. You can't shy away from the best left tackle on the board. But Molly Man, I appreciate you. Also, TJ Parkinson. Bang! Here we go. Let's get it. Dude, I've been so excited for free agency all frickin' day today, man. And I say all frickin' day, and I know I've only been live here for 2 hours. Not a lot of things have happened. Also, with that bang, TJ Parkinson has reclaimed the MVP title over Riverside Raider. Reminder, whoever wins MVP today, I'll get you a Raiders jersey from any player that they sign of your choice. If you want a Matt Gay Raiders jersey, I got you. I got you. If you want whoever the MVP is today, whatever Raiders jersey you want from somebody that they sign in free agency, I'm going to get you. Fair enough? Can be any player that they sign in free agency. I'll get you a jersey.
Speaking of which, let's ask this question again while I go to the restroom.
Favorite signing from day one of free agency? Let me know down below. Let me know down below, y'all. We'll give some shout-outs here on the program. Got 4,000 people here in the building. If you haven't already, hit that like button. It does help me out a lot. I'm sure some people probably get annoyed when I talk about do this, do that, but I say that because it is important for you guys to help us out. It really does. Oh, my God. That's it? Listen to this Braden Smith deal. 2 years, $20 million. Max value, $25 million a year. I'll say this right now. Braden Smith at that type of contract, I thought he was going to get $17, $18, $19, $20 million a year. I mean, $10 million for Braden Smith. So, again, but it's worth up to $25 million. I look at this deal. It's a one-year prove-it deal for Houston. This is a great deal for the Texans. So it's $13.5 million fully guaranteed. So, I mean, obviously that means if he's great, he's going to make that full 25, and then he's going to play out his entirety of his contract. Though, if he plays great, I could see them giving him a brand new deal next offseason. Braden Smith, I look at that deal as 1 year prove-it deal for $13.5 million. I mean, that's an outstanding deal for the Texans, who've moved on from some offensive linemen who also need to be able to show that they are investing in C.J. Stroud. Wesley says Nakobe Dean for sure. All right, so I would say most people are saying Dean. Most people are saying Linderbaum. I mean, Eric Stokes right there. Interesting. That's what you call a steal from Big Raz. Yeah. Why didn't we sign him from Go? I do think the Raiders are a lot more confident in some of the pieces on that offensive line than people realize. Like you never know, right? Like I look at what Devin Lloyd made yesterday, $15 million per year, and I said the same thing. I go, why didn't the Raiders show interest in that? I mean, you never know. Maybe coaches hear something. Maybe coaches think about fit in that regard. But I mean, Braden Smith, 2 for 20 up to 25. I mean, that's good for Chuggs, man. That's a really, really good deal. We got a few people that are now getting in our March Madness. I'll say this might be your final opportunity to get in. Daniel Harvey, March Madness. Sean Forbes, March Madness. Danny Hassler, March Madness, which means 3 March Madness spots to go. Brian Nichols in our duck race, I see you. TJ Park, I got you. And then we got another one coming in here from Young JMC. Desi Turner, Matt Vasquez in the duck race. So today we're going to do a duck race 50-50 raffle. Right now it's a $20 Venmo. You go home with $250. If you want to get in our March Madness bracket here at the Raiders Report, it's a $50 Venmo, but we only have 3 spots left. So if you end up sending me something after all the spots are filled, I will just send you back the money, or I'll put you in the duck race. I'll leave it up to you. But only 3 spots left. Do you think since you peed, I could go pee? Thank you. Go says Hobbs is a dog in the nickel. I agree. Like I think you could still pursue Nate Hobbs, but it would be more of a secondary depth play. The only other problem with Hobbs is not going to be somebody that I would really use on special teams with all the injuries. So having a backup that's not really a special teams player, don't necessarily love it. But at the same time, I think Nate Hobbs should want to play for the Raiders in a nickel role because he's not an outside guy. All right, so here's what's going to happen. I'm going to step out real quick. I'm going to go use the restroom. I'm just going to try to get a few bites of our lunch that just came in. Here's my deal out there, and we'll see how this thing ends up going down. We've had a lot of bangs already here on the show. Obviously, I appreciate all the bangs. They're wild. They make the show lots and lots and lots of fun, okay? I want to give a special shout-out, though, to everybody that supports this program. So what I want to be able to do here is comment down below anything that Reed asks you. Maybe it's your favorite day one signing in that regard. But if we get 3 bangs while I'm gone, I'm going to crack open a Happy Dab. We're going to start this sipping, and you already know. Once the drinks start flowing, you never know how the Raiders Report's going to go. Okay? Ready? Set. Let's get it.
All right. I missed some of the answers for this, but when does Henry Ruggs get out of jail? Not sure, but I don't know if we want to sign Henry Ruggs. Big Raz said Dean. I think Dean is he's a lot of people will say, hey, what about the injuries? It's tough sometimes, but you got to take a chance on a guy who had 128 tackles and won a Super Bowl with the Philadelphia Eagles in 2024. When he's healthy, he's a really, really good linebacker. Raider James said Matt Gay. Hey, kickers are people too. You need to have a good kicker because you know what happens when you don't. All right, I got a little bit of a challenge for you guys. 1 second. Alrighty. So, we are having a competition in this hour from it is 2 p.m. Eastern Time, 1 p.m. Central. In this next hour, we got 50 minutes. We want to have the most likes out of all the streams that are live right now. So we do a lot of free agency coverage here. A lot of other teams, a lot of different channels are live right now. We have, let's see how many likes we have. We have almost 1,500 likes. If we can get to 2,000 likes in the next 30 minutes, that'll really push us ahead of a lot of different streams right now. So if you guys haven't already, make sure you hit the like button. Trying to be the best here at Chat Sports. We always want the Raiders Report to be on top. So if you haven't already, like the video. Yeah, there's some teams that are creeping up right now. The Cowboys are around 1,000 likes, so don't want to lose. Don't want to lose the Cowboys, especially. The Cowboys Report is live right now. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Let's recap some of the stuff that has happened this morning, because we've got a little bit of a tracker here. Let's see here. All right, a lot of Texans stuff has happened, so let's just take a little trip down memory lane of what has happened today in day 2 of NFL free agency, and then I'll go through some day 1 stuff as well. So, Jake Hummel, linebacker to the Texans. I actually do not know who Jake Hummel is, but shout out to him for getting a deal done, 2-year deal with the Texans. And then Braden Smith, Colts offensive tackle, goes to the Texans, 2-year deal, $20 million, $13.5 guaranteed. Looks like Jeremy's going to go live. There we go. Jeremy's going live. So if you guys want to hang out with Jeremy while he talks about the Texans, hey, by all means, go hang out with Jeremy. But Dean Leonard, 1-year deal, cornerback, back to the Chargers. Kaimi Fairbairn, another Texan, kicker, $13 million, 2 years, $13 million, which is, hey, pretty good for him. Let me reset this here. Let's continue on. Marcos said F the Texans. Hey, Jeremy's from Houston, covering his team. Big Raz saying smash that like button and hit the bell. Shout out to you, Raz. M. Dot agreed. Not know. Should we trade a 14th pick? Should we trade our 14th pick and for a player like Nico Collins? They're not trading Nico Collins. I don't think they would trade Nico Collins. But you never know. All right. Micah McFadden, linebacker, back to the Giants. Zane Gonzalez, oh my God.
The Las Vegas Raiders, I'm back. Come on, give me on.
Oh my goodness.
Give me on. We got some breaking news here. The Las Vegas Raiders have just traded Geno Smith to the New York Jets. This is a big-time move for the Silver and Black. It was expected that Geno was going to be released by the Raiders, but the New York Jets are taking on Geno Smith's contract. This is going to add a massive amount of money to the Raiders' salary cap space. So with the Raiders, if they would have cut Geno Smith, okay, Geno Smith, we would have saved $8.5 million. We would have $18 million. But because the New York Jets are making the trade for Geno Smith, this now means that the Raiders are saving $26 million this season. The New York Jets, they take on $26 million for Geno Smith, and then there's $0 million guaranteed, $39 million in salary cap space next season, but the Jets have just traded for Geno Smith. Are you fucking kidding me, New York? Let's go! Geno obviously started his career with the Jets, and the trade is this. The Raiders are sending Gino Smith and a 7th-round pick to the Jets in exchange for a 2026 6th-round pick. So the Raiders send Geno, the Raiders send a 7th-round pick. We get a 6th-round pick in return. So essentially the 6th-round pick swap that we just did with Buffalo, we're getting that pick back here. What an unbelievable deal by mother effing John Spytek, baby.
That's huge. That is huge.
Oh, my goodness. Breaking news that I never saw coming. The Las Vegas Raiders are trading Geno Smith to the New York Jets. Wherever you're watching this video, hit that subscribe button, turn on those notifications, give me a follow. We're about to go the F off here on the Raiders Report because I can't even believe that New York decided to do this. There's going to be some people going, well, wait, Mitch, I thought the Raiders cut Geno. It was expected that Las Vegas was going to cut him, but because the new league year hasn't begun yet, nothing is officially official yet. So the Jets come in, they sweep in, they trade for Geno, who started their career here. The reason why this is really, really big, though, and why, shout out to John Spytek, shout out to Klint Kubiak, shout out to Tom Brady, this gives us $26 million in salary cap space because New York takes on the entirety of that deal. So the Raiders are sending Geno Smith and a 7th-round pick, and in return, we got a 6th-round pick. Shout out to all of y'all. Geno, later, loser. Let's frickin' go, man. Geno Smith traded. Holy effing shit. Holy effing shit, dude. Geno Smith has been traded. I knew that we anticipated that Geno wasn't going to be on this roster, but it's the fact that we're adding the amount of money that we're about to add now. Because, if you cut Geno, excuse me, I literally just shoveled food in my mouth. If you cut Geno Smith, again, Mark would have had to eat $18 million, and you would have saved $8 million. Now with this trade, you get $26 extra million to be able to spend. I can't even stress the importance of this deal. So then you think about the Taron Johnson deal that the Raiders made on Sunday. That was a 6-7 pick swap. We're essentially getting that 6th-round pick back here. In terms of which pick this is exactly, I'm trying to find the exact order.
Oh, I can turn around.
What?
You're good.
I am absolutely speechless. The fact that this deal just went down. So the trade that the Raiders end up getting, the New York Jets, that 6th-round pick that they had, the only 6th pick that I see is pick 208. So I am anticipating now that the Raiders are adding pick 208 for the draft. I think we're getting pick 208. So I don't know which pick the Raiders traded away to Buffalo. But we're getting now, I'm going to say right around pick 208, massive, massive, massive trade for the Las Vegas Raiders. Oh, my goodness. Need this ASAP. Please, please, please. I'm telling you right now, give me your one-word reaction. I'm shocked. But shout out to John Spytek, man, for continuously cooking it up right now. I can't believe it, man. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Classic Jets from Greg. You're right. This is a bonehead move. Oh! Let's go! Not a 1, not a 2, but a 3-banger. Raider! Catch Joey! Let's go! If you're just now joining, yes! This is not the Matrix. This is not some other world. I feel like I'm in Rick and Morty right now. Am I living? Is this real life? The Las Vegas Raiders are trading Geno Smith to the New York Jets. The Raiders are also giving up a 7th-round pick. And in return, we get a 6th-round pick. And most importantly, we just saved $26 million. $26 million added to the salary cap. $26 million added to the salary cap. And then a Raider for life. Bang! 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 Mitch, you and your crew are the best. Raider fans are the best, and a big thanks to the New York Jets. Wow. Bye-bye, Geno. Bye-bye, Geno. Also, other NFL breaking news. Romeo Doubs, he's going to the New England Patriots.
Ooh.
It's an interesting deal. But, I mean, it tells me this, that New York thought everything that happened last season was a Geno Smith issue. That tells me, we just saved $26 million. We now have so much extra money to go out and get some of these other big-name players that I didn't really think we were going to be able to get. I am shocked that New York made this deal. Bad organizations stay bad for a reason. And I literally just tweeted out, I mean, if you're the New York Jets, you take a page out of the Raiders book, you go get Geno Smith, and then you're going to have the number 1 overall pick. So, I mean, here's the other really good part about it. The last time a team traded away Geno, they won the Super Bowl. Why not us, man? Why not us, man? Let's go, dude. Shout out to John Spytek for absolutely cooking this up. Wow, Romeo Doubs, 4 years, $70 million. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So coming up here on the Raiders Report, can we get Geno Smith in the title of this live Geno Smith trade?
Yeah.
So here's what's going to happen. We're going to break down everything there is to know around the Geno Smith trade. Ultimately, why this is just I've covered a lot of Raiders trades in my days. This might be one of the biggest wins for the Silver and Black based on the fact that you're getting rid of a cancer in Geno. You're adding $26 million. You got, I mean, bro, you basically traded Geno in a 7th. You got a 6th-round pick in return. This is one of the greatest trades I've ever seen the Raiders pull off. If you don't think that 2026 feels differently, oh, wow. Geno Smith, already in New Jersey. He's already at the Jets facility today. Geno Smith has just been traded. Traded to the Jets. Bro, I almost want to. My dad's going to be heartbroken. My dad is going to be absolutely heartbroken. Nah. Nah. Hey. Go F yourself, Geno. I am on cloud 9 right now. Geno Smith has just been traded to the New York Jets. Preston said, Mitch, drink a boot. If somebody drops a $500 Venmo, I'm doing a boot. I'm doing a boot. I'm sure I might even do a Linderbaum boot.
There goes your voice.
Yeah, my voice. I did such a good job today. Such a good job keeping the voice intact. And then you threw a deep ball down the sidelines, and my hammy might have just popped. It don't matter. You're going to have to carry me out on a stretcher not to finish this show. You're going to have to literally cut my legs off for me not to stand up here for the rest of this show, because when the Raiders make a move like this and you save $26 million, I expect the Raiders to now make an aggressive move. You just opened up $26 extra million. Go get one of your guys. Go get somebody that can be an instant impact starter on both offense, defense. We still have tons of needs. I am beside myself. Geno Smith traded to the Jets. We save $26 million in 2026. I'm not often speechless on this show. I am in just complete and utter shock. I want to celebrate. I want to run around. I want to cheer. It would be so cool if we had Wi-Fi where I could get my clips out. That would be iconic. Someday we'll get it. I mean, dude, I'm telling you this right now. New York Jets, what are you doing? I mean, I would have said whatever team trades for Geno Smith, you're trying to put yourself, like, this to me is an Aaron Glenn saving his job type of move. Aaron Glenn's probably going, I don't love a lot of the quarterbacks that are out there, but then also to all the Raiders fans out there that wanted to trade the number 1 overall pick, no quarterback is guaranteed, right? And you look at the Jets, you're going to have all the first-round picks in their entire world. Think about how Jets fans feel right now, where they just gave away all these great Sauce Gardner, Quinn Williams. They give away all these picks in their hope to get a future quarterback, and instead you bring back Geno Smith, a guy that's been one of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL, and a team that Seattle traded away. They win the freaking Super Bowl. The team that just had Geno Smith gets the number 1 overall pick. I literally, I can't believe what I'm watching right now. I can't believe it. And if you're tuning in right now here on this show, we got 5,000 people here on the Raiders Report right now. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. We're going to go into everything that you need to know around Geno Smith. But the money that's added is so important. I mean, like, this is the best free agency the Raiders have ever done. This is the best offseason that the Raiders have ever done. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Unbelievable.
I can't believe it. Let's roll through some super chats here on the show. I mean, somebody said Trey Hendrickson incoming. If you wanted to go get Trey Hendrickson now, you can. $26 million, go give it to Trey Hendrickson. Imagine trading Geno Smith for Trey Hendrickson. I mean, you know, like, I know people might not look at it like that, but you make a deal like you just did, I think even the Raiders got to be shocked that this deal ended up going down. All right, I'm going to try to share this. I can't get it to go out. I tried to tweet out this video 10 minutes ago, but unfortunately we don't have any internet here. It would be great if we could get some. It's almost out on Instagram as well. Oh, dude, insane, insane, insane. I want to see the exact money. Now, I do wonder if the Raiders potentially eat some of this money as well. Like, all right, so here's the trade. The Jets get pick 228 and Geno Smith. The Raiders get pick 208. So the Raiders get pick 208. The New York Jets get 228 and Geno Smith. So we basically just turned 228 to 208, and we just added $26 million in salary cap. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I can't believe it.
There you go.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it, man. Cast Joey! Bang! This is an amazing offseason. Solid free agent so far and managed to really get Geno Smith traded. Let's effing go. This isn't a typical offseason. Believe me when I say this, y'all. I understand that there's a lot of Raiders fans out there that are probably in the same boat as me. Until this team wins, it's almost like it seems like a fairy tale. It seems like that you're not going to be able to believe it. The 2026 offseason is different. 2026 offseason is different. I don't know what, I don't know why you can't tell me that the 2026 offseason isn't different. And I'm looking at the New York Jets guys that cover it here. They're heartbroken. Because what are they about to tell their fans? I would have no idea what I would ever tell my fan base, because this is an Aaron Glenn saving his ass move. This is Aaron Glenn trying to win 6 games and then being like, hey, I won more games than I won the year before. You should keep me around. But every Jets fan wants to have a higher draft pick to draft the future quarterback of their team. June. Hey, real quick, y'all. Geno, you're not going to be missed. You were never a Raider. You're never going to be a Raider. Good luck to you, New York. I don't mean that at all. And shout out to John Spytek for absolutely cooking it, man.
Wow.
For absolutely cooking it, man. Cheers to all of y'all. Cheers to all of y'all.
Hey, though, Raiders are eating most of the money, Prob. I thought they're taking their contract, are they not?
So that detail has not come out yet. Again, could there be a potential that the Raiders eat some of this money? Yes, but also if the Raiders would have cut Geno, they would have eaten $18 million. You would have saved $8 million. It's technically like 18.5 is what Mark would have ate. So considering this trade, maybe they were like able to meet in the middle a little bit. But no matter what, the Raiders have more money in salary cap.
Tom Pelissero said we're eating the cap.
Is that what they said? Let me look. Okay, so Tom Pelissero, this is an update. The Raiders are paying the bulk of Geno Smith's salary to facilitate the trade per source. The Jets get Smith for a little bit over the league minimum. So that means that, yes, we are not getting the $26 million. So that update just came in from Pelissero. All right, I mean, that makes a little bit more sense now. Yeah. So according to Pelissero, the Raiders are paying the bulk of Geno Smith's salary to facilitate the trade. I guess I still want to see it actually come out, because if you're the Raiders, I don't think that it makes sense to give up that extra, $8 million that you would have saved for just that 6th-round pick. So, I mean, if Gino's going to play at the $1.2 million at the vet minimum, I kind of want to see how that ends up shaking out and going down. But, all right, here we go. This is Spotrac here. This is the exact details. We're estimating the contract restructure done here involves the Raiders retaining $17.2 million of the salary, while the Jets add Smith on a 1-year deal, to be confirmed by Spotrac. So essentially what that means to me is this. If the Raiders would have cut Geno Smith, right, you would have saved $8 million, you would have $18 million. I think what the Raiders are doing is they're saying, okay, no matter what, we would have eaten $18 million by cutting Geno. So instead of eating that $18 million and nothing else, the Raiders said, well, how about this, New York? We'll give you that $18 million. That's going to pay for Geno's contract, and in return, we get a 6th-round pick. So essentially what the Raiders were able to do here is they were able to get an extra 6th-round pick, and they lost the 7th. So you're looking at saying swapping that 7th and a 6th-rounder. The Raiders said, we'll do it. So essentially the way that I will look at this Raiders trade is we were able to acquire an extra 6th-round pick by moving on from Geno Smith. It doesn't look like we're going to add $26 million. That's on me. That's on me. So with Geno Smith out of Las Vegas, according to Diana Rossini, the Raiders need a veteran quarterback to potentially help a young quarterback who could be joining their team. She mentions Kirk Cousins, Kyler Murray, Carson Wentz. Jimmy Garoppolo is no bueno. I have no interest at all in Jimmy Garoppolo. No interest at all. I do have to just make a quick little update here. Raiders are eating the contract, FYI. So the Raiders are eating the contract, which means that, yes, we are not saving the amount of money that I originally saw. Raiders are eating the contract, so that, no extra $26 million.
I have that social coming in.
Basically, traded him for a 6th. I mean, that's kind of what it looks like to me. So again, you would have had that 7th-round pick. Money's the same, and so instead of that 7th, they said, all right, we'll take that 6th. So you go from 228 to 208, and the money stays the exact same. I'm still fired up that the Raiders traded away Geno Smith, though. It's not an A-plus trade like I thought it was. It's still a very good trade.
Sorry. I was just going to give you.
So here's the Pelissero trade. The Raiders are sending 2-time Pro Bowl quarterback Geno Smith to the Jets. Las Vegas is widely expected to draft Indiana quarterback Fernando Mendoza with the number 1 pick, clearing way for Smith in the deal. The Raiders are paying the bulk of Geno Smith's salary to facilitate the trade. The Jets get Smith for a little over the league minimum, so that's a $1.2 million deal for Geno Smith to go to the New York Jets. The Raiders eat about $17 million, so technically the Raiders saved about you save $1.2 million, you go from a 7th-round pick to a 6th-round pick. That's a win. It's a win because nobody here thought that Geno Smith was going to get traded. I mean, I didn't. I did say in a video and a show that if a Geno Smith trade were to happen, it would probably require the Raiders probably sending a little bit to go with them. But the Geno Smith trade is a win because you save about $1.2 million and you go from having a 7th-round pick, 228, to now 208. I mean, that's a win. It is a win. It's a minor win, but I do think when you stack up minor wins, they can turn into big deals down the road, especially with a team that has the amount of holes that we have. We got 5,000 people here in the building. As it stands right now, we're about to go through and do a little bit of a cut here on Geno. Do we know who's going to do the highlight cut?
Yep.
All right. So as soon as everybody from my team gets everything together, can we get the trade graphic as well? Do we have that?
I built it, yeah.
Okay. The Panthers are bringing back versatile linebacker Isaiah Simmons. Yes, if you could. All right, so let me know down below. Did we win the trade? Y for yes or N for no idea what I'm even talking about? It's a yes, ma'am. This is a win for the Raiders. You saved $1.2-ish million, and you get a better draft pick. You at least got something. You go from 228 to 208. Get a 6th-round pick and add some money in with it. Can you add the actual pick numbers, though?
Sure.
Thank you. Raiders, this is 208. And then the Jets down here is 228.
208 and 228?
Yep, 208 goes to the Raiders, 228 goes to the New York Jets. Interesting. So I wonder if that also means, because if then 208, I'm trying to see where Buffalo was. Buffalo, 228. So that was actually the Buffalo pick. So the Raiders, when they made the trade for Taron Johnson, remember, they swapped a 6th and a 7th. So they took that 7th-round pick that they got in the Taron Johnson deal, and then they ended up sending that to the New York Jets. So that means the Raiders still have pick 219.
So
the
they're
Raiders,
getting 228, they're getting 208.
The Raiders get 208, 6th round.
Okay. I was just making sure.
Yep. All right, dude, I'm telling you this right now, it's a good deal. It's a good deal for the Raiders. Added a little bit of extra money.
There we go.
You added a little bit of extra money. So here is the trade. The Raiders get a 6th-round pick. The New York Jets get Geno Smith and 228. The Raiders, though, will end up saving a little over $1 million, and you were able to turn that 7th into that 6th right there. So reminder, the Raiders, they traded away one of those 6th-round picks to the Buffalo Bills. Which means they would have only had one 6th-rounder. I don't know which pick was involved in that Bills trade for Johnson on Sunday. It actually still hasn't come out to my knowledge. But it would have been either pick 182, 185. So one of those moves, obviously, no longer with the Raiders. But now you're able to add pick 208, which sure is a little bit later on. But I like this move, man. I think it's a good move for the Raiders. I think it's a smart move for the Raiders. I think what this tells me is if you're a believer that every inch counts, giggity, right? Like I meant that more from a football reference than a male reference. But if you're like, a game of football is a game of inches, and you're like, I don't care if it's an inch, I don't care if it's 2 inches. If I see room for us to get better and I see room for us to grow, I'm going to try to do that. And that's what this move is here. You save $1.2 million, and then also on top of that, you're able to you go from 228 to 208. Barry says it is $9 million. $9 million in total that we save. But if the Raiders would have cut Geno Smith, if they would have cut Geno, we would have saved $8 million. So, but because now this trade is being facilitated the way that it is, now technically we save $9 million by moving on from Geno. My point is, we already expected Geno wasn't going to be on the roster, so it's about a $1 million difference, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? I hope so. Again, when breaking news happens, I learn with you guys on the fly. Like, I like doing shows when I can prepare and prep because I feel like everything's a lot cleaner. I's are dotted, T's are crossed. When something like this happens, we got to be able to do it. Don't care if it's 2 inches. Diabolical, Mitch from Wester. I'll tell you this right now. I ask every guy out there, if you could add 2 inches. I don't think many people are going to say no. Who won the Geno Smith trade? Type LV for the Raiders, or I want you to type NYJ for the New York Jets. So huge, win regardless, more draft capital, a little bit more money. I agree. Somebody said no dead money. It is, you're right. It's technically no dead money, but also the Raiders are paying Geno Smith $17 million to go play for the New York Jets. Still kind of dead money, right? Like in some way, shape, or form. It won't be looked at as dead money on our books, but the Raiders in 2026 are paying Geno Smith $17 million to not be on the team. Right? Like, we want to get rid of you so bad that it's like, I'll pay your salary on another team because I don't want to have to deal with you anymore. This is a win for the Raiders. It's a win for the Raiders. How does it work with next year's money with Geno? Because the trade happened, the Jets then take on that deal for next season. But if you're the New York Jets, it's $0 million guaranteed. So Geno's cap hit next year is $39 million, but $0 million guaranteed. So essentially what the Jets are going to do is they're going to play Geno Smith 1 year at that vet min, and then they're probably just going to either cut him or maybe Geno's willing to restructure and be a backup to whatever guy that they're hoping to draft in the future. Albert Breer, the Raiders are trading Geno Smith, 7th rounder, Geno said his reaction, complete full circle moment. Looking forward to connecting with all my teammates and coaches and building the new relationship with fans. All I'm saying is the team that traded Geno Smith last year won the Super Bowl. All I'm saying, man. All I'm saying. Dude, I can't even believe it. Again, it's a minor win, but it's a win. And when you're the Raiders, I don't care if it's a minor win. I don't care what it looks like. A win is a win is a win. It's a win. Win for the Raiders. No doubt. Somebody said New York Jets won, and it's not even close. I mean, for the Jets, they get Geno Smith. Like, this is a trade that makes sense for New York. But the only reason why I actually totally disagree with this sentiment, I guess I shouldn't say totally disagree. I mean, the Raiders did just get the number 1 overall pick by getting Geno Smith. So maybe the Jets are trying to get the number 1 overall pick. But I think if you were to ask a lot of Jets fans out there, I think that this move actually worries them because does Geno make them good enough where they're not picking number 1, where they're not picking number 2, where they're not picking number 3? Because I think the worst spot a Jets fan could be in is being like, I don't know, pick number 10. Then what the hell do you do? Like, you don't really have a lot to be able to go up and get certain players.
That's a good point, yeah.
I look at this simply as it's a big win for the Raiders. And I do. I really, really, really think it's a win for the Raiders. And it's because we added a little bit more money and we were able to get a draft pick. But at the same time, people, if you're a Jets fan and you're going, hey, like the Jets won this deal, if you're excited about Geno Smith, I'll let you be excited about Geno Smith because I would not fall for that. I ain't going to fall for that yet again. Raider Nation, my dad's a Jets fan. He is a Jets fan. No, my dad is sick. I'll try to see if I can get anything from him. I'll see if I can get anything from him. He took his first off day, and I'm not kidding you, 16 years today. That's how sick he is. So, Dad, I don't know if this is going to make you feel better or not. I'll say this. I know my dad's not a Geno Smith fan, but he's never been a Geno Smith fan. So, hey, a micro win is a micro win, Solomon. You already know, man. My dad's puking right now, Patrick. He's puking, and he's also super sick to see
So
Geno Smith.
he probably is puking.
I hope he's not. I mean, you get up there in age, you don't want to see. I don't want to be puking at 33, let alone in the mid-60s. Sorry, Pops. Sorry, man. Yeah, I'll tell you this right now. It was very, very good. Very, very good. G-Warb, I'm just going to put you in timeout because, with all due respect, I think you're wrong, and I think my quarterback evaluations have been pretty good, especially in the draft. I'm just going to put you in a little bit of a timeout. I'm here to celebrate. Let's have a good time, and I think that we should do the exact same thing. So, again, here's what we're going to do. Are we ready to go on the cut?
Yes.
All right, let's get it then. So, coming up here, we're going to break down everything there is to know around the Las Vegas Raiders and everything that there is to know about the Geno Smith trade. This could also be a good tweet to add. I'm going to send you this one. It's basically everything.
I have a screenshot of the Spotrac contract, if that's what that is. But
is it the one that he just put out 25 seconds ago? Because that's the one I want.
Let's see.
That's the one I want. Is it too early to crack open another Happy Dad? Is it? I hope the answer is no, because we're going for it. Let me wet my whistle here a little bit. Geno Smith has just been traded. Good job, Raiders.
Sounds great.
Good job, Raiders. Again, it's a minor win. You save about $1.3 million. You save about $1.3 million, and you go from 228 to 208. It's a minor win, but a win is a win is a win, and I'm going to keep on saying that. I'm going to keep on saying it. I mean, it's a great deal for the Raiders. It's a great deal for the Raiders. I don't know why the Jets would do it, but at the same time, I guess I do.
All right. Give me 1 second, and then we're off to the races.
I mean, honestly, I hope Geno has success in New York because I think that puts them in
We already had him off the depth chart, too, which is funny.
Oh, yeah, I already took him off the depth chart. I mean, that was a given. We knew he was gone, but Geno's wanted to be gone for a while. He's been wanting to be gone for a while. Awesome, dude. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I am so happy that Spytek did that. It's a big, I mean, again, it's not a big win, but it's a win. Because I want a general manager that if he sees blood in the water, he tries to take advantage of it, right? If I see a GM that goes, oh, we can get this much better today, 1%, I'll take advantage of that 1%. This is a 1% better type of move in the offseason. And I bet you there'd be a lot of people that would probably look at that and go, why would we even waste our time doing it? It's not that big of a deal. It's only picked 228 to 208, and it's only $1.3 million. A GM that's fighting for his life and a GM that knows everything that the Raiders are up against sees $1.3 million. He sees that he can go up from 228 to 208, and he tries to take advantage of it. Shout out to Spytek, man. Absolutely cooking. Coming up here, we're going to talk about Gino Smith. We're going to break it all down. Raiders Report Shop, right?
Yep.
Okay.
GLD. He said that.
I don't have my chain, so I don't know where it is.
It's all right.
Maybe it's out there. If somebody wants to go look real quick. I don't have it in here, though. Sorry, I didn't realize that the cuts were GLD. I thought RR Shop was the cuts.
Thought I saw that yesterday. Let me double check with Jack.
You're okay.
Wow. And for everyone sending super chats, don't worry. We will get to all the super chats. We just got to make a little video for Raiders Report because this is huge.
Crazy.
This is, I mean, you almost choked on your food, did you not?
I did. I heard somebody scream out there, Gino Smith has just been traded, and I thought they were trolling me. I did. Like, I really, really thought that they were trolling me.
Yeah. All right. Yes, it is GLD.
Well, make sure, I mean, as long as they're okay, I don't have a chain on. That's because I'm not going to have one. It's up to them. I don't have it with me. I must have taken it home. I must have wore it home the other day. I don't see it here, though.
Okay.
All right. Let's rock. Let's rock. Oh, wow. Here we go.
All right.
More breaking news. The Indianapolis Colts and quarterback Daniel Jones are in an agreement on a new contract per multiple sources. The franchise quarterback in Indy has just struck a long-term deal. I think Colts fans are probably sick to their stomach right now. I know I would be. All right, you ready?
I'm ready. Oh, he said let's shift to Prize Picks if that works.
That's fine. I don't
All
care.
right.
That's fine. Let's do it.
All right. We'll go there. All right, you ready?
I need a script though.
Oh. Let's go find one.
Yep, just go to the most recent Raiders Prize Picks, slap it in there, and we'll be good to go. Sorry, y'all. Talking through
Behind
some
the
things on the
scenes.
back end. Working on some things on the back end. That's on me. DJ says, yeah, he's already spamming PP. You already know. Prize Picks coming up here is going to be the sponsor on this one. Geno Smith was flipping off Raider Nation. He don't belong here. I agree. I saw somebody that some people follow, I would advise not to follow, said that they thought that Geno Smith was a great man, and that I was literally like blown away that somebody would say that because again, like to me, I don't know Geno personally, and I'm happy that I'm happy that I don't know him personally.
Click my icon
Where are you at?
in free agency.
Um.
VOD if Raiders sign.
Okay, sounds good.
See it?
Yep.
Shoot your shot.
Let's do it. I'm
All
in
right.
there.
Ready? I got you.
You're good. Yep. Yeah, I think what it is the first 4 minutes is all about Geno. Let me talk about it. Let me say why it's important. Prize Picks read in the middle, and then let's just recap everything that the Raiders have done. Okay. Is Thomas Booker, Jordan Meredith in there? Okay, let's do it. Cool. All right, y'all. You ready? I hope so. Ready or not, here I come. Giggity. Raiders breaking news. The Las Vegas Raiders have just traded quarterback Geno Smith to the New York Jets. Coming up here on the Raiders Report, I'm going to tell you why this is a win for Las Vegas and why every single Raiders fan should believe in John Spytek and tip their cap to the Raiders general manager, because if you're a believer that every inch counts, and as a guy here, I'll tell you this, if I gain an extra inch or two, wouldn't mind. Obviously, I'm talking about football because football is a gain of inches. But if you want somebody that at the helm of the Raiders sees an opportunity to get better, even if it's just a little bit better. Being the worst team in the NFL last season, if there's an opportunity to get better, you have to find a way to get better. And that's exactly what the Raiders were able to do here, sending Gino Smith to the New York Jets. So the deal was confirmed by Tom Pelissero, and I think we all knew in our heart of hearts here that Las Vegas was going to be moving on from Gino Smith. It was also reported that the Raiders were going to cut and move on from him. What this deal kind of reminds me of, if we hop down memory lane a little bit, do you remember a few years ago where it was reported that the Raiders were going to cut Rodney Hudson? They were going to cut Gabe Jackson, and then they ended up trading Gabe to Seattle. They ended up trading Rodney Hudson to Arizona. Because the new league year is not official yet, reminder, it's still the legal tampering period. So nothing is officially official yet. Because nothing is officially official yet, the New York Jets saw an opportunity to make the trade, and the Jets said, of course, we would be willing to do it. Now, I will say this. If you see a video of me on Instagram, Twitter, Mitchell Renz 365, when I first saw the trade, I was like, oh my God, we're saving $26 million by doing this deal. However, though, by the time I recorded the video, then new information came out from Tom Pelissero, which says that the Raiders are going to be paying the bulk of the Geno Smith contract in order to facilitate that trade. So when you see the trade details, the Raiders, you're going to get pick 208, it's a 6th-rounder. The New York Jets get Geno Smith and a 7th-round pick, 228. This pick 228 was the pick that the Raiders ended up gaining in the Taron Johnson trade from the Buffalo Bills on Sunday. But what's important about it is this. If the Raiders would have cut Geno Smith, they would have saved $8 million, and they would have eaten 18.5. Because this trade is now happening, the Raiders are saying, Geno, I want to get rid of you so bad, I'm going to pay you $17 million to go play for the New York Jets. But the reason why this is a win, and the reason why I talked about the inches when I started this show, is the reason why Raiders fans should like this move and why they should respect that John Spytek did it is because Spytek said, well, we're going to save an extra $1.3 million, and we're going to go from pick 228 to 208. So we gained 20 extra picks and $1.3 million in salary cap space on a player that I think if you would have asked 100 Raiders fans, will Geno Smith get cut? I think 99 out of 100 people would have said, yes, he's going to be cut. So the reason why this is a win, you go from pick 228 to pick 208, and you end up saving $1.3 million extra money. So now the Raiders, you would have had $8 million as soon as the new league year happens. So now that $8 million turns into about $9.3 million. So again, you save 1.3 and you go from 228 to 208. It's a minor win. But when you are the worst team in the National Football League, I don't care if it's a minor win. I don't care at all. I need all the wins as possible. Remember the saying, just win, baby. So give me your one-word reaction to Geno Smith getting traded. And I mean it. I want a one-word reaction. Like, I can understand if Jets fans are like, oh, this is a win. I would actually say this to Jets fans out there. I would be pissed that this trade is happening because, one, the team that traded away Geno Smith last season, they just won the freaking Super Bowl, and the team that traded for Geno Smith had the number 1 overall pick. Now, you can make an argument maybe that's why the New York Jets are doing it. They're like, hey, we're going to add Geno Smith. We got all these first-round picks. We're not going to be able to get Fernando Mendoza, and Geno Smith will help us get the number 1 overall pick. What I honestly think ends up happening here is Geno and the Jets win a few games, and then they're kind of in that quarterback purgatory where they're not going to have that opportunity to get that top quarterback in the NFL draft. But if I had to give you my one-word reaction for the Raiders trading away Geno Smith, I would say win. And that's what that is. It is a minor win, but it's a good win. So if you want to look at the Raiders quarterback depth chart as it stands, here's what we're looking at. I know Mendoza's not on the team yet, but shit, man, any opportunity I get to see that guy in a Raiders depth chart, anything Raiders, I'm going to do it. Fernando Mendoza will be the number 1 overall pick. Then you got Aiden O'Connell as your quarterback too. Kenny Pickett ended up signing with the Carolina Panthers in a deal yesterday. So the Raiders, as it stands right now, are still looking for that quarterback 3. It's been reported, it's been documented that Las Vegas could potentially look for a veteran, and depending on what that veteran is, depending on who that veteran is, I think will ultimately determine, is Fernando Mendoza going to be a starting quarterback for the Raiders this upcoming season. But here's a little bit more trade details from Spotrac. If you want to look at it, we're estimating that the contract restructure done here involves the Raiders retaining $17.2 million of salary, while the Jets add Smith on a 1-year, $1.3 million deal. So think about it as if the Raiders would have cut Geno, you ate 18.5. So you see that 17.2, the 1.3, that's the difference maker that the Raiders are getting. Perfect. I love this next one from Spotrac. Assuming this is the case, the Raiders benefit in two ways here. Thank you, Reed, for making this. They move up 20 spots in the back of the draft. They were prepared to outright release Smith, taking on $18.5 million dead cash cap hit in 2026. So $1.3 million of that would have been credited back to them in 2027 based on offset language. Now they realize those savings in 2027. You move up 20 spots and you add $1.3 million. I want an organization that says, you know what? I don't care if we only have to move up one pick. I don't care if we're only going to save $100,000. If we have an opportunity to get better and be better, then you take advantage of it. And that's exactly what the Las Vegas Raiders did here by moving on from Geno Smith. So I'm going to show you the trade here yet again. And if you haven't seen all the other deals that the Raiders have done, I will say this. I believe the biggest winner of NFL free agency is the Las Vegas Raiders. Maybe the biggest winner of all in Raiders free agency is Raider Nation, because there's the saying, once a Raider, always a Raider. I mean this when I say this. Geno Smith was never a Raider. Being a Raider needs to mean something again. Commitment to excellence, just win, baby. It needs to mean something again. And moving on from the cancer that was Geno Smith, and I don't use that word lightly, but when you're flipping off fans, when you're ignoring legendary Raiders fans like Gorilla Rilla, I saw the video, it literally broke my heart, because any Raider fan knows, like Gorilla Rilla, I look at Gorilla Rilla like I look at my grandfather. You respect that man. You do whatever it takes. If he tells you to jump, man, you say how high. Like, that's the type of respect that I want. So you're ignoring guys like that. You're flipping off fans. You're getting fans kicked out of the field. I had Geno Smith family members, and I don't blame them for sticking up for their guy, tell me back in November that Geno doesn't want to be a part of this organization. When you bring in players like Geno and you give him a captain on his chest, you look like the 2025 Raiders. Teams take on the identities of their leaders. And the Raiders last season took on the identity of that loser right there, Geno Smith. He had one of the worst years that he's had. And don't get me wrong, the offensive line was bad. But how many people knew that Geno Smith actually had some of the longest time to throw in the National Football League from a passing standpoint? Chip Kelly was bad. There was a lot of bad last season with the Raiders. And does all this deserve to go on Geno Smith's shoulders? No, of course not. But also, you were given a contract extension without ever having to prove yourself. You were giving a captain status on your chest. And because you were given those two things, we expected more. I expected more. And I think anybody could sit here and say Geno Smith was never focused on what was important. He got his bag of money, and then he didn't give a shit. Because when you're throwing interceptions left and right like Geno Smith is, I want a quarterback on the sidelines who's looking at his pad, who's looking at his iPad, who's trying to figure out what the play went wrong. And the only way that Geno Smith would have been looking at anything pad-related, I think you could figure out where he would have put it. Coming up next here on the show, we're going to get into all the other Raiders news that has happened here today, yesterday, and also on Sunday, all the silver and black moves that have happened. If you don't already know, number one fantasy sports app out there, it's Prize Picks. Easy, exciting, daily fantasy sports, and we got over 5,500 people watching this show right now. If you're an OG, and I'm talking about Prize Picks, prove it to me down in the comments section. You already know what to do, Yoda Jenkins. Shoot your shot on Prize Picks and get $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. That's right, DJ Mad Raiders. Prize Picks is now giving you $50 in lineups when you sign up and play your first $5. Prize Picks makes every dunk, every dime, every board that much more exciting. So don't miss the chance to get started on America's #1 app for sports picks. You can actually find your community on Prize Picks, Big Raz. If you want to follow me, you can. I'm at Mitchell Renz 365. But on Prize Picks, how you play is up to you. And if you want a little bit of that flexibility, AZ Raiders, Then choose the flex play where you can get paid even if one of your picks misses. And if you want the biggest payouts, go for the power play. No matter your play, Prize Picks is a great way to put your takes to the test. Now, typically, I love football, right? Not typically, I love football. No football being played right now. So where should you go use Prize Picks? A lot of college basketball. March, college basketball, one of the best times of the year. Also, the World Baseball Classic. I'm a baseball guy. I played baseball in college. Wasn't good enough to play anywhere after that, though. I kind of played Bundesliga in Germany. Kind of, I did, but it's still Bundesliga, whatever the hell that means. My point is this. I want to be able to root for USA. I want to be able to go the more on an Aaron Judge home run if I see fit. The number one reason, though, and I mean this, why I play Prize Picks, today's day and age, it's expensive to go out and about. It's expensive to do anything. And to be able to entertain myself as a male, as an adult at 33 years old, if I put in a $5 lineup and I have that opportunity to win, even if it's like $20, $25, I am entertained for 3+ hours. Tell me how you as a man, as you as an adult, as a woman, I don't care who you are, how you can entertain yourself for that little amount of money for that long. That's why I love Prize Picks. Even when I don't win, I'm entertained for an extremely long time, and that's worth every single penny. So download the Prize Picks app today. Make sure that you use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. And you know what else I was right about? That the Raiders are going to be moving on from Gino Smith. You know what I'm happily being wrong about? I said no way in hell anybody's going to trade for Geno. I will take that L. I will take that egg on my face every single day of the week. Why? Because we got better today. Maybe it's that much. How many guys out here will take that a little much better? I know I would. My wife's probably like, me, I would definitely take it. Taron Johnson. Here was the trade that we ended up doing. So the reason why I wanted to be able to show you this is when the Raiders, Taron Johnson, 7 to the Raiders, 6th-round pick to the Bills. Essentially also what the Raiders did today. If you want to look at it like this, imagine you just got Taron Johnson for free. You just got Taron Johnson, no pick swap. Because the 7th-round pick that went to the Raiders, you just traded that away for Geno Smith. And the 6th-round pick that you sent to the Bills, I still don't know if that's pick 182 or 185, but now you're able to get another 6th-round pick at 208. Then Eric Stokes, Tyler Linderbaum. Oh, my God. We got freaking Tyler Linderbaum, y'all. Can you believe it? Jalen Nailor. Been getting a lot of good feedback on Nailor. Kwity Paye, Nakobe Dean, Quay Walker. A lot of 3-year deals, which is, again, telling me that Klint Kubiak, John Spytek, Fernando Mendoza, 3-year window. The way that I look at that 3-year window, let's be good this season, 8 to 9 wins. Let's be really good next season. Can we get to 9 to 11 wins? And then in that third and final year, that's where they're going to really make that push for a Super Bowl. I only say that because look at the contract breakdown of Tyler Linderbaum. It's like $10 million this year, $30 million next season, $20 million after that. That contract breakdown essentially tells me what I was saying. Also, though, the other moves that the Raiders made. The Raiders also signed kicker Matt Gay. Still don't have the entire contract details out on that one yet. I know some people were like, oh, but he's not as good as Daniel Carlson. Has John Spytek earned your trust? Has John Spytek in this organization earned your ability to go, you know what? I'm going to trust it. They've earned my trust where I'm going to go, even on moves where I'm like, man, I don't know if Matt Gay is better than Daniel Carlson. They've earned my trust. I mean, they clearly had a plan. I say all the time, I want an organization that shows me they have a plan. They're showing you that they're putting that plan in place, and they're executing it. And I think they're executing it very well. The fact that Matt Gay's 2 best season in the NFL, 2021, 2022, special teams coach, Joe D. Camillus. He's now our special teams coach here. So I don't mind the connection, especially if they're going, hey, I can maybe recreate a little bit of that magic that we had a few years ago. Other moves that the Raiders did this morning. You had a restricted free agent tender, Jordan Meredith. Essentially what this means is this. Jordan Meredith, 1-year, $3.5 million deal. So the Raiders applied an original round tender on Thomas Booker and a standard tender on Jordan Meredith. If you don't know what that means, Meredith, 1 year, 3.5. A team can try to match that or obviously send in a little bit of a higher offer. If that happens, the Raiders have 5 days to match that offer. If Jordan Meredith ends up going elsewhere and the Raiders don't match that offer, then we don't lose anything. We don't gain anything. Meredith is just somewhere else. For Thomas Booker, since Thomas Booker was drafted in the 5th round, he also, 1 year, It's like $3.6 million. If somebody gives him a better deal, the Raiders, again, have 5 days to match it. If the Raiders decide not to match Thomas Booker and Booker goes elsewhere, we add a 5th-round pick to our staff. Now it's going to end up being a comp pick, so it ends up being a little bit later on, but you're either getting Thomas Booker at 3.6, or I hope that no other team tries to, give him a little bit bigger one, because what would end up happening here is we're going to have a Christian Ellis situation. Remember that last year we thought we were going to get him? New England, though, ended up saying, all right, we're going to match that offer, and then the Raiders just didn't end up getting him. But if we got a 5th-round pick or Thomas Booker at a $3.6 million deal, I think that's really good value for a 26-year-old that you traded for and you gave up Jacorian Bennett last season. So the reason why I'm hooting and hollering here today is because the 2026 offseason, it just feels different. I don't know how else to say it besides that. I think you're crazy if you don't think it, and I also understand a lot of Raiders fans are like, Mitch, until we win, I'm going to be pessimistic. I'm not going to believe. There's a little bit of part of me that also feels that way. But look yourself in the mirror. Do you honestly think that this offseason feels the same as all of our other offseasons? Don't get me wrong, we've had a lot of good offseasons. Number 1 pick, number 1 salary cap. Gino Smith just got traded. That might have been the craziest thing out of it all. But the Raiders end up getting a win here. So I'm going to ask all of y'all, 5,000 of y'all that are watching this live. And if you're not watching this live, my name is Mitchell Renz. I go live for just about everything, and I'm going to be live the entire week here for NFL free agency. Who won the Geno Smith trade? Type LV for the Las Vegas Raiders. Type NYJ for the New York Jets. I wouldn't blame a few Jets fans to type NYJ because they could be like, hey, y'all have the number 1 pick. We're trying to get the number 1 pick next year, and we're getting a quarterback at 1.3. But as a Raiders fan, I don't give a flying flip about what's going on in New York. As a Raiders fan, that's a win. Jumping up 20 picks and swapping that 7th and turning it in. Hang on. That needs to say 6th-round pick. I was going to say, has that said 7th the whole time? No, that's on me. I wasn't looking. 2026 6th-round pick. So you end up getting that 6th-round pick at 208. So you swap it and you go up 20 extra spots. I mean, that's a win for the Raiders. And it is, man. It's a win for the Las Vegas Raiders. And I'm happy that we ended up finding a way to get this win. If you guys are excited about free agency, if you're ready for the Raiders to add more players, there's still other needs that we have. Like, I want to sign a free safety. I want to be able to add another outside linebacker. I'd love to be able to add somebody else that can help us go out and get after the quarterback. Those are still some needs that we have. Could we sign a fullback tight end hybrid? Could we add a veteran quarterback? Hopefully, if it's on a cheap deal, like what if we use that $1.3 million that we just saved and we use that money for Kyler Murray? Because that's exactly what would happen. If you want Kyler Murray, get him at 1.3. I don't think Kyler's a good person. I don't think he's a good long-term option, but Kyler Murray at $1.3 million, you have to admit, that's good value for a quarterback of his stature. Crazy, crazy day, crazy week, and I don't think it's going to be slowing down anytime soon. For information, Raiders news, for videos of my dog Chuck and my wife Alex, give me a follow on Instagram, Twitter, at Mitchell Renz 365. But I am very happy and very excited that the Raiders saw an opportunity, a small opportunity to get better, and they found a way to get the job done. Also, Gino Smith is already in New York, New Jersey, Florham Park, and he's already inside the facility. This is a deal that was getting a lot of legs. I talked to a few sources at the Combine. They mentioned the Vikings to me, and I didn't really think that there was any shot in hell that a trade was going to end up happening unless the Raiders either sent some picks or were willing to take on that contract. They were willing to take on a little bit of that contract to save the $1.3 million and move up 20 picks. John, Spytek, hell of a job. To the Raiders organization, hell of a job. And I'm a proud Raiders fan because I see the hard work that you're doing. You know, I got home last night. Matt Gay signed. It's 10 o'clock at night. And I'm like, dude, I'm cooked. I'm tired. But you know what? Y'all deserve it. Commitment to excellence. I want to bring that every single day. And the move that they just did, trading Geno, we got better a little bit. But that is the true definition of commitment to excellence. If you can get better, you find a way to do it. And that's exactly what the Raiders did by trading away Gino Smith. Imagine, right? TJ! Let's get a draft pick today. I mean, TJ, wild. Wild, dude. Dude, the amount of text messages I have right now is crazy. It's crazy, man. I think people knew how much I didn't like Geno Smith, and saying that I don't like Geno Smith is actually saying that I like him. You know, like, not liking Geno is probably the kindest words that I can come up with right now as the host of the Raiders Report, and I know I'm not the only one that feels like that. You know, it's, again, to me, I said this the other day, and it's the God honest truth. Me and I hope nobody cancels me, I'm always going to tell you exactly what's on my mind. As a white guy, I've never understood, like, race loyalty. Like, if I see two white guys getting into, like, a white guy and a black guy getting into a fight, like, I'm not going to join that fight. I'm not going to join it just because there's a white guy. I feel that way with Raider Nation. Like, the fact that Geno Smith flipped off Raiders fans, it pissed me off because I was like, you're flipping me off.
Yeah.
You know, like, and it did. Like, it pissed me off because I know the people that he was flipping off. I had messages that people were sending me, the slips that Geno Smith was tattletaling on him in the middle of the games. Like, you know, to me, like, I feel like a Raider fan, and I would have loyalty. If I saw a Raiders fan and the 49er fan fighting, I don't know if I'm going to hop in the fight, but I'm at least going to try to break it up. I'm going to be on that Raiders fan side. Geno Smith flipping off Raider Nation, you might have only flipped off one or two people in your mind, Geno, but you flipped off an entire nation of people. And I don't handle that type of shit well. Mark throwing it down! Bang! Mark Cole! Oh, man, let's talk about Geno. Ab Spain, we're still eating the $18 million in this trade. Technically not 18, it's 17.2. So we would have eaten 18.5. Now we're going to eat 17.2. We saved 1.3 million technically. So we would have, no matter what, saved 8 million moving on from Geno. Now looking at it as we're saving 9.3. The difference, 1.3 million. I'm going to keep doing, I mean, in my mind, that's how I look at it.
Yeah.
You saved about 1.3. Right? Imagine you get a steak and they go, hey, I wanted to give you a 6-ounce filet mignon. Oh, we'll keep it normal. We'll give you an 8-ounce filet mignon. But actually, all we had left was a 9.3-ounce filet. You're going to take the 9.3-ounce filet, am I right? What up, Robbo? Miller, JPJ, Linderbaum,
trade, by the way.
Meredith, and then Charles Grant. You know, I think that this is a really intriguing offensive line, and if the season started today, I agree with you, Rob. I agree with you. Yeah, it might not be a popular opinion to say this, but I do think Charles Grant is a better right tackle than DJ Glaze. And also, I do think that Jordan Meredith is a better offensive guard than DJ Glaze and also Caleb Rogers. The only difference that I might make in that is Meredith was so good at left guard. And I'm not saying he wasn't good at right guard, but he was better at left guard. So and again, this is how I would look at it, Charles Grant, who do you think is a better offensive lineman, JPJ or, I can't even about to ask this question, but hey, let's do it. JPJ or Jordan Meredith? Who's a better offensive lineman? The reason why I would put JPJ probably at right guard is because I view JPJ as a better right guard, and I view JPJ as a better guard, and I would rather Charles Grant, who's going to be getting his first start in the NFL, next to the better offensive lineman. Sure, you're protecting the blind side, and the blind side's really nice to be able to have there with Mendoza. Oh, I don't care,
yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah, I was like, he's running over here. Let it rip.
I was like, what happened?
Let it rip. Childish. With the moves we made yesterday and the players we re-signed, you can really tell Kubiak did his homework on the talent we already had, and you're completely right, Childish. Like, this is why I'm happy Klint Kubiak got the job. Klint Kubiak went to work. He's been, based on everything, I mean, he's done his homework. Because when you go back, you look at the Josh McDaniels regime. You go back and you look at the Pete Carroll regime. I mean, it was an organization that I really don't feel like truly understood the players. And Pete Carroll admitted it. Like, Pete admitted in August, like, yeah, we're still learning the players. And I remember being in the moment there, like, what the hell did we just do? You were hired in February. You were hired in February. How are we still learning what guys that we have? But
Shout
I mean,
out to you, Drew.
Drew, I appreciate you. You know, but it's like the top 5 players that I wanted the Raiders to re-sign. We re-signed 4 out of those 5. And I don't really know if we need to re-sign or bring back anybody else. There were still some other tenders that were made, no doubt about it. But man, oh man, you talking about the Pittsburgh Jets?
About the winners and losers?
No. The Sperry's one of the best in the biz. Aiden, What do you think if the Raiders are able to get Caleb Downs at 14 if he falls due to his medical history got flagged? Caleb Downs ain't going to fall to 14. I know some safeties have fallen down. Caleb Downs, I had a few people at the Combine tell me.
There's a lot of speculation with that medical history getting flagged or whatever.
I'll tell you this.
There's a lot of rumors to that.
I think there's certain people trying to
bring him down
the board. I was going to say, what's a good way to put it? I talked to one person at the Combine,
Pull him down the board.
And they flat out told me they thought Caleb Downs was the best safety prospect to come out of the NFL draft in the last 10 years. Obviously, I was like, well, what about Kyle Hamilton? And he says, coming out of the draft, Caleb Downs is going to get a higher grade than some guys like Hamilton. And if that's what people think, you don't let that guy get out of the top 10. And I don't think he's going to fall to 14. What DNs, defensive tackles, might be available at 14 and 36? Who would be the best fits? I like Falk and Woods as potential blue chips. So what's really cool about this question, Andres, if you go on YouTube and there's a show, it's called The Raiders Report.
Wait, what?
Bro, I swear to God, it's called The Raiders Report. It's a decent show. The host, kind of an ass, but...
Does he drink?
Once in a while. Once in a while. Though I have heard the producers are very cool people.
Woo!
Very cool.
I was waiting for you. What were you going to say?
So essentially where I'm going with this, I did an entire video. Top 5 players defense, top 5 players on offense, who I would want to target at pick number 14. At the DN defensive tackle spots. So the players that I had here, I had Jermod McCoy, C.J. Allen, I don't think makes any sense anymore. Keldrick Falk, I have on there Ruben Bain, Mansour Delane, Spencer Fano, Makai Lemon, Venga, Francis Maui-Noah, Carnell Tate, and then I also ended up putting together a honorable mentions list, which was we got Caleb Banks, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, Akeem Messidor, Dylan Theneman, Caden McDonald. I got Max, how do you pronounce the offensive tackle?
Ahinachor,
Caden Proctor, Monroe Freeling, Omar Cooper Jr., and I put Kenyon Sadiq in there. I mean, shit, could you imagine? Michael Mayer, Kenyon Sadiq, Brock Bowers, go a lot of 13 personnel. I don't know. Could be something to look at. White hat, Ravens tag on Linderbaum would have been $26 million, I believe. So $27 million makes sense to me. Lock him in. I actually don't think that that's accurate.
I was going to say.
I think it was slightly over.
I think
it was $27 million.
26 is wide receivers, isn't it?
I
know Mike Evans, if they tagged him, would have been like really expensive.
I mean, I'm looking at the numbers right now. It's 25.7.
Yeah.
So 25. So yeah, you were right. I thought it was 27 mil was the exact number, but that's defensive tackles and more wide receivers. To me, the reason why, again, I'm okay with paying this money for Tyler Linderbaum is you're not only making an investment in Tyler Linderbaum, right? You're literally making an investment in Klint Kubiak, Ashton Genty, and Fernando Mendoza. So if you're spending a little bit of extra money to make sure that you get the guy that you want because it's so important to invest in those 3 guys because you've already made the investment, then you go and overpay a little bit. Has anybody here ever had to try to buy a house? I have not. I'm not even close to being able to have enough money to buy a home. But like at the same time, if you're looking at your dream home and you got more money than the guy who you're competing with, you're going to give up more money to get the house that you want because you want to be able to put Mendoza, your newborn baby. You want to be able to get your other child that you love very much, Ashton Genty. And you know what? Kubiak in this situation is my wife, Alex, because I'm making that investment. It's a good investment to make. I like Tyler Linderbaum.
I also think about it like this. Like, imagine you got 10 seconds left in the Super Bowl, and you have, hypothetically, you have 6 timeouts that you can use. Right? Yeah, it doesn't make sense, right? You only get 3, but you got 6. You got 6 timeouts, and you have that many times to, figure out what play you want to run up.
I mean, like this, like
use your timeouts. They don't. You got to use this money. So that's what I'm trying to say is like use the timeouts that you have.
Yep.
And make sure you get exactly what you want out of what you're doing.
I think for the Raiders also, though, this is the team that they haven't been able to close out games. Now they haven't had many games that they can close out, but you haven't been able to have a balanced attack. It's so important for the Raiders to have a good running game with Fernando Mendoza to make him the best version. And I think the Raiders really learned last season, like, doesn't make any sense to take Ashton Jeanty at number 6 if your offensive line looks the way that it did. So, how do you make sure it doesn't happen? You go get Tyler Linderbaum. What up, Mitch, Mendoza, Tate, and Parker.
First
three picks. So
TJ Parker, the edge out of Clemson.
I mean, I'd be okay with it. I think if Carnell Tate fell to 14,
he's moving up a little bit.
Carnell Tate at 14, I'd be hyped up about.
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
Because he's what a number one receiver looks like.
Shout out to Julio.
What up, Julio? Chris, I see you. Shout out to you. I want to do this because I had a lot of fun doing it yesterday, and I want to be able to do it today. So, can you put my Instagram link down in the chat for me, please? And I know I sound a little sick right now. I got a bunch of crap in my throat. I'm going to have to take a shot of tequila or something like that to clear it all up. Maybe a shot of tequila. Tila. Anybody watch that show ever?
Mitch's
Tequila?
Instagram in there.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. Somebody's going to give me a follow on Instagram right now, okay? I'll do my best to give some shout-outs here, but I'm going to FaceTime one random person that gives me a follow on Instagram at Mitchell Renz 365, and I want to hear your opinion on the Geno Smith trade.
Oh, that's a good point.
I'm going to do it for a few people, right? I'll probably bring on let's say 3 people. Follow me on Instagram right now at Mitchell Renz 365. That's how you're going to be able to do it. And then I'm going to I see one, I'll pick somebody, I'll give you a phone call. And you can give me your opinion on the Geno Smith trade, or if there's anything that you want to talk about in terms of NFL free agency, please, please, please let me know. All right, I'm going to refresh my phone here. The first name that I just saw, I'll also say this. Make sure you got no TV or music playing in the background. I don't want any of that type of crap simply because then I can get in trouble. So let's make sure that we don't have it, because if I see anything, I'm just going to hang up on you.
Also, everyone in the chat right now, let me know how you're feeling about the Geno Smith trade. I'll throw some shout outs out there. Let me know what you're thinking about this crazy move. I mean, Mitch ran into the studio with a mouthful of food.
Sprinted.
And so, I was like, what?
Sprinted. Though, is this, I'll tell you this right now.
Raz said stoked. Lowe said happy.
I just got a follow from somebody who I've followed on Twitter for a really long time. Troy, I don't know if you follow me to get your opinion on here, but I'm going to call you.
Darren said, Reed, are you high? No.
Oh,
just tired.
I got hung up on. It's all good. I think Troy just gave me a follow randomly. All right, let's go with the guy by the name of Eric. Eric, his nickname is, I got hung up on again. What are we doing? All right.
Oh, no.
Let's go with, this is my last attempt here.
E-Friend said, best damn business decision they made. Richard said, we need a good RB2. Let me know what you're smoking. The Geno pack, because he's gone.
The Geno.
These scouts in the NFL, the top scouts who everyone runs to, have been on point last 5 to 6 years. I can't read. It's going too fast. I'm sorry. I would have been fine with giving away Geno and a 7th without giving away anything. I mean, the fact that you get a better pick, it's good. The video is out.
Video's out?
Yep.
All right. I keep on getting hung up on, so I actually don't. It might even be me. I might have an internet issue. What up, Cam? We got Lord Cameron Abbott here in the building. What do you think about the Geno Smith trade?
We were going to kick him off, so we lost absolutely nothing. We just won everything. We get 1.3 mil, plus we move up in the draft. And what did we lose? Absolutely nothing. We were getting rid of Geno Smith already, so it's a perfect win.
I agree, dude. I think it's a good move. I think you got a little bit better, and at the end of the day, we got to find a way to get a little bit better every single day. Appreciate you tuning in. Give your brother a big old hug for me. I miss you. We'll have to talk after free agency is all said and done. Give me some LCAs down below. It's fun to stay at the LCA. All right, so I did call a few people, and I think that, I don't know if it was just like a bad connection thing. What's going on, brother? I'm good. All right, so give me your name and tell me your thoughts on the Geno Smith trade.
All right, so my name is JT. Hold on, we got to get
I mean, bro, you got some hair. Oh, I got a little bit of a Raiders hat. Here, I'm going to put you on. A Derek Carr basement tattoo. That's wild, man. A basement Derek Carr. All right, so talk to me about Geno. What do we got?
All right, so Geno, bro. I mean, obviously, we did get that 1.3 million, and we went up 20 spots, so you really can't hate it. I would have thought the Jets would have taken on that whole contract, and I was hoping they would have, but obviously,
yep, you and me both.
You can't win them all, but it's still a win at the end of the day.
I guess that's like me hoping that Alex was going to pay for her engagement ring. Probably wasn't going to happen. But hey, we can all wish. Thank you for watching the show. I love that you put the Raiders hat on. Not many people have better beards than me. You definitely have a better one than me. See you, brother. All right, y'all. I tried to call a few people, and all right, we got one more here. I said I would call 3 people. Javier Rivera. I think I just didn't have good enough connection, so it called like one time and it hung up. Javier, what's going on, man? I got Javier here in the building. Here, let's get everyone on so you can see your face. Javier in the building. All right, talk to me about Geno Smith in the trade. What are your thoughts on it?
Hey, man, I love it, man. It's like you say, Mitch. It's a win-win. It's a win for us. We'll take anything, man. Raiders for life.
Dude, thank you so much for watching the show. I appreciate that you tuned in. Appreciate that you actually answered. You're a Dodgers fan. I'm a Mets guy, so we're going to have to end it like that. All right. He's got it inked on him. If you got it inked on you, that's totally different. I'm going to show you. You showed me yours. I'll show you mine. Right? That's how it works. Appreciate you, big dog. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching. Shout out to all of y'all. You want to get here on the Raiders Report, give me a follow on Instagram at Mitchell Renz 365 because when big-time Raiders news happens, I know I'm not the only one that's got something to say. And I know this, I like being able to put names to faces. Again, that's how I am. I mean, there's so many times, and I actually feel bad for saying this. Sometimes, Alex's friends will be like, hey, we've met before. I'm like, oh, God. Sorry, I don't remember. According to Adam Schefter, despite speculation, the Jaguars have not been interested in trading Brian Thomas Jr.
Interesting.
Which I feel like has not been reported that way.
Yeah.
I feel like it's been reported the complete opposite of that. Interesting. Trapping out the Bay. Spotrac is saying they saved 9.3. They did. So I think I've explained this a few times, so maybe if I'm not explaining it well, that's on me. The Raiders were going to save $8 million by moving on from Geno Smith. Because the Raiders traded Geno, now they save 9.3. We all knew that the Raiders were going to move on from Geno, so 9.3 minus 8 is 1.3. That's where that 1.3 number is that I keep on saying, if that makes sense. I hope, again, I'm trying to do my best to explain it. This stuff is happening. Just is crazy. I got to tweet out this Geno thing. So is it out? Did somebody slack it to me? Okay. Well, can whoever put the highlight cut out, can you tell them what the process is? The process? I mean, I haven't gotten that. Oh, all right, I'm not going to harp on him then. All right, y'all. You're good. I got it. Yep. I'm just going to tweet out. Sorry, I just want to tweet out the Geno video. I imagine it's hot. Everything you need to know about the Geno Smith trade and why it's a win for the Las Vegas Raiders. Holy cow. Geno Smith just been traded. I did not have that on my bingo card today. I did not have that on my bingo card today. I mean, that's just wild now, man. That's just, that's crazy. That's crazy. Stop for the Badger. 9.3 minus 8 equals 1.3. Okay, yes. All right, cool. I'm trying to do my best. We're getting into numbers here. Numbers aren't my strong suit. Numbers aren't my strong suit.
Chris.
Hang on here. Got a little bit of an update from Albert Breer. The Jets and the Raiders worked through to get to an everyone win scenario on the money attached to the Geno Smith trade to the Raiders. Raiders will pay $16.2 million. The Jets take on $3.3 million. Geno Smith gets $19.5 million and more than his $18.5 million guaranteed. So I'll say this, based on that number that Albert Breer just put out there, that actually makes me wonder if we saved more.
You think?
Well, because this is what Albert Breer just reported here. I'll send this to you.
I'll build it.
Because if again, now maybe, I don't know, maybe they're just giving him a little bit of extra money, but this is saying the Jets and the Raiders work through to get to an every-one win scenario on the money attached to the Geno Smith trade. Also, Chris Swish, I'm sorry, you've been up here for a while, but there's a lot of stuff that's happened. Money attached to the Geno Smith trade, the Raiders will pay $16.2. So the expectation I was under that it was $17.2. Does that mean we save an extra $1 million? The Jets take on $3.3 million. Obviously, we were thinking he was only going to, bless you, he was only going to take on $1.3. So the Jets are giving Geno a little bit more money than he would have originally made. But I am now under the impression that it should be 10.3 minus 8 and equals 2.3. Regardless, I mean, it's still something.
It's still something.
It's still something.
This is true.
So it's about, we'll see. All right, Albert Breer, another tweet. Raiders pay $1 million less than they would have had than cut Geno Smith. All right, there you go. There's your answer. So 1.3. Yep.
Okay.
Sorry, we're good. It's exactly what we thought it was. The Jets get a starting quarterback. Smith gets a little bit more money.
I got this.
All right, understand. Yep. So this is what I was just talking about. It's the tweet that Breer literally just threw out there in regards to the Geno Smith deal. I mean, something's better than nothing, Kirk, and I agree with that. Something is better than nothing. I say it to my wife all the time. I'll take anything. Something's better than nothing. Chris, all right, finally. I'm just kidding. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
No.
Draft trade idea. Raiders send 14 plus 2026 fourth plus 2027 second fourth to Cardinals for number 3 to draft edge David Bailey, fair replacement. All right, there's a lot in here to digest. So 14, 26, a second, and a fourth. I don't know if it actually would be enough to move up to number 3 because you're not including a first-round pick. Like, if I was at number 3 and you wanted to move up that far from 14 to 3, I would make you give me a first-round pick, right? Like, think of it like this. And I know Bailey is not a quarterback, but the 49ers went from 12 up to 3 and gave up 3 first-round picks. So you see, like that, I don't see that happening. I get it was for a quarterback. They probably overpaid to get that QB, but I don't think that that's nearly enough to move up. I think, honestly, you'd have to add another first-round pick into that, and I don't think that you're trying to. I think you're literally going, what do I have to do to not give up a first-round pick? And if I'm Arizona, you ain't making that deal with me unless I get a first-rounder. Demon Dragon says Geno equals win. It is a win for Geno. Absolutely, positively. He gets more money than he originally thought he was going to be able to get, and now he gets a new opportunity with the New York Jets, and he gets away from Las Vegas. It's absolutely a win for Geno. Good for Geno. At least Geno got some win. Geno didn't do a whole lot of winning, which I'm okay about. I make an argument Geno Smith's been the best Raiders quarterback we've had in 23 years. Why? We got the number 1 overall pick. He achieved more than You can make an argument. Geno Smith has achieved more as the Raiders quarterback than any other Raiders quarterback in the last 20-something years. Fair? People might get mad at me, but Carr never won a playoff game. We just got the number 1 overall pick. Mendoza, franchise guy. Steven says, is there a duck race? Steven, I'm so happy you asked. Yes! You already know, dude, duck race. $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz. 365. Mitchell Renz, 365. I have a few people asking me, am I going to do more FaceTime calls? The answer is yes. Yes, yes, yes. I promise you I will do more calls. All you got to do if you want to get a call, you got to follow me on Instagram at Mitchell Renz 365. Oh, I look at all this overpaying talk as we were a bad team last year. You have to pay more to get good players to come to a bad team. Just my take. See, I actually think I don't agree with this take, and I only say that because I could also different regime, but it's also like taxes, right? If you sign for the Raiders at $5 million, and then you sign with the 49ers at $5 million, you make way more money being on the Las Vegas Raiders just from the simple tax standpoint. So, like, I don't necessarily agree with that, and I don't think that that's how players always look at it. I look at it as the Raiders, when they entered yesterday, had $20 million more than everybody else, right? So if you go to yourself, all right, if I'm going to slightly overpay $2-3 million on a handful of players, I can do that because I have more money than everybody else here. It's if you had $20 and I had $25 and I really wanted something, I'm going to pay more money than you because I can. And the Raiders knew that they had the most money out there, and I mean, they're clearly wheeling and dealing right now. They clearly had a plan. They're clearly executing that plan. And the Raiders, to me, are leaving no stone unturned. They're dotting their I's. They're crossing their T's. Today's been an outstanding day for the Raiders. Gabriel, appreciate you, though.
Sorry.
You're okay.
Here comes the next one.
We got Brandon. What about Caleb Banks at 14? Might be a reach, but his upside is still very intriguing, and we could still help us on the D-line. I actually think Caleb Banks is the number 1 defensive tackle in this year's class. He is raw, so like that's something that you got to look at. But I'll always say this, if we want to try to do math a little bit, high upside defensive lineman plus Rob Leonard equals usually a result that I'm looking for. And if you're Las Vegas and you're kind of doing everything that you're doing, like we need another defensive tackle. We absolutely positively need another DT. So if you're looking at a Caleb Banks, a Caden McDonald, the kid from Clemson. I can't think of his
Peter Woods.
Peter Woods, yeah, I was going to say. Peter Woods. Or even like Lee Hunter, who the Raiders met with at the Combine. 14 for Banks. He is one of the honorable mention guys that I have. But, like, I like the defensive tackles more in the 20-ish range. So if you're Las Vegas, could you trade back from 14 if this is the route that you want to go? And then you could potentially be looking at getting that late first and then maybe an additional second-round pick on top of that. But I personally did not have Caleb Banks in my top 10 players to target at 14. He was an honorable mention for me. Though I could also make the argument, 4 of the players, I don't know if they're going to even be there at pick 14 to begin with. Young JMC, I bought 3 ducks, bro. You're right, you did. Though you bought 2, and then you bought 1 later, if my memory is correct. Dean, who is our nose? You want to go to the depth chart?
Sure.
Let's go to the depth chart.
You just want to look at it again, don't you?
I mean, the defensive line's not nearly as sexy as the outside linebacker one.
We'll show the outside linebacker as well.
We can show the outside linebacker one. It's
just because.
So to me, again, I am doing my best here to be able to like put together a Raiders defensive line depth chart to illustrate to you what we have. Last year, we were a 4-3, and I actually think our defensive tackles fit more of a 4-3 than they do a 3-4, but we need another player on the interior. I mean, you could look at Adam Butler. You could look at a Jonnu Lalu. I mean, I want somebody who's a big boy, right? Like, I want a big boy. That way I can kick Butler over to where Jonnu Lalu faces, and then if you have Lalu as that extra, rotation, you put somebody big like a Lee Hunter, a DJ Reader, somebody like that at that nose spot. I like that a little bit more. But our defense, though, has gotten significantly better.
Woo-hoo.
And when you see Jamal Adams, John Raddington, just take a note there that those guys are free agents, but you will not see those names after tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern time.
Yeah.
So I've essentially just kept them on there so fans know who we had last year, who's a free agent. But as soon as the new league year begins, I will take all those names off. So you won't see any of those guys on there anymore. But, I mean, this Raiders defense is coming together. I really think so. It's coming together. It's taken form. And I know I'm not the only person that thinks that. So we got 4,300 people here watching the Raiders Report right now. And I just want to say I'm going to be live all day. I'm probably going to be live. I shouldn't say all day. That's a lie. I will be live, no doubt, for another like 3-ish hours. So for those that don't know, and this is, I'm a little bit nervous about what might happen tonight. And it's only because my wife, Alex, she, hang on. Okay, see, now Spotrac is saying that we freed up $10.3 million.
What?
See, Spotrac now is...
Conflicting reports.
I mean, we're talking about a few $1 million here and there. I mean, again, if anything, it's just a bigger win for us. So Spotrac now says the Raiders retained $16.2 million of the salary, freeing up $10.3 million of that cap space. So essentially, what that means is the Raiders, we expected to save $8 million. We are now saving $10.3 million. So $2.3 million added in value, plus we moved up 20 picks. Yeah, it's not a lot of money, but we're still getting updates literally as this thing comes rolling in. But Spotrac just put out a brand new update again on the Gino Smith trade. So anyway, though, my wife, she bought tickets for the Golden Knights Stars game tonight. It begins at 8 p.m. Eastern time, 7 o'clock our time here. And she bought the tickets for my birthday. She didn't realize the reason why she bought the tickets is because I'm not like a big hockey fan, but we like to go to some hockey games, watch a little live game. I mean, it's fun to do. But obviously, I'm like Vegas everything now. I'm a Raider guy. I'm a Raider through and through, and that's never going to change. The Vegas Golden Knights, like I root for the Vegas Golden Knights because I know it's important to a few people who are very important to me in my Raiders circle, so I root for the Golden Knights. So Alex bought me tickets. We're going to go to the game tonight. And I told her, I go, oh, man, honey, that's like right in the middle of free agency. And you could see like the look on her face. She was like, oh, my God. But tonight, I'm going to go to the hockey game. If any Raiders news happens during the game, I will get you guys a video, even if it's like me by a freaking popcorn maker. I'll get you a quick little something.
And then a full one when you get home.
And then a full one when I get home. The only way I just can't leave my wife at the hockey game. You know what I mean? Like I can't leave her at the hockey game. So even if it's like big time news where we would go live, we might just have to go live a little bit later. Is that understandable? Are we good with that? Y for yes, N for no?
What would be that? Like Trey Hendrickson?
Trey Hendrickson signing, Geno Smith getting traded, like something like. No, I mean, honestly, it'd be like if Trey Hendrickson signed, if the Raiders were to sign a quarterback, I would probably have to come back and talk about it. It's just give me a little bit of time tonight. Is that okay? Are we good with that? Is that take care of home first? I know. I don't want people to think I take my job very seriously. I know y'all know that I take my job seriously. But I also love and appreciate the fact that Alex bought us hockey tickets. Yeah. Because I've said it before, I'd much rather go to a hockey game than an NBA game and a baseball game. I think hockey games are
baseball games are. I like baseball games.
I love baseball games. I appreciate baseball games. But
especially now that they're shorter.
But I think going to a baseball game in person compared to going to a hockey game in person,
yeah, that's true.
It's very different to me. Like hockey in person is absolutely electric. Why not trade the first pick and use it to get more pieces and allow AOC to get a real shot? Yeah, he's a statue, but the O-line has been horrible because he's Aiden O'Connell, right? Like I want a quarterback that's a top 32 quarterback playing for me. And AOC is a likable guy. He's a good guy. But I think you think about AOC being very good. I think if you were to ask every single person here at Chat Sports, is Aiden O'Connell a top 50 quarterback in the NFL? I don't know. I think 10% of people would tell you yes. I think 90% would tell you no. And here's the thing. Klint Kubiak ain't taking a job to have Aiden O'Connell be the quarterback. All the players that we sign, I don't think would sign here wanting to join us. Like some people are talking about how did the Raiders get all these moves? We had the most money, and I guarantee a part of our sell package was we're going to go out and get Fernando Mendoza. We're going to get a guy that's a clear winner. Big-time NFL news here. The Cleveland Browns have re-signed Tevin Jenkins.
Oh, wow.
Tevin Jenkins, big-time deal there.
You know what else is big-time news?
Yep. Raider for life. Bang! The MVP of today's show with 4 bangs. I'm just going to say this, Raider for life. You are 1 bang away from getting put into a raffle. Anybody that bangs 5 times on one of my shows, you get put into a raffle. And at the very end of the year of 2026, we will do a raffle. And if it lands on you, either A, I fly to you, and we're going to hang out for 2 days, or you fly to me, and you're going to be here on the Raiders Report, and, we'll go out some food spots, get some drinks. I would say it's essentially like a weekend together. The number one thing that I want to do a better job of moving forward, and, I had the opportunity to go to Tucson, Arizona. Shout out to the Night Devil. Unbelievable experience. All the fans out there. We did an awesome event in San Jose during the Super Bowl. Raider Ron has made it clear to me that I will be doing an event in either Oakland or San Leandro, hopefully I pronounced that right, this summer. I just think, getting to meet people in person, it's a different level. It's just, I don't know how else to put it besides, I just want to meet more Raiders fans that watch my show to get to know us better, because at the end of the day, I want to get to know you, I think, just as bad as y'all want to get to know me. It's the God honest truth. So you are 1 bang away from getting in that raffle, and I just figured I'd let you know. Browns re-signed Tevin Jenkins, who played in all 17 games. More news here. The Jets are signing Nashawn Wright at cornerback, $5.5 million.
Where are they getting this money from?
Do the Jets know? I mean, I think the Jets are doing, if I was a Jets fan, I'd be freaking the F out, because I would want to rebuild. What the Jets are doing, it almost seems like what Pete Carroll did last year of, I don't want to rebuild, but Aaron Glenn also, doesn't want to be the number 1 overall pick, because then his job's gone. They're trying to be, right in the little bit of the middle of that situation. I don't know, man. Interesting. Linderbaum was an outstanding signing. I don't care about the overpaying crap. Without a good center, offense is dead in the water. Ashton Genty, 2,000 yards. If Genty gets 2,000 yards, I'm going to say 1,500 on the ground, 500 through the air. He's not going to get 2,000 rushing yards. And the only reason why that I say that is because Kubiak does want to go with a split. All right, we're starting to get some news coming in now. Broncos safety P.J. Locke is signing with the Dallas Cowboys on a 1-year deal worth $5 million.
He's good.
Good player?
Yeah, he's a little bit inconsistent, but he's tends to make plays. He had a better year last year, but I know
you did a lot of Broncos stuff this year with Moose.
Yeah, he's a good tackler. He'll come up in the box.
5'10", 202, 29 years old, played 173 snaps last season, played over 1,000 in 2024. But I think here's the connection here, and this is coming in from Jordan Schultz. He's reunited with Christian Parker, the new Cowboys defensive coordinator, who previously served as Denver's DB coach. So there's your connection. That's why that deal ends up going down. Daniel, high hopes. I like it. Hi-ho. Hi-ho. It's off to work we go. 4,000 people here in the building. If y'all do not know, we are going to be doing a duck race today. $20 Venmo. Mitchell Renz 365. The last time that I saw where we were at, winner would go home with $250. I'm going to answer this question, and then we'll get the QR code up there.
Cool.
Arias, think the Raiders can go safety in the draft at a lot of good ones. Caleb Downs, Malachi Starks. Are you in the right year, my guy? Dylan Theneman. I love Malachi Starks. I'll tell you this. I guarantee you this. Malachi Starks will not go round 1 this year. I guarantee you he's not going to go round 1. McNeil Warren, I think, could be an interesting the guy from Toledo.
Yeah.
He's an intriguing prospect, I would say. Hang on, let me delete some of these. I have so many tabs open right now.
Maybe that's why the YouTube doesn't work.
Probably. We'll blame it on that. We'll blame it on that. All right, let me look. What was I just about to look up? Okay. No, you're
Neil Warren?
I mean, if anything, I should probably look up how to get a new nose because my nose right now is just driving me insane. In terms of the top safeties, Caleb Downs, Dylan Theneman, Emmanuel McNeil Warren. I would say those are the top guys, but we had a viewer earlier on this show talk about A.J. Halsey, safety from LSU. I mean, the read-up that I just did on him before, I think that's a great safety that we need. We need a ball hawk that's not afraid to come down and lay some wood.
All right.
Like, that's a good move right there. All right, let's look at the Raiders Report duck race, where it stands right now. And if you're trying to win some money, let's get it going. I should also mention this. We actually might not. Do we have any openings for March Madness? Hang on, I gotta run the math here. It's gonna be close. So the last name that I saw get in was Matt Vasquez. Then I see Jesus Franco. Gotcha. Or actually, no, that's Cap. Darth, I got you in. Darth, you in? March Madness, you ready? We got Jesus Franco in.
Somebody said they Venmoed 90 for 2 duck races and a March Madness spot. Agoraphobia.
That's not true because I don't have a single 90 super. I don't have anything 90. Peyton Smith, you in? Which means this: we have one, and I mean one, March Madness spot left.
Wow.
One March Madness spot left. $50 Venmo. Who wants it? If you want it, scan that QR code. Add me as a friend. But we have one spot left. One spot left. It's kind of crazy.
That is crazy.
Kind of crazy. The Venmo duck race, 20 to win, $260 as it stands.
Gyra kickboxing.
See, Lorado, we still
Shout out
have
to
Brendan Rice, too. I don't think Brendan Rice makes this squad. John Doe, DC.
DC 4.
A 6th. He wants to mentor and retire a Raider.
He told you that?
Well, Derek actually said it.
No, I'm just kidding.
No, I mean, he did. He was like, I would like the opportunity to be a – he said he wants to retire a Raider. I know that. I think he wants to – he also said, though, he wants to start for a Super Bowl caliber team. I mean, he did also say that. I mean, I'll say this.
After these moves.
I mean this. There's not another quarterback on planet Earth that would make me happier if the Raiders could find a way to get Derek Carr, bring him in as a quarterback 3.
Yeah.
But, like, that's the thing. I don't want to hear if Mendoza struggles in week 1, I don't want to hear it's time to put in Derek Carr. That's not the conversation.
Yeah, that's...
The conversation is Derek is a player coach. That's his job. And Mendoza gets the whole year, 2 years. Now, if they go, Derek, we want you to start 1 year and let Mendoza learn for a year, that's going to be a little bit of a different conversation. But the content creator in me is sitting here and going, man, Derek Carr for 1 more year? What a legendary story and
awesome.
ride that would be. What a legendary story it would be. Mr. Mai, why is everyone sleeping on AOC? His numbers say he's a starter. Trade out of 1, get more pieces. If it doesn't work, we have more draft capital to get number 1. I'm not going to be able to, I guess, convince you that Aiden O'Connell's not a starter in the National Football League. If you want to trade out of 1, I think you're crazy. And I think what you're saying is actually insane. And I to want to trade out of the number 1 and roll with Aiden O'Connell it's insane. And I don't really know how else to say it besides that. But I get it. People are loyal to Aiden. I mean, look at all the people, not this again. It's insanity, man. And I don't really know how else to say it besides that. But here's the thing. Aiden O'Connell's going to have a really long NFL career. The way that I want people to look at AOC is like a Brian Hoyer, where you're I don't want that guy to be my starter, but Brian Hoyer played 15 years in the NFL because he was a great mentor. He could pick up any playbook. He could know it, and he was a very smart quarterback that you had on your roster that helped out the practice squad guys, that helped out the secondary guys because, in the NFL, you got to think about the difference between starting caliber quarterbacks and second-string quarterbacks. You still want somebody that can go out and execute your offense in practice for a lot of your other backups, and that's what you know for a fact you're going to get in Aiden. He's going to compete. He's a great, great backup. And I even said earlier this offseason, if I was the Raiders, I would give Aiden O'Connell a contract extension because I think having a quarterback like AOC that fights and claws for everything that he's had to earn in his NFL career, everything he's had to earn in college. He was the 8th-string quarterback at Purdue, and you probably didn't even know there was 8 quarterbacks at a single roster. But, you add Aiden O'Connell, give him an extension, then you have him making, let's say, if we gave him an extension, let's say 2 years for $10 million. 2-year, $10 million extension, that's putting Aiden's contract at about 3 years for $12 million. That's a really good, reliable backup quarterback to help Fernando Mendoza be the best version of himself. If I'm running the show, I would make a move like that. But, to say here we should trade away the number 1 overall pick and build around AOC it's crazy talk, man. It's crazy talk. I sent 20 for the race and 50 for March Madness. Desi, I got you.
Oh, okay. That's who I was talking about.
Yeah, Desi, you're going to be the 24th Duck, and then you are – actually, I don't know if you are in here. Okay. No, Desi's right. Oh, where's Desi's name? Oh, I see what I did. Desi, I got you. Desi's in March Madness. So that means this. We got no more spots.
Ooh. No more spots?
Yep. Well, you said 90, so I looked up 90.
Oh, yeah, no. I saw he had a super chat, and then, yeah.
I got you.
Desi, you're in. You're in, don't worry.
So if anybody sent money in to get in here on the last second, I'm going to send you your money back. Or how about this? To Tyler, I'll give you guys an extra duck. That's on me. No, I don't want to do that. I said I'd get you in the – hang on. I'm going to send some money back here. My bad. All right, Tyler Dooling. Sorry, bro. You're a little bit too late. I mean, I guess we could do a play-in, but that's crazy. My bad. To Dean Cap, I'm sending you back. Cute dog pick, though. And then I see one in here from Nicholas. Nicholas, I'm going to send you a 50 back. Got it. And then I believe we should be all good then. I apologize, y'all. I know I said it was last call to get in, so that's on me. That's 100%, 100,000,000% on me. And then Peyton. Is there a Peyton? Okay. We got it. We got to figure it out. Peyton Jaquith. I got your last name in there. All right, here's the people that are getting in the duck race. I know there was some minor confusion there. Sorry about that. That's on me. So we got Nicholas Weeks. He's got one. I see Thomas Strong got one. Crystal Marie Mendoza got it. Nicholas Sane in. And then Richard Kelly also in. And then 93 Nav. Nav, I already have you in the duck race because you sent 20 in yesterday, and I didn't get you in because it was after the race. So you're already in. And then my guy Hong also in. 20 to win, $330 here on the Raiders Report. Drew, finish the work on the D-line. Get Clowney and Reader. Raiders. If I had to pick between Clowney or Reader, I actually think I will probably lean more towards Jadeveon Clowney just because I do think he's more of a game wrecker than Reader. But at the exact same time, Reader on the interior, he makes a lot of people better. He makes a lot of people better.
Gabriel.
What up, Gabriel?
Let's effing go. Bye, Gino. This is right when Gino got traded.
Still can't believe it, dude.
We got Cleric. Jets Jam was definitely doing Spytek a solid. 100%.
Rick Kelly, I got you. Cleric. Lewis, more cap, and a sixth. F. Gino. That's what he gets. Again, man, the Geno Smith trade was a win. No doubt about it.
Thank God for the Jets from John Doe. Absolutely. Arthur. And the Raiders will play the New York Jets in New York this year.
Really?
Is that true?
I knew that the Raiders and Jets played. Yep.
Wow.
Raiders versus Jets at
he's
MetLife.
Starting. He's definitely starting.
I guess. I mean, I don't.
Who else? I mean,
Dude, I watched Geno Smith play for an entire season. I would never want that guy to be my starting quarterback.
Autumn Wind, Mitch. Who are we going to get with Geno money?
I mean, from what it looks like, we're saving about 2.3. Again, I thought from the jump, because I was like, oh, if they trade him, you save 26 mil. You saved 10.3. We expected to save 8, so it looks like it's about a $2.3 million difference. So $2.3 million. You're not really the only guy I can think of right now that I would want to sign for $2.3 million. Maybe Kyler Murray, but again, that's only 1.3. You still have another $1 million to work with them. Raider Tone, still Geno's fault. F him, you know it. Blame him. Rob, blame Geno. Thanks for the number one. Deuces. The two perfect birds for Geno from the Raiders. I did not have it on my bingo card today that Geno Smith was going to get traded. Did anybody have it on their bingo
Absolutely
card
not.
today? Carter trade downloading, ... You think Jalen Carter?
That'd be sick.
I mean, Jalen Carter for a second-round pick. I'm in.
What?
Second-round pick. Jalen
That's
Carter.
it?
That's all I'm giving up.
Oh, my God. That is not going to happen.
And I don't want him bad enough, I guess. 24 years old, off-the-field issues.
All-pro.
Not last year.
Year before that. Crazy rookie year. Second rookie of the year voting.
See, the only reason why I say that second-round pick is for the Raiders.
They won a first-round pick.
Well, I don't see the Raiders giving up first. But, the Raiders passed on Jalen Carter because they were worried about the off-the-field. I got a different regime.
Right.
But I would not give up a first-round pick for Jalen Carter.
Interesting.
Again, to me, he is a off-the-field concern. And for a team that wants players that care about ball and do stuff like that, now I could also make this argument. They've got a lot of Georgia guys right now.
Yeah.
Could you bring in you brought in, a few of his teammates in Quay Walker and Nakobe Dean. Could you bring in another?
Yeah.
Because the other problem is then you have to pay him.
TF, thank you.
We have Das Boot from J-Raw. Oh, bro, I don't know if
that was if you got a 500, but
Oh, okay. I was going to say, a boot,
Raider
I did
Hunter.
a boot yesterday from Raider on, and it was the next 2 hours were very blurry. Raider Hunter, Gino
Well, that's 'cause
intercepted
you put
again.
whiskey in it.
Yeah, this probably didn't help.
Yeah.
Probably didn't help. DeAndre, never, ever play poker with John Spytek.
Spytek.
Don't ever play poker with John Spytek. That guy, you never know what's going to happen.
Hey, he's on fire. Anthony
Spytek,
Diaz.
he's cooking.
He's cooking.
What's so funny is the amount of people. Y'all remember how many people yesterday were like, "Oh, what is John doing?
Yep.
He's sleeping. He stinks." It was
not-
the first
not to
hour,
call him
90
out.
minutes.
Not to call him out, but Stabler for president.
Oh, but I respect Stabler
He
for
came
president.
back with 100 and
He
said,
came
I'm
back
sorry.
and bang, and he was like, "I apologize."
Yep.
And I respect that. Anthony, cheers to you, ma'am.
Sean.
Mr. Forbes, Mitch, There is a lot of comments stating that we are eating. Okay, yep. Correct. Yeah, we're still going through some of the Geno stuff. We are eating. We are eating it. Who would you get with the extra money? We got $2.3 million. It's not going to be a big name player.
Tyler.
Chase. Trey Hendrickson incoming. Thanks, Geno. Goodbye. We'll see. Nathaniel. Jets doing Jets things by Geno. Raiders, let's get another pass rusher. I do want the Raiders to add another pass rusher. I still think we need a free safety. I think we need another edge. We're a lot
free safety, I think, is
we are a lot closer than what I ever thought was going to be possible on day two. Yeah, we are a lot closer than what I ever thought was even possible.
Slaughterproof.
Spytek is a genius or a scammer.
True. Just Carson. Does the trade mean he was getting a lot of calls?
No.
It means that was probably the only one.
The fact that Gino Smith was already in Florham Park, was already in that building when the trade happened, means that this thing's been happening.
Robert.
This thing's been going on for a while. New York Sports Talk Radio is currently on fire. I can't imagine. They're going to rip him apart.
I wouldn't know what to say.
They're going to rip him apart. And I know Gino's been there before, but I bet you Gino's going to be buttoned up in New York.
Yep.
Because he can't do what he was doing in Las Vegas because they will eat him alive. Raiders are eating most of the money probably. Yep, again, we've learned now that the Raiders are giving them essentially $16.2 million. And when it's all said and done, we save about $2.3 million, and we technically save $10.3 million by trading Geno is the actual number that we save. But we thought we were going to only save $8 million, so it's $2.3 extra million. But now that trade has happened, I know it's not technically officially official yet, but we're going to get $10.3 million more money on our cap tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern time. So when that 10.3 hits, what are you going to do with that 10.3 mil?
All right.
I think the Jets want Geno to get them the number 1 pick too. Junior.
That might help.
It's going to help. Jordan, Jets saw that Geno got the Raiders the number 1 pick and wanted the same facts. Samuel, the Jets want the first overall next year. And that's 4th in a row. The Wicked Witch is dead. Now go get Trey Hendrickson. Him and Paye are going to light it up. P.S. Jets gonna jet.
Yep.
We can still get Trey
time.
Hendrickson. We can still get Trey Hendrickson. Absolutely. Michael J., this is the best birthday present I could have ever asked for.
Happy birthday, Mike J.
Happy birthday to Mike J. Give me some HBDs down below. The fact that you're spending your birthday here with us on the Raiders Report, that does mean a lot to me, man. Happy birthday to you. Can't tell how old you are based on that picture. Raiders. O'Neal. How many more do we have to get through? Get through is not the right word. How many more do we have? Because every time I look, it just doesn't show up. I see Big Raz down there in the below. What up, Juan Gonzalez, Robert Jansen, Andy, I see you down there. Marcel, what's going on? Ernesto, Joey Ross, all showing up. Jack Wolverine, happy birthday, man. Happy birthday.
We're not terrible.
We're not terrible.
No, we're not terrible.
All right, I like it. How about this? Since we're not terrible, can I go pee really quick?
Sure.
And then I'm just going to go grab a Celsius.
Okay.
I'll be right back. Give me 2 minutes, y'all. Give me 2 minutes. I'm just going to go pee really, really quick. And then I'll be right back.
All right. We got some HBDs in the chat. Let's go. Joey Ross, Emmanuel, Max, Frosty, vet free agent quarterback. I'm thinking for a veteran free agent quarterback, I know he probably doesn't want to be like a. Actually, let's ask this question: which free agent QB should the Raiders sign this year? All right, I'm going to ask this question: which free agent QB should the Raiders sign this year? I know Kirk Cousins does not want to be a mentor. He does not want to be behind a rookie. And Fernando Mendoza whether he starts or not, he's the franchise quarterback of the Raiders, hopefully, right? You see all the qualities there of him being the franchise quarterback. That's what the plan is. Arvel. Heard he's pretty good, yeah, Mike? I'm seeing a bunch of guys. The name I'm thinking of is Joe Flacco. But at the same time, I don't know if he wants to be a backup to a rookie again, like in Cleveland. I think Derek Carr is not a backup. I think he's a third string, and he's more of a player coach mentor for Mendoza, while Aiden O'Connell is that as well, but is a backup, because a lot of people who think Aiden O'Connell is, a starter or something like that. Big Raz, Winston is still with the Giants for another year. He is not a free agent. Kyler Murray is an option too. He's going to be cheap. He's going to be a little over $1 million a year. 1 year vet min deal. See what he has to offer. I mean, it's a little bit different because he's not maybe the greatest teammate or in the locker room, or somebody that's going to mentor a guy like Fernando Mendoza. Nate, AOC is such a statue. He can be a statue as a backup quarterback. That's fine. You know what I mean? Like, if you want a solid backup quarterback where you can just kind of trust that he's going to trust him in a game, maybe like 3 games out of the year if something happens. You know what I mean? If Mendoza, God forbid, gets hurt or something like that, you can trust Aiden O'Connell to finish out a game or start like maybe 2 or 3 games. Yes, he's a statue, but backup quarterbacks are not amazing, What's the duck race at? I'll have to see what it's at for when Mitch gets back. But, oh Lord, please stop bringing Reed on here. If you want Mitch to, actually, I'm not going to say that, but Mitch has to go, use the bathroom and take a break for a sec. If you don't like it, sorry to hear that, man. Do we want to sign Reek Woolen? I mean, Reek Woolen would be, if that happened right now, it's huge. That is huge. I think DC would be a great mentor. Yeah, I mean, he's the conversation that we have to bring up though, and if he does get signed, is he's not going to be the savior if Mendoza is struggling. We've said that a couple times when we talk about it, but he's not going to be the guy that comes in and saves the city. We got to put all our faith and our confidence in Mendoza so that he can perform and really continue and try and be that franchise quarterback without Derek Carr rumors looming behind him.
All right, y'all, I'm back. I'll say this right now. If anybody's talking mess to Reed, I'm going to block you on this channel. And I only say that because, I always say this. I don't keep any of the Venmos. I don't keep any of the Super Chats. We always invest back into the company. And you guys have noticed we haven't had Jeremy as much, right? Because Jeremy wants to be able to go do his thing. So Reed has really stepped up, and he does so much shit in the background to help you guys get literally the best content possible. Like, I'm a hard guy to work for, and I only say that because, I do this a lot. So, I got to find somebody that can keep up with me. So, I mean this, man. If anybody's talking mess about Reed, Raz, Navman, any of the moderators, you can either put them in a 24-hour timeout, but I ain't going to deal with that shit, right? Because at the end of the day, I wouldn't walk into your home and I wouldn't say something about somebody that you really, truly care about, because then we wouldn't be friends. So you're not going to do it here. Which free agent quarterback should the Raiders sign this year? Oh, man. You know what's actually devastating? Wendy's now. They're not going to get Gino Smith.
Oh, no. That's so terrible.
Oh, dude. Wendy's is devastated.
Man.
after the Geno Smith trade. I mean, I bet you they thought they had.
Tom said, Reed, are you the guy that made the video saying Raiders are losers in free agency?
No. No chance.
I actually think they're at the top, number one.
I don't.
Only because
I think they're one of the biggest winners.
So if you guys have a lot of money, why not spend it?
Agreed.
Like, when you only have this amount of money, like, it's not going to carry over.
I understand your timeout analogy more now because you're like, how
it's not going to carry over.
It's super frustrating when you're an NFL team and you sit back and you're like, man, why didn't we use those 2 timeouts? Like, we're not going to be able to have 5 timeouts next week.
Nope.
Use your timeouts. Figure out a way to use them, even if it's just I need a breather, or even if it's hey, let's
get
talk
the right
about
play
it.
Call.
Anything.
Get the right play call. Take a break. You
Yeah,
can use 3 times. If you have 3 timeouts, you got 5 seconds left in the game.
Now, salary
in the
cap,
half.
there is a little bit more of the rollover, obviously, right? If you don't spend money this year, like you'll still have some money next season. But I think for the Raiders, when you have as big of an off season as this is, I think you had to look at this off season as we got to spend, and we got to go balls to the wall, and we're going to spend, and we're going to do whatever it takes to try to win right away. Is Raider Ron here in the building? If Raider Ron's here in the building, buckle it up. I mean, this is usually right around the time. This is usually right around the time where he gets off of work. So, I'm looking. I still can't believe. Tom says, what an elite finesse job by the Raiders against Geno and the Jets. I agree, dude. I walked in, so I took an extra 3 minutes. I walked over to our Jets studio, and I just poked my head in, and they looked at me and they go, I think it's going to be Raiders-Jets week 1 at MetLife. I'm like, could you imagine? I mean, I'll say this to NFL schedule makers out there.
They're slobbering right now.
Well, again, you look at Raiders-Jets on a schedule, I don't think it fires up many people.
Yep.
You make it week 1, Raiders-Jets, Geno. That's the most attractive that game will ever be.
Yes.
It's the most attractive that game will ever be. Sean, use the Geno money and bring Khalil Mack home. Oh, Sean, you want me to tell you? Khalil Mack, he went back to the Chargers probably about 48 hours ago, Sean.
Sorry.
You should watch the Raiders report, Sean. Preston, who's left in free agency that's worth grabbing and we can overpay for / this might have been before this schmack? I will say, again, there's still, by the way, still plenty of players. Do we have the top players available graphic? If not, I can just go to.
It will not be updated, though.
It's not updated?
No.
Okay, so I'll say Trey Hendrickson's still going to be out there. You could look at Kyler Murray's going to be up there.
I mean, actually, some of it will be because it's not like everyone.
So I'm just going to roll through some of the top names. Leo Chenal.
I can throw it up there, and we can decipher between all
DJ Reader, Deebo Samuel.
You just want overall?
Yeah, I think that's fine. Jawan Jennings, Joey Bosa.
So Braden Smith got.
We'll just make the verbal of who's not available anymore, right? So Braden Smith is gone. Braden Smith signed a 2-year, $25 million or 2-year, $20 million, up to $25 million.
I'll put an X next to him.
I almost wonder if we could put could you change their background to red, or I guess that doesn't make any sense with Kyler. I'm an idiot. But see, that makes me look like it's Braden Smith X.
Here, how about this?
Okay, that'll work. Braden Smith, he's gone. We're working through it.
So is this next one? Here we go.
Next name here, Romeo Doubs signed a 4-year, $70 million deal. He's no longer available. You might as well just cross out Tyreek Hill's name. He's got a 0% chance of ever playing for the Las Vegas Raiders due to his domestic issues. And then when you look at this, Nashawn Wright just went to the New York Jets.
I believe so, yes.
1 year, $5.5 million. So he's gone off the board. Again, these rankings are not my personal rankings. These are We're live right now on our main YouTube channel over at Chat Sports. And because those guys are over there, they have like their own consolidated rankings, if you will.
Yep.
And then from 16 to 20, I don't think any of these guys have been signed yet.
Not yet.
Like the top name that I would want on this, Jalen Hawkins at safety. I've mentioned his name a few times. I just think he's a better free safety center fielder than Jaquan Brisker, though Brisker's probably the better overall safety. But when you add Jalen, you have him be the center fielder. That allows Isaiah Paul-Amau to be that third safety, box safety, and then that also allows Jeremy Chinn to play that linebacker, strong safety hybrid role that I think he's really, really good at. And then 21 to 25, Kevin Byard, I mean, I look at the safeties that are still available. If the Raiders were able to come away with a Jalen Hawkins, Jaquan Brisker, a Kevin Byard safety today, I mean, I don't know what Spytek's cooking up right now. He's got to be cooking up some stuff. He's got to be cooking up some stuff. Debo would be an interesting move. I really hope it's not Kirk Cousins, because I think Kirk Cousins is going to get a big-time payday. I literally just looked in the kitchen. Yeah, I do. I mean, if Malik Willis got 3 for 67, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think Kirk Cousins then gets somewhere in the $20-ish million per year range as well. I think Cousins gets something very similar to what Malik gets.
You think?
Cousins' agent is unbelievable.
That is true. I mean, you got him. What was it like? What was his deal with the Falcons? It was like 100.
4 years, $160 million.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, it's how much money has Kirk Cousins made in the NFL? So Kirk Cousins in the NFL he's made somewhere around 322 to 331 million.
That's just unbelievable.
14 seasons. And I'm not saying Kirk Cousins isn't a good quarterback, but like, what has Kirk Cousins actually won in the NFL to earn that type of money? Consistency. Is Caleb Chasen still available? Yes, Lewis. And I would like Caleb Chasen, outside linebacker, edge rusher. I think it's a really good fit. Also ties with Rob Leonard. Does us paying his contract go against our cap? No.
You just add a little bit.
It has no impact on our cap.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
it's
so
only addition.
Correct. So like, I know sometimes people freak out when they hear dead money. Don't worry about dead money. Dead money means nothing to us as fans. It has no impact on the salary cap. It's just extra money out of Mark Davis's pocket. So the $16.2 million that the Raiders are paying Geno to go play for the New York Jets, that's basically like Mark Davis goes, you need 16.2. Do you want that in singles or do you want that in a check?
Yep.
Here you go, 16.2. That's like me going, Reed, you need $16.20? I got you.
Yep.
There you go. Easy.
It's a Venmo.
I thought we released Geno already. What happened? So the new league year hasn't started yet. So essentially what can end up happening is it gets reported that teams are going to be moving on and they're going to be cutting them. So because the new league year is not officially official, nothing is officially done until it's the new league year. So I think the reporting was the Raiders and Geno both came to the understanding that they were not going to be together this year. That wasn't going to happen, that they were going to release him. So that information goes out there that they're going to release him. And then it's like the Jets probably go, well, wait a minute here. What if we were able to do this? And the Raiders were like, that's actually a really good idea. How can we figure out a way to get it to work out? Because, and this is the honest thing, I think for the Jets, I think if Geno would have hit the open market, the New York Jets would have had to pay Geno Smith more to be their quarterback. But now because the Raiders are paying him whatever he's getting, like 16.2, and the Jets only have to pay him 3.3. Because if he would have been on the open market, the Jets would have had to pay him more. Ivan, thank you, Gino, for Mendoza. Bye-bye. We ate you. Yep, I agree. I don't disagree with this at all. Thank you, Gino Smith, for Fernando Mendoza. Thank you so much for the number 1 overall pick. And I know some people will get mad probably with me saying this, but Gino Smith accomplished more as a Raiders quarterback than I think any other Raiders quarterback has in a long time. We got the number 1 pick. Yep. Thank you very much. What about Geno Smith's $8 million bonus, 3/13? Doesn't impact us at all anymore. The Jets take it on. When the Jets made the trade, they take on all the responsibilities of that contract from here on out. So that's on them. It's on them. Now, from what it sounds like, they did a little bit of restructuring involved into that conversation, but I actually don't know now the details of the 313. Essentially what happened before the Geno Smith trade was if Geno Smith would have been on the Raiders roster March 13th, he would have gotten an additional $8 million. But I actually don't think it was March 13th. I thought it was the third day of the new league year. Could be wrong, though. Or, no, that's literally March 13th. I'm an idiot. Now's tampering period. Yep, I'm just dumb. All right, Ron! Throwing it up there. I'll tell you this. You throw down Raider Ron, he's going to have your back, man. No to Derek Carr. Don't sleep on Anthony Hill Jr. in the second. I love Anthony Hill Jr. Where are you going to play him, Ron? Are you going to put him at, because you signed Quay Walker, you signed Nakobe Dean. That's going to be your middle, that's your Mike, and that's also going to be your weak side linebacker. Can you line up Anthony Hill Jr. as a linebacker / edge prospect? Maybe, but I think Hill is really, really good in the weak side linebacker role. Trade down from 14 unless a blue chip falls. Don't sleep on kicker Dominic Zvada from Michigan. Hell of a player. 7th rounder, serving an alley-oop. I'll tell you this right now. If somebody throws down Raider Ron's alley-oop, I'm going to throw down a beer bong. For those of you that do not know, Raider Ron is the reason why we started Mount Raider more. Raider Ron has donated more money to this channel than anybody. Ron has spent so much time watching these videos. Ron's just outstanding, dude. He's literally the very first Raiders fan that I've ever met in person, like in terms of making a trip to go out and see. And I'll never forget it either because my boss, our CEO, now again, we were a much smaller company, 4 years ago, Ron? But my boss and I, we end up going out there, and Ron pulls up in his brand new whip at the time, which I think it was, a 2022 Corvette Stingray. Is that the right car, Ron? And, bro, we had such a good day, man. It was such a cool experience for me because I got to hang out with my boss one-on-one. Awesome. And then, I got to meet Ron. I got to meet his daughter. I got to meet Ron's daughter's significant other. Hopefully they're still together. And we went to a vineyard out in Napa. And I forget where we went for lunch, Ron. We went to this, small little spot, had some Modelo's, chopped it up, just got to know them. And then, again, to me, you just see people, you talk to people, and I felt like I knew Ron so well from the 3 years that we did this show. So to actually be able to see him in person was awesome. Though I don't know if Ron remembers saying goodbye to me because Ron, when he woke up the next morning, probably had some grass in his teeth. probably had a little bit of a grass in his teeth. So here's the thing. I think what you guys just did here for Ron was really freaking cool. We got a bunch of people here throwing it down. Got a lot of people. Ron, anytime you throw up an alley-oop, Ron, we got a few people throwing them down. So I only had a little bit left of that beer. If we get one more person to throw down this alley-oop, you guys, let's get this thing going, man. Let's get this thing going, man. So Ron threw up an alley-oop, and a bunch of people have thrown down that alley-oop. So here we go. But why not Derek Carr, Ron? Why not Derek Carr? Cheap contract. What if we got him super cheap? To me, $5 million would be the max I'd want to pay DC. $5 million. You do have to trade for him, yes, from New Orleans. However, I wonder because I'm not going to take on that contract. So I have no interest in that contract. So I almost wonder if New Orleans would just be like, all right, we'll let him go. Because who's going to trade for DC? I would have said the only team that would have made the trade for Derek Carr would have been the New York Jets, maybe the Minnesota Vikings. But if I'm Minnesota, I just go sign Kyler Murray at 1.3. I think Kyler Murray at 1.3 is actually one of the best deals. If you actually wanted to say bang for your buck, Kyler Murray is probably the top bang for your buck guy out there. $1.3 million. Raider Ron, cheers to you and to everybody. All right, you ready? Hey, who's going to do a beer bong with me right now? It's been a long week already, and it's only Tuesday. It's been a long, bro, I feel like it's Thursday, man. I feel like it's Thursday going into Friday with all these moves that the Raiders have made just over the last 48 hours. Over the last 48 hours has been just absolutely, positively insane, man. Insane. Yoda. So here's what's going to happen. Everybody that just sent in a 50, Ron, Ron's just throwing them off the backboard for each of them. Ron throwing it up there for Naaman. Go to the next one. Bang! Run again! Backboard! LCA! Bang! Run backboard! Jacob Sauter! Bang! And then run backboard between the legs! Windmill! Reverse! Yoda Jenkins! Bang! Oh! That's the Globetrotters. The Harlem Globetrotters are back.
Shout out to them. They were fun.
Hey, go back to Nav. We'll read through them. Ron, to all y'all that always make this show a lot of fun. I mean it when I say this. I don't take my job ever for granted. I do think you got to laugh. You got to smile every day. You got to appreciate what you do. Got to appreciate the people that show up and show out for you every single day. Just because, like that alley-oop right there, that everybody knows Ron shows up any way that he possibly can. So when to see people that have Ron's back, really, really cool feeling to be able to do that show. And I hope you guys know, man, I love doing this show. I love my job, and I hope that you guys see it every single day. Nav, can you read that one for me?
Yep. I got your alley-oop, Ron. We'll slam it. DC would be worth the money as a fantastic mentor for our first-round pick. Again, the Saints just need to remove the rights, and DC would do it for low money, in my opinion. He has said it on his own show. So that's true. I mean, I think this is 100% true. This is a great
See, I know
great idea.
Some people only see the clip. Hang on. Got some burps. Some people only saw the clip where, like, Derek was like, the Raiders shouldn't draft Fernando Mendoza. And then, DC got a little bit of flack for that. And then on, like, the next episode, what he ended up doing was he was like, well, let me clarify it. And he was like, I don't think that the Raiders should draft Mendoza right now because it's not in a good situation. But if you put him in a good situation, then I think that the Raiders should start Fernando Mendoza. And to me personally, that's how I look at everybody. Like people going, like Kubiak going, I don't know if we're going to start him right away, right? Like there's people going, well, Mitch, they said that they're not going to start him right away. I think that was because in that moment, they didn't want to have to start him because they weren't the proper team. However, though, if you put the right pieces around him, like now in my mind, I have confidence in Fernando Mendoza behind this offensive line that they're going to be able to get the ground game going.
What do you got?
So the news is, which is hilarious, the Steelers have signed punter Taron Johnson to a one-year deal. All right, I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know everybody that always, like, is in the NFL. I mean, I know names. Who does that look like? First name that comes to your mind.
Oh, my God, it's Bill Burr.
Bro, it looks just like him. Can you put that photo up?
Yeah.
So the Steelers, they just they came to an agreement.
What's his name?
So the Steelers punter's name is Taron Johnson. Taron Johnson to a one-year contract. Though I just saw it pop up on my feed, and I was like, did they just sign Bill Burr? Hang on a second here. Offensive lineman Darian Kennard is going back to the Green Bay Packers on a one-year deal worth up to $3.75 million. Another deal ends up going down. Bro, I mean, you can't tell me this doesn't look like Bill Burr. I love comedy. I love probably one of my favorite things to do when Alex is not home is Chuck and I have, we have a little bit of fun. We have a little bit of a night. Get some sips going, maybe something else. Watch a little bit of comedy, and Bill Burr. I literally was like, "Is this Bill? Does this not look like Bill Burr?" Y for yes, N for no.
It definitely does.
I mean, I literally saw, I was like, why are they putting a picture of Bill Burr in a Steelers jersey? Like if I walked by this guy, I'd be like, Bill
Burr just he tweets out on Instagram or tweets out on X, and he's like, did I just get signed to the Steelers?
Raider Mo, my thought exactly. How is that not Bill Burr? That's, bro, literally, I thought the same thing. This is the actual picture of the Steelers punter.
That is so funny.
That is unbelievable.
Dude, and he's honestly, I mean, he's as pale as, like, I don't know, probably like a ghost.
I mean, bro, that's Bill Burr.
Like, and he's like a almost like a ghost, right?
Spooky.
Like, sort of like
Ghost Raiders!
30.
Bang! Let's go! I apologize for doubting Spytek. He is cooking. We finally looking like we headed in the right direction. Shout out to you and the rest of the Raiders Report. Been a fan since 01. I'm most excited for a season in 10-plus years. Ghost Raider, shout out to you, man. Being a Raider fan since 01 has been a lot of losing. And, you know, first off, I respect the fact that you apologize to John Spytek, you know, and at the end of the day, we're not always going to be right. But I hope when people watch this show know I'm always going to give my opinion. Just like you, I think deep down should always want to be able to give your opinion. And, you know, you're going to be right, you're going to be wrong, and that's just like how it goes sometimes. And the cool part is I'm going to be right. You guys are going to watch the show. I'm going to be wrong, and I still know that you'll watch the program, but it's still at the exact same time when I'm wrong. I always try to do my best to be like, hey, like, this is where I missed, right? Like, I never thought Gino Smith in a million years was going to be traded. L. I'll take that L, right? I was hoping Geno Smith was going to be better than what he was last season. L.
I literally haven't changed that top part to the right of your head. I just haven't changed it because it's so nice to look at. Traded to the New York Jets.
I mean, it's
awesome.
I can't believe it. There's another picture that I have of Geno, the headshot, but maybe I shouldn't put that one up there. It's the one. It's not a real picture of Geno. We're not going to do it. The Arizona Cardinals have agreed to terms with veteran offensive lineman Matt Pryor. Matt Pryor on a one-year deal going to Arizona. Former Eagle. Ghost Raiders, shout out to you, bro. Thank you for but I know that there's a lot of people that feel this exact same way. That the Raiders are giving me hope. And it's always scary when you have this much hope as a Raiders fan. I fully get it. I totally understand it. Call me crazy. Call me hopeful. Call me a Raider fan. Saved 1.2 doing that deal for Kyler. So it actually turns out it was 2.3 now that I think that the numbers are officially getting cooked up in there. I don't know if they're going to do the deal for Kyler Murray.
Yeah, I don't know.
Again, if it was actually up to me and I got to call the shots, I would say let's just take a quarterback that we can know is just a mentor. That like Brett Rippon. Some people went, Mitch, why would we want Brett Rippon? Brett Rippon would be the vet minimum quarterback, played in a Kubiak offense before. That's the quarterback that I would want to sign. Let Mendoza start. Can Paye play DT if we get Hendrickson or other defensive end? I mean, Kwity Paye is, I think Kwity Paye is much more of a defensive end, defensive tackle hybrid. He could probably also, though, stand up and play outside linebacker. The reason why I actually think Trey Hendrickson and Kwity Paye is a good duo, it's very similar to Nakobe Dean and Quay Walker. Very yin and yang. Kwity, much better against the run than he is pass. Trey Hendrickson, much better against the pass than he is the run. Nakobe Dean, very good in coverage, sideline to sideline. Quay Walker, not good in coverage, good run stopper, very low missed tackle rate, and he's a north and south guy. So, like, I know a lot of times we only look at one player in that signing and you look at that money, but I think it's really important to look at who you are pairing those players with. Like, Nakobe Dean, Quay Walker, Malcolm Koonce. For the Raiders to get those 3 deals all in order, it makes all the sense in the world because they balance each other out so well. Top 3 free agents right now. I'll
Jalen
go.
Hawkins
Yeah, again, is this
for
like
the Raiders.
top 3 that I would want for the Raiders? Jalen Hawkins at free safety. I'll go that route. Let me look at some of the needs. Again,
Kelvon Chasen.
Caleb Chasen is interesting. Joey Bosa.
Joey Bosa, yeah.
Jadeveon Clowney, I'll throw in that mix. Here's another one. Arnold Ebiketie.
Arnold Ebiketie, there you go. Good job, Mitch.
I just can't look at the name and say it.
Yeah.
I got to just say Eb and then Katie.
Ebiketie.
Ebiketie. I mean, he had a better pass rush win rate than Maxx Crosby last season, only 27 years old. How about we go get Reek Woolen?
Sure. I'm in.
If the Raiders sign Reek Woolen, I would be excited. But then I would go, what does that mean for Darian Porter? I mean, I'll say this. People were talking about, could the Raiders use Tariq Woolen as a free safety? I actually think Tariq Woolen would be a better corner, and Darian Porter back at free safety. What about that? That's interesting. Oliver, let's go get Woolley with
Woolen.
that. Woolen, okay. Because the first name that I thought of when I saw this, Oliver, was Daryl Worley, who was like an old cornerback for the Raiders. And this is, if you want to know what Daryl Worley probably smells like, go grab a piece of toast, okay? Put it in your toaster.
And then forget about it.
Crank up the heat and just forget about it. That's Daryl Worley. I was like, dude, if we're looking to bring in Daryl Worley, I'm like, what on God's earth are we doing? Raider 831, what vet do you like to help Mendoza? Also, Reed is going to be heading out, so everyone spam some Reeds down below. Chuggs is going to be stepping in. Reed just dominated for 7 innings, and now the call to the bullpen is brought to you. Would you want to pay Aaron Rodgers $15 million? I don't want to pay him that. They're saying Cousins, $12 million a year. I think he's going to get more than that. Mariota's gone. No. Pickett's gone. Pickett got $7.5 million. If Pickett got $7.5, all right. Vet to help Mendoza. Brett Rippon. How about that? Aiden O'Connell and Brett Rippon. That's I guess what I'm going with. If the idea is to only have Mendoza sit for a year and you want to have Mendoza sit for a year, I will say Kyler Murray. 1-year deal. 1 year, $1.3 million. Let him do it. Again, I don't like Kyler Murray, but Kyler Murray at $1.3 million. What would you guys rather have? Kyler Murray at $1.3 million or Aaron Rodgers at $15 million? Or let's say Kirk Cousins for $15 million. What would you rather have? Let me know down below. Somebody said Derek Carr. And you still got to trade for Carr. I mean, Carr for Kyler Murray at $1.3 million or Derek Carr for, what do you think? Here's the thing. What do we think a cheap contract is for Derek Carr? What do we think a cheap contract is? Nick says Cousins 1.2. Never going to happen. Kirk Cousins will not sign a contract for $1.2 million. Cam Miller's not on our roster. I mean, who would it be? Who would it be? Give me Iguodala. Oh. Gibby? Is that your name? Give me Iguodala. If you want the number 1 pick, Geno Smith is the answer. I mean, look at the... I hope. If you told me that Geno Smith gets them the number 1 overall pick, all I ask in return is then I would hope that whatever happened to the team that traded away him the season before. What is this? Some on Luka. Which I'm not going to get into that. All said me, I'll play $1.2 million. That a boy. JC, with all these signings and draft picks, we are going to be very active in the draft. I mean, we had 11 picks. We were going to be active in the draft no matter what. Like, no matter what was going to happen, when you got 11 picks, there's going to be a lot of movement. And the Raiders made a lot of trades last year. I think they made, 2-3 trades in the NFL draft? They made 2 trades alone in round 2. We got Mr. Royal. This is further objective proof of how bad Geno was. He was traded for a 6th-round pick. That's not Burrow-level compensation. I mean, Mr. Royal, I don't even know how you get to Joe Burrow in this conversation here. I mean, Gino Smith was clearly bad last season. But then again, the trade also happened the way that it did because the Jets knew that Geno wanted out. The Raiders wanted to figure out a way to get rid of him. So, I think the Raiders did as best as they possibly could. They added some money, and they got a better draft pick. So, that's a win in my book. It's a win in my book. Also, we are about 50 likes away from 2,500 likes. If you haven't already, click that like button. 1.3 mil will get Murray for Green Bay. Murray, so what, you're saying Kyler Murray goes to the Green Bay Packers, 1.3 mil? Maybe. I mean, if I'm Kyler Murray, though, he could be a backup, but if I'm Kyler Murray, I don't want to be a backup at 1.3. Because I think Kyler Murray is going to be like, hey, man, I'm $1.3 million, and he believes he's a starting caliber quarterback. There will be a team that gives him a shot. I don't know which team that is. Because honestly, a team that I think makes the most sense for Kyler Murray to stay on, or to be on, is probably Arizona. Arizona, I would have said the Jets or Arizona. Vikings. About the Vikings. Colts if Daniel Jones isn't ready. That's a good option. I mean, that's actually a good take. I think Kyler Murray might be better than Daniel Jones. Mike Brackett, what's up, my guy? Thank you so much for supporting the show. Slaughterproof. The way I look at it, we were going to pay $18.5 million anyway, but we get to banish Geno to the Jets instead of giving him the chance to choose a team. Yeah, I mean, we made $2.3 million, technically, from what we expected to be able to make, and we went from $228 to $208. I mean, it's a win for the Raiders. Small win. I'll take small wins. It's a win, Slaughterproof. All the time, man. All the time. She's like, I love the little wins. Simply, Mitch, you made a mistake, got all of us pumped, but F it, bro. Your enthusiasm is why a lot of us have your back. We know where your heart's at. Yeah, I mean, I saw the Geno trade. Well, because when the Geno trade happened, I was eating, so I ran in here, and I was like, we're going to save $26 million in the Geno trade. The video goes out on social media, and then the Pelissero was like, hey, they're going to pay for most of Geno's contract. Which, if you see under the tweet and under my post on Instagram, you'll notice that I basically explain now that the updated news is there. But I mean, like, bro, I saw a trade for Geno, and I have the numbers in my mind, and, you know, obviously I make a lot of shows, make a lot of figures here, but, like, I was ecstatic, dude. Again, people think sometimes I get upset when I don't have, like, a right prediction. I don't give a flying flip about my predictions. Selfishly, and I know that people are going to watch the show whether I'm right or wrong. I think people like hanging out with us. I know we provide good content here. I know we provide something fun for fans to be able to watch. But, like, I know I wasn't the only one the moment you saw Geno Smith got traded. It was like, you know what I mean? Get it in my veins, dude. Get it in my veins. F that guy. Johnny, Mekhi Becton is available. Here's the problem with Mekhi Becton, right? And Mekhi Becton was arguably the worst offensive lineman in the NFL last season. Okay? What scares me about Mekhi was when he was a New York Jet, he was terrible. He got fat, lazy, out of shape, wasn't any good. Signed a big deal with the Chargers. Fat, lazy, wasn't any good. Now, there was also a lot of moving parts on that Chargers offensive line. When he was with the Eagles, he was great. The Eagles, though, they had Jeff Stoutland, best offensive line coach in the National Football League. Now he's doing more of he's got a different role with Philadelphia now. But, like, when you see, Mekhi scares me. He does. If you could bring him in on a low prove-it type of deal, Like, I do think Mekhi Becton with Linderbaum, JPJ, Colt Miller, there's some interestingness in there. But also at the same time, like, Mekhi Becton has proven to you, when he's gotten paid, he gets fat and he gets lazy. That scares me. Marco! I think we got all these. If you see, so Raider Ron threw one up. I believe all the 50s and 100s we have already gotten to. Am I wrong on this, Mark? Okay. For the alley. Next level ace. What does the Geno trade take off the books? Sorry if I missed it and you already said it. So here's how I think the easiest way, that I can explain it, okay? Easiest way that I can explain it is the Raiders, if they would have cut Geno Smith, we would have eaten $18.5 million. We would have saved $8 million. Now that the Raiders have traded Geno Smith, the Raiders are essentially paying Geno $16.2 million to go play for the New York Jets. And that money difference, 18.5, 16.2, is $2.3 million difference. You follow me? Take that $2.3 million, put it on our side. $8 million was the expected, 2.3 added. So as soon as the new league year begins, 4 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow, you're going to see an extra $10.3 million go to our salary cap. Now, we no matter what would have gotten that 8, but we just added that 2.3. The Geno Smith trade is essentially 2.3 extra million in our pocket than what we expected to be able to get. And then also you go from pick 228 to pick 208. So you move 20 spots. I hope that I did a good job explaining that. Oh, Mark Call said that was an older one. All right, Mark, you know what? I'm going to throw it up there anyway. Let's go, Mark. They are signing 3-year contracts because they need to be prepared for a huge quarterback contract. Reading the tea leaves here. Do you watch this show, The Search Doctors? Do you watch it? Because I agree with you. They're planning for a big contract, and it's also I think that's also their window. Their window for the Raiders is that 3-year. Spytek, Kubiak, Mendoza, 3-year window. Also, former Bills defensive back Cam Lewis is going to go to the Chicago Bears on a 2-year deal. Do we think the Raiders are going to sign anyone today? Wine Free SN for no. I mean, they're clearly cooking, right? I mean, you traded away Geno. You tendered 2 players this morning. Yako, big thank you to the Jets for being the Jets. I mean, big thank you to John Spytek for saying, hey, man, I don't care if it's only 1 yard. I'm going to try to gain that extra yard. And that's what a good GM does. A good GM dots his I's and he crosses his T's. And that's what they did today. Rich Wolf lost the Vagino and gain. That's clever. Haunted Hour, what's your opinion on A'Shawn Robinson? So A'Shawn Robinson was just released by the Carolina Panthers, and I actually have done a show before on Robinson. It's probably a little bit last year because there were some rumors around him. Big boy in the middle, 6'4", 320, so I do think it makes some sense from a 3-4 standpoint. He played 658 snaps last season in Carolina, 65.5 overall PFF grade. The year before that, he played 761 snaps. I think what he does well is he's good against the run. He's good against the pass. 30-year-old veteran option. If you were able to go out and get A'Shawn Robinson, I would like that move for the Raiders. Not going to be a lot of money, though. Jersey boy, Quay will wear that number 7 better than Geno ever could. He's probably going to, it's honestly probably just going to have to keep this. I wonder if Quay Walker is going to be a captain because he was a captain in Green Bay. Do you just keep the 7? Do you just keep the C? And you just rip off Smith and throw on Walker? You're ready to rock. That's a good point. Chuck says that's probably why the trade happened with Geno. I mean, Mark, I know is cheap, but I don't think he's that cheap. Mark's like, we have 20,000 Raiders 7 jerseys. How can we make this work? Spytek's like, I have an idea. Real Cowboy, finally, we can have a positive conversation about baby back. Hopefully the door hits him on the way out. I mean, here's the thing. The door, he's already in. He's already in Florham Park. He's already at the Jets facility. He's already there. He's ready to get started. He should know the area well. What's crazy is the last time Geno Smith played for the Jets, I was an intern for the Jets. Well, he's talking shit and got jaw broken in the locker room, which I can see why. Big Burr, how do you think Geno will perform on the Jets? Reed just said, I don't care. I don't care. Don't care. Do not care. Don't care. I don't care. I do not care. And I don't. I legitimately, I don't care how he plays. To be honest, I would love for Geno to be very, very much so mediocre and put the Jets somewhere around 10 to 11 wins. Because to me, that's a disaster. I don't know if I should keep Aaron Glenn, and we still need a franchise quarterback for the future. So I hope Geno's better. But when the Raiders and Jets play this season, get your popcorn. I mean, Reed and I were saying it actually makes sense for the Raiders and Jets to play week 1 at MetLife Stadium because the most attractive that game will ever be is week 1. Oh, I can't even imagine, dude. If Geno is starting in the game where the Raiders play the Jets, I don't know. I literally don't know what we would do. Probably could. We could probably print something out. Jersey boy, Hawkins, Peppers, Woods, or Byard for a safety. To me, it's Jaleel Hawkins and Kevin Byard, by far the top 2 options. What did I say? Sorry, yeah, it's Jabril Peppers. I combined Jabril and Jalen. Jalen with 2 ends. Yeah, Jalen Hawkins is my number 1 safety target. Kevin Byard would be my number 2. Rob O, you think Caleb Banks or Delane make it to 14? Caleb Banks, yes. Mansour Delane, no. Cowboys have a major need at corner, and they do really like him. So Caleb Banks, yes, I do. I think Caleb Banks is going to be there. But he's not in my top 10 of who I would target at that position. If you want to go check it out, it's already on the YouTube channel. Raiders draft targets at pick number 6. I like it. We got Garth coming up here next. Mitch, let's not talk about Gina. He's gone. What 3 remaining free agents available would you like to see the Raiders sign? All right, let's go. Let's go Jadeveon Clowney. Let's go Jalen Hawkins. DJ Reader. What about that? Does that work for you guys? Caleb Chasen. Lewis, linebacker Chenal, defensive end Chasen, safety Hawkins, defensive line Clowney. What you want? Chasen, Hawkins, Clowney would be the people that I pick. And again, I like Leo Chenal, but that position's a bit already filled. We still have other starting positions that need to be filled, so that's kind of where I'm going. I like Leo Chenal, but Chasen would be a starter. Jalen Hawkins would be a starter. Clowney would be a starter. Hey, Seuss, what's going on, my man? I have to think that Caleb Chasen is interested in reuniting with Rob Leonard. I agree, and we could really use his help. Hope it happens. It just comes down to money. Like, if I'm Caleb, I'm probably thinking that this is my best chance to cash in. Back 2 years where he was better than what people expected, just played in a Super Bowl, he's probably trying to get paid. Now, that could worry some people because Caleb Chasen's not a player that I want to give a lot of money to. Like, if he's looking for 3 for 45, I would rather just give him, like, 1 for 18. Prove it. Prove it to me again, Caleb. I mean, even that, like, $15 million a year, I think, for Caleb Chasen is too much. Like, I think he's going to be closer in that $12 million a year mark. 10 to 12. Reed never followed me back on X. From Antonio Ayala. He's checking his phone. He's checking his phone.
Murder.
Reed's like, yeah, wow, you're right.
Murder.
What is that?
It's a vocal stem that I get from TikTok.
Born a Raiders fan, Dylan Thieneman at pick 14 would be solid. Is it Thieneman? Yeah, it's probably Thieneman. Oh, dude, a little thin mint right now action would hit. Give me some thin mints, a little bit of coffee. Yeah, I have a cookies and coffee obsession. I'm serious. Like, if I was on death row, it might be what I pick. Chocolate chip cookies and coffee might be my death row meal. It's Twitter. Yeah. Oh. All right, Reed.
Oh, big time. Over
Reed's
here.
like, well, I got 40 or 50 followers.
He's like, I have thousands of adoring fans.
I guess I should check to see if Reed still follows me. Christ. Ricky.
Let me know in the chat, what's your favorite store brand cookie?
So random. I love it.
You were talking about Thin Mints.
Well, no,
I have been. My local grocery store has, every time I've walked in, has had Girl Scouts selling cookies. And I feel bad because I did it the first couple times, and then I was like, I can't be buying cookies every single time I go to the store.
completely agree. Because, one, they hustle you. Bro,
Would you like any cookies, mister?
I mean, there was one time.
You trying to make me fat?
I mean, there was one time, Alex and I, when we went. Can you hit? Are you still watching? We were.
I have it.
Yeah. There was one time, Alex and I, we went to the grocery store, and we saw, obviously, the Girl Scouts, and I always want to be able to support. We want to be able to help out. And I handed her a $20 bill. They handed me one box of cookies. And I was like, is that what that costs? And the woman was like, oh, I thought you were giving it to us as like a tip. And that was my face exactly. I'm like, whatever many boxes that is, like, that's kind of what I would want. And I got 2 boxes for $20. I was like, bro, I got hoed.
Yeah, they're $8 each.
Chuggs is like, I know exactly.
I mean, people in the chat were saying that, so that's how I got $8.
What's your favorite Girl Scout cookie?
Is
it Thin Mints? Because to me, there's one, and it's clearly one.
I like Samoas.
Samoas are number one to me as well.
Samoas
are number one.
From the stores, me and Raider Ron were like this.
What?
Nutter Butters, severely underrated. I love Nutter Butters.
I agree with you. I do like them.
I nutter for some butters.
I mean, if I had to pick my favorite store-bought cookie, probably go Oreo.
Sneaky one. And I don't know why, I never had these before I got with my wife. Milanos.
Milanos are good. See, I like when you dip them in coffee and then chocolate melts a little bit. Chocolate melts. I'm a cookie savant. It's probably a problem.
Bud Stripes are good.
I mean, anything chocolate chip I'm usually in for. I'll say this might be my hottest take. I don't like Chewy Chips Ahoy. Give me Chewy Chips Ahoy. Don't give me that. I don't want that.
Trash.
Just throw them away.
Next super chat from Reezy, and then sent another one with a message. Are there any big-time receivers we can get in free agency?
What do you consider big time?
Not any wide receiver ones.
Jawan Jennings, Deebo Samuel are probably the top 2 receiver options. So, Romeo Dobbs is gone.
David Zahn, come here, Chuggs. I got a nutter for you.
Yikes. So I would say Deebo, Jawan are probably the top 2. Keenan Allen. What about Keenan Allen?
Pepperidge Farm.
Keenan Allen has been a super consistent guy. He's had over 700 yards for 8 straight years.
I will say, I see some people talking about Crumble in the chat. Maybe that's my hot take. I don't like Crumble. And I got shit for it because one of our guys here, Jack, y'all probably seen him. His mom usually, I don't think she'll do it anymore because now it's becoming an investment if she did that.
They're so expensive.
But whenever we were 15, 16 deep during the draft, she would get us a bunch of boxes of Crumble cookies. They're okay for the price. I would never buy Crumble for myself. I think there are much better cookie shops. Like here in Dallas, I like Cookie Society. Mitch, I've showed you Cookie Society before.
Oh, dude, I love. So Jeff and I follow each other. So I actually had the opportunity to meet Jeff, former Chiefs offensive lineman. Sorry for all y'all, but I met Jeff probably 8 years ago, the owner of Cookie Society, him and his wife, and they had these peanut butter and jelly cookies, and literally it was like peanut butter and jelly, and they were unbelievable.
One of the best cookies I've ever had.
Cookie Society is
a banana pudding cookie. Oh my God.
Very good. Very, very good. But yeah, Jeff Allen, him and his wife, they're super successful. I follow them on Instagram. We always talk about the cookies.
They have 6 locations now.
They're huge now. They've been killing it. But his wife His wife is the magician, Jeff. Jeff also super, super nice guy.
He just is funding the operation. She's the brains.
I'll tell you this though, man. She might be funding it now. Like maybe
Yeah,
maybe in the beginning, Jeff. Again, I don't know if you're ever gonna watch this, man. But I saw them. They were at a fantasy football. It was at what's the giant spot? Doesn't matter. It was a giant fantasy football convention in Fort Worth, and then I saw them there, and they're like, "Oh, you should try these cookies." Unbelievable. And then I went to their one brick and mortar, and now they've blown up. Next level with 25 projected for the draft slots, so that's 25 million. What are the odds we can restructure a couple guys, get a bit more cap to get a true nose tackle, fill a couple more holes like free safety or wide receiver? I mean, you still have the money to do it. Like, you still have the money if you wanted to go out and get a Jadeveon Clowney, DJ Reed, or Jalen Hawkins. I actually think you have enough money to do all three of those things still where it stands right now. If you're talking contract restructure, I would say, again, to restructure a contract, you're either giving somebody like an extension to lower the cap hit, which I don't know if there's a guy on our roster that the Raiders would be willing to do that. I'd say the number one player, if you're actually trying to restructure a contract, is Kolton Miller, where Miller, got that brand new extension last offseason. I want to say it was like 3 for $66. It was $42 million guaranteed. So that final year on that deal, there's no guaranteed money. If they wanted to add a void year, so there's a little bit more extra money, that lowers Kolton Miller's salary cap this upcoming season. Because that right now, Kolton Miller is now the highest cap hit that we have at $22.5 million. So could you lower that cap hit? Because the next one is Tyler Linderbaum at 16, and then Malcolm Koonce at 11. Like, nobody else on this team makes more than 10. So Kolton Miller is probably your best option to do that. And here, I'll click on Miller. So Miller's got zero. I mean, he's got zero guaranteed in 2027 and in 2028. So, I mean, essentially, if Kolton Miller at 31 years old, the answer is Kolton Miller. I'm hearing that we will still pay most of Geno's contract. Is this true? It is true. We're going to pay $16.2 million of that contract. But we still saved, in all, when you look at it, we added $2.3 million than what we originally thought. I hope I've explained this enough. If I need to keep on explaining it, I will try. But no matter what, we're going to eat 18.5. Now we're only going to eat 16.2. We were going to get $8 million. Now we're going to get 10.3 once it hits the books. JJ, you spoke with IG. The person you spoke with on IG is my dad. Love everything we've been doing so far. Raiders. Dude, that's crazy. Yeah, when Gino got traded, I told everyone, hey, give me a follow on Instagram, Mitchell Renz 365. We're gonna hear, some of the opinions from Raider Nation all around. And I brought 3 people up here, so the fact that was your dad, that's cool. I know, JJ, you've been an OG watcher for a long time, so that means a lot to me. That's cool. That's cool. Friendly reminder out there, if you're trying to get in our duck race, it is a $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. Can you also change today's deals because March Madness is filled? Just put 50 as like alley-oop. Sound good?
Yeah.
We'll do that. So, friendly reminder, if you're trying to get in, you're trying to win some money, $20 Venmo, Mitchell Renz 365. Bruce Bird, I see you. Greg, I got you. Looks like Raider Ron, you getting it in. And then Jeremy Valve also getting it in. $20 Venmo, chance to win. $370 here on the show. We will run that duck race, I would say, in about an hour and 20 minutes. Unless, I don't know, some shit happens. What up, Big Mike? Mitch, by trading Geno, do the Raiders get to keep the cap space even though they paid the money to facilitate the trade? So the money that will be added to our cap space tomorrow is $10.3 million, which is $2.3 million more than what we thought we were going to get. Maybe that's the way I should explain it. That might be the easiest. $10.3 million we get tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, 2.3 more than what we thought. Geno goes back to his first screw-in. What an ass clown. Love the 6th for our 7th, considering the Jets knew he would be released anyway. Huge win. You're right, Nav. Again, you go from 228 to 208. Small wins, 20 picks. Who knows? I mean, that could be the difference between the Raiders getting Riley Nowakowski or not. And I know the Raiders won a fullback tight end hybrid. I think at the end of the day, if you feel like that you can get slightly better, and for a team that was as bad as the Raiders, even if it's that big, you take it. Christopher, what's up, my man? I wonder if Spytek did an NBA Jam heat check and asked for the number 2 pick for Geno. Spytek is cooking. I don't think that Spytek asked for the number 2 pick for Geno Smith, because I feel like that would have resulted in a hang-up. Like, that's like me asking my wife. Actually, I don't think I can say that here. Let's say I'm trying to get lucky. If I overstep my boundary, it's not going to happen. So I think it was just like, I'll take what we can get, you know? Robert Garcia, though, Spytek's cooking today, man. Spytek's been cooking for a while. I mean, these last 2 days, he has been cooking
with fish grease.
I mean, what I don't know who this SS Carl guy is. I don't know what you're spamming. I'm going to give you 10 seconds to stop. I don't understand. We need a Big Ted Washington guy. We need a Big Ted Washington guy. Am I an idiot here? All right, Big Ted. All right, so Ted Washington. All right, so Ted Washington. A little bit of a throwback here. 6'5", 375-pound nose tackle. First-round pick in the 1991 NFL Draft, 25th overall. Played for the Oakland Raiders in 2004 and 2005. Was a Super Bowl champion. Played with a bunch of different teams, but I mean, this is a big boy. Played in 236 career games. Big-time nose tackle. Played until he was 39 years old. I mean, you're right, though. In a 3-4 defense, I think if you're able to add a Ted Washington, I think it's a good move. I don't remember Ted Washington. I wasn't born in 1991. Peyton, did I get into March Madness? Is your name Peyton, last name Jaquith? If the answer to that is yes, then
It's Jaquith.
Then yes. It might actually be. I might have actually spelt it wrong. I just know it was Peyton. What'd you say?
No.
Peyton.
Elijah.
Peyton. Yeah, there is a U in here. I think actually you're right. Jaquith. So that's a scary one to say. Elijah, love from Washington. Check my DM. Eli Hodge for that Brennan Carroll story. You got a Brennan Carroll story for me? I'm listening. I don't know if I can say it here. What is it? Eli, period. All right, Eli. Oh, bro. Okay. So, this is funny. Okay, I remember these guys. So they told me before that them and their buddies, they're a bunch of college guys. They always watch the show. I don't know who this is, but this is a picture that they sent me before. But them and like their college buddies, they always watch the show. Okay. Yeah, I can't read this on here.
Is it bad?
It says things that aren't legal, so I don't want to.
Dairy Queen closes in 10 minutes.
Basically, yes. So it sounds like for Brennan it doesn't. So, Eli, appreciate it. Desi, I Venmo'd 90, 2 ducks, and a March Madness spot. Not sure if you saw that. Yeah, Desi, I got you in. I mean, I'll say this to Eli. I had people tell me some interesting things too, because I don't know if y'all saw the videos with his eyes rolling in the back of his head. Not a good look. Raider boy, kick rocks, Gino. See you later, alligator. We got Kronos. Get Hendrickson, top right tackle, right guard, Venga or Fano.
I wonder who signed the top right tackle in free agency.
I mean, what a hell of a deal. 2 for 20, 25, up to 25. I mean, That's essentially a 1-year prove-it deal because the guaranteed was 13.7.
29 years old.
And you stole him from a division rival. I mean, that's probably one of the best moves today. If it was up to me,
Out of the 6 moves being made.
yeah, you're probably right. Hendrickson, if I had to pick out of all these different options here, I'd actually probably might lean more towards Spencer Fano now because he can play right tackle, and he also said he was open to play any spot on the line. He said he'd even play center if you need to put him there. So, I think because he offers you a little bit more of that versatility where Venga's a left guard, and that's where he's going to be. Not saying it's not a bad pick, but I would go that route. I know Hendrickson's a great player, but Hendrickson's also 31 years old, and he wants a massive, massive bag. Desi, yep, I know. I got you. You're already in, bro. I got you. I promise you. Your ducks are a little bit separated. I got you. But I think we answered that one before. Did you guys talk about what's going on tomorrow? What's going on? New league year? New league year starting tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern time, 1 p.m. Pacific. As soon as that happens, everything becomes officially official. In terms of the money that's going to hit our books, we're going to see an extra 10.3 after that Gino Smith trade. But, that's the new league year starts tomorrow. Is that I'll be live tomorrow. I'll probably be live tomorrow from 11, like I did today. I went live at 11 my time, so noon Eastern time. And I'll probably go until either A, there's no more news to discuss, or B, if there's big-time breaking news, I'll just stay live until that. See, I think what happened yesterday was people went out and they got aggressive and they went to go get their guys. Today, I wonder if there is a let's wait and see approach, and then if they're aggressive again after the new league year. Because I bet you there are some situations where free agents are like, I want to go to that spot, but I'm not going there until I know it's officially official. I do think that could happen. Rebel Hobbs cut, yep. Post June 1st. Would you guys want to bring back Nate Hobbs, put him at a backup nickel corner safety role? Interesting. We should have went after Aloy Gilman, Chief. Yep. He's a Chief now. Mando, AOC is like a Honda Civic, and Mendoza is a BMW. I think Mendoza's even better than that.
He's a Toyota truck.
Reliable. Built to last, Mendoza. You're right, though. AOC is, I think, he's a Prius. AOC is a Prius. A nice little Honda Prius. Nothing crazy, but he's going to help you get there. Jeff, give me an edge. Defensive tackle, wide receiver. Caleb Downs ain't falling to 14. I have faith in Grant, Rogers, Glaze to fill out the right side. Grant, right tackle, Glazer, Rogers at right guard. See, I actually think Jordan Meredith is a better guard right now than Caleb Rogers or DJ Glaze. But, and that might be a hot take for some people out there, but I do also think, I don't want people, here's the other part of it. DJ Glaze was bad last year, but DJ Glaze was also much better as a rookie. Is that DJ Glaze showing his true colors, or is that Brendan Carroll and our offensive line just being an absolute joke, right? Caleb Rogers, Charles Grant, I don't know exactly what we have in those guys. I wasn't very high on the Caleb Rogers pick. We had him as a 6th-round grade, 6th-round grade here at Chat Sports. But, Jordan Meredith at left guard and right guard in 2024 was much better. He was a really reliable offensive lineman. Robert, Mitch, come to New Jersey when the Raiders play the Jets here and we can heckle the shit out of Geno. So I won't actually go to the game itself because I got to be live here on the Raiders Report. But I would love the opportunity to go out to MetLife, run into some of my old buddies that are still working there. My dad's a Jets fan, so that would be a really, really fun tailgate to be at if I could go to it. I went to college in New Jersey. I went to college at Centenary, if you know where Centenary is. Very, very, very small school. Anybody can get in, I promise. If you can't get into Centenary, then
Could I get in this Centenary?
Yep. Ask me any name. And if they could get into Centenary.
Brett?
Yep.
James?
Yeah, absolutely. Any name.
Lopez?
Yes. Preferred. June, dreaming for Fernando Mendoza to be the first rookie quarterback in NFL history to win a Super Bowl with Derek Carr. Yeah, I mean, I can't even imagine, dude. No matter what, the Super Bowl next year is going to get a lot of guys in trouble. A lot of guys are going to get in trouble next year in the Super Bowl. It's on Valentine's Day. I mean, I don't know why they would have done that. Brutal timing. Super Bowl on Valentine's Day. Brutal, brutal, brutal.
Yeah, looks like Valentine's Day is being moved to the 13th.
For me, probably. And probably the 15th, unfortunately. Edgar, so Bapple or Bankit? So Bapple or Bankit? Oh, okay. I'm going to go Bapple. Budweiser, Apple, or the banquet beer? Coors.
Oh, that's a hard one. I don't know.
I mean, to me, I read this as just plain banquet Coors Light or Budweiser Apple. Is that what it is? Bud Apple? I'll tell you this right now. If these are your only two options, I'm probably going to pick up and I'm going to go somewhere else.
The Natter Days.
Natter Days? I mean, they're actually not bad. I actually also, one of my favorite beers, Bud Light Lime, but also it's like, I think it's the Cactus one.
Hey, Mitch,
what?
It's 420.
Are we doing it? You guys ready? Tony.
Wait. Hold on. Wait.
Tone, power bomb connection, about to eat the next 3 to 4 years. I mean, you got a little JPJ. You put that next to Tyler Linderbaum. They're gonna make each other a lot of money. They really are. And I think there were some people that were worried about JPJ getting traded because of the deal. I'll say this. I mean, JPJ tweeted out yesterday. He is fired the F up. He's fired the F up. Play next to Tyler Linderbaum. I mean, those two they're the same. They think the same. They want to they don't want to block you. They want to embarrass you. That's type of offensive lineman I want. I want offensive linemen that go, I don't only want to beat you straight up. I want to embarrass you. Zach would like to add Juwan Jennings, good blocking wide receiver. You know, Jennings does have the Kubiak connection. I mean, they had 1 year of overlap in 2023 when Kubiak was the pass game coordinator for the San Francisco 49ers. Now, that wasn't one of the best years that Jennings had. I want to say he had like 19 grabs that season. But the last 2 years, he's had to kind of be that number one option. And if the Raiders want to add a number one receiver, I do think Juwan Jennings is the player that the Raiders should look at in free agency. But also at the exact same time, I would much rather the Raiders add a receiver like a Keenan Allen, 34-year-old vet, very reliable hands. You can use them in the slot, and then also draft a guy. Like, to me, like, that's a much prettier wide receiver room, also based on money and allocation. Now, Keenan ain't going to block for you. Jennings is a better blocker. I don't know if he's a good blocking wide receiver. Probably above average. But, like, to me, I'm trying to think of a better. Like, Jalen Nailor, he's actually a much better blocker than what I thought. Eduardo, would you bring back Nate Hobbs to be a good move for the Raiders? It would come down to money. It would come down to interest. It would come down to fit. Like, you know, the Packers tried to use Hobbs on the outside, and it reminded me very much of the first 2 years in the NFL for Hobbs. He played a hell of a year. He was a former fifth, I think he was fifth round pick, sixth round pick out of Illinois, and he played nickel, and he was outstanding. I mean, he was such a good player. He's so athletic, did a lot of different things. He's got some injury concerns, and then the following year, they tried to play him on the outside a little bit more, and I don't blame him because if you look at Nate Hobbs, he looks more like an outside corner, and I don't blame Nate because you're going to get paid more on the outside than playing on the inside, and he clearly wasn't as good as a rookie. Then he goes back in year 3, plays a little bit more out of the nickel, ended up having a better year. So then when he got the opportunity to hit the open market, the Green Bay Packers gave him 4 for 48, couldn't really stay healthy, and he was bad last season. He was bad last season. So can you get him on a 1-year prove-it deal on a cheap contract, and you then have a player that can probably be your nickel corner, outside corner, safety, a little bit of it all mix in there of a hybrid? That's interesting. My only other concern about Nate Hobbs is I don't think that he's better than Taron Johnson. And if you're not going to have, I think having a safety that's not a starter that you're not going to use on special teams, because I think with Hobbs' injuries, it's a very limited role. Like, I want my safeties like Terrell McCullum, right? Terrell McCullum's not going to be a starting safety for the Raiders. He absolutely will play special teams. That's a good value. I don't see Nate Hobbs playing special teams because of the injuries. 1 year, $4 million for Hobbs. I mean, I would do that. Any more? I mean, but does Hobbs want that type of money? I don't know. I mean, he's going to get paid because because they designate him as a post-June 1st cut, I believe he ends up getting $8 million after June 1st. So maybe Hobbs will be like, all right, well, I'm already going to get $8 million this season. Can I just sign for a cheaper deal for a team that I want to go play with? But does Hobbs want to come to the Raiders? I don't know. Nav, Eugene Cyril Smith was a shit show in the 2013 draft. Read that. Got us a first and now gets the Jets a first. DC is the target Wednesday hot take. Gino Smith was a shit show. You're not wrong. I mean, Derek Carr being the target is wild. Do we really think that Derek Carr is going to be the Raiders' target? Do we think that? Is that what you're thinking? Because from what I do standpoint, that's an electric show to cover. Derek Carr being on the Raiders again it's an electric thing to talk about. I already can't wait for the preseason games. Already can't wait. It's a hot take, but I like it. I like guys that give a take. Give me a take, even if it's a hot one. Even if it's a hot one, give me a take. I'm in. Cleric, feed, Reed. Yeah, he's eating right now. He said that he was really, really hungry, and though I love the food that we got today. We got like Asian food. It's called Hawkers. That's not it. I thought it was Hawkers. Crush Crab. That's what I meant. Very good. Wendy's the biggest winner in day 2. LOL. No longer will Geno Smith go to Wendy's. 3,000 people up in here, says Raider HEC. If you want to shout out here on the Raiders, where you're still rocking with us today, spam me down below. Miggy. What up, Mig? Cheers to Mitch and Reed. You mess with Reed, you mess with me. Spytek is killing it. Also, let's look for some defensive end, free safety help. Jalen Hawkins, Jaquan Brisker. The other guy on the Kevin Byard. I would look at Jadeveon Clowney, defensive end. Then we look at a Trey Hendrickson. What about a Arnold Ebikadi? And then we could, for defensive tackle, DJ Reader. I think all those names. John Doe, shout out to Reed. Doing a great job, man. F the haters. So these are probably from about an hour ago. We're catching up. John Doe. Yep. So that was the one that got wild. Goots, go get Smith, Byard, Chasen, then peace out to the draft. Perfect free agency season, playoff team right away, similar to the Pats, who rebuilt in one off season. Smith, who's Smith here? So Kevin Byard, I like. K'Lavon Chasen, I like. Smith. Who's Smith here? Okay, sounds good. Am I tripping? I'm not seeing a Smith down there. Also, shout out to Miggy, Joe Bellaway, Raider Tone still here, Anthony Green. Come on, Green. We got Tristan Goots. I see you down there below. Rebel Montana. Yeah, Reb. It can't be Braden Smith. He's already gone. So that's why I'm just trying to figure it out who it is. Okay, Braden. Yeah, he's already gone. You're good. Fletch. Gino eats watermelon the long way. Oh, my God, dude. How does that happen? What is the long way of a watermelon? Do you think it would... But what's more difficult? Eating it like this? Or trying to eat it like that? I mean, I don't know what's more difficult. That's unbelievable. Spytek cooking in free agency. Me. Yes, chef. I mean, I texted Spy yesterday, and I told him that he killed it in Raider Nation. He gave me a little like, so I was like, that's decent. Spytek's killing it, man. Raider Ron, I don't want history. I always forward-looking. No to Derek Carr. Like, to me, the number one reason why I wouldn't want Derek Carr is because I know for a fact that there will be people out there that'll say, got to play Derek, right? If the plan is to play Derek in year one to let Mendoza sit, different story. But if they want Mendoza to play right away, I don't want to hear it from people. Don't want to hear it. Hefty, on my lunch break, came in to say hello, Nation. Do you think we have a chance to get Reek Woolen, and how much do you think that he wants? I would say Reek Woolen probably wants, $20 million a year? $17 million a year, somewhere in that, 17 to 20 million per year. Is there a chance? Sure. But then what does that mean for Darian Porter? Now, again, that's the regime that they didn't commit to anything to Porter. I also think Porter would be an interesting safety option. John, he looks like Allen with a red beard and bald from 2.5 Men. Is that the Bill Burr pick? Okay. I think so. Dean, Wendy's dodged a bullet. We'll make the video. Edward, this offseason has gotten me hyped. It's definitely a move in the right direction. Loving it. Love the channel. Let's effing go. Edward, I don't even know how this got through, man. Credit to you, though. Credit to you, man. Hang on, that's almost. All right, so there's no background on it. All right, so talk to me here, Jeremy. I'm being told that we're about to do a special deal. All right.
T-shirt deal going up.
Talk to me.
We've got the Raiders Report T-shirt, $10 off for the next 30 minutes.
That's crazy. 30 minutes, $10 off, Raiders Report T-shirt. Here's my deal to the nation. You guys ready? How many? We'll do this. What? We got 30 minutes. If we get 30 sales. If we get 30 sales in the next 30 minutes, I'll do a boot here on the Raiders Report.
Woo!
F it, let's go. I want 30 people to get a Raiders Report shirt.
We're going to give you a shout-out if you get the shirt only for the next 30 minutes. It's a flash deal. Woo! Backing. Gone!
All right, if we get 30 sales in the next 30 minutes, we're going to do our very own little Tuna Clock here. Beep. I get a notification every single time a shirt is purchased, and if we get 30 shirts bought, I will do a boot here on the Raiders Report. Chuggs, where's your face from Steve-O? Chuggs in the background.
It's on my neck.
My neck, my back. Is that it? Is that how the song goes? Oh, I don't think that we should.
Woo!
Quick question to the chat, or make a poll, Mitch. With everyone in the chat, how many Super Bowl victories have you been around for? Myself, 2, 1980, 1983, albeit I was 6 years old. LOL.
Woo!
Nothing wrong with that, though. Shout out to Joe G. That's number 1.
Woo!
That's number 1. Though, are we sure the deal's good?
James said it's good to go.
Double check.
You're in the message with us.
Yeah, I don't think that the deal is valid. Because I just saw. All right, hang on. We're figuring it out. We're figuring it out. I don't think that. Yeah, I mean.
Woo. Boom, boom, let me say ayo.
Hey-o. All right, we might have to wait on this one. Might have to wait for a second. How many Super Bowls have y'all been around for?
None.
None. Yeah, we paused the timer. Joe said, I paid full price. Jaime said, I know. We're, sorry. We were told that the deal was ready. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like the deal's ready. So hang on a second here, y'all. Hang on. To Jaime. What? To the people that bought the shirt full price, our boss said he's going to refund you $10. So, we got you. So, he's going to refund the $10 to Joe and then also to Jaime. So, you guys will get refunded $10. Sound good? Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Yeah, I mean, we'll figure it out. To the 2,800 people here.
All right, our boss said it's up now. Just double check. All right. Woo, woo, woo. Oh, my God. And we had a shirt deal.
Elias, we need Kyler so I can win every time in Madden 27. I mean, Kyler Murray is a really good quarterback in Madden. And at $1.3 million, phenomenal. John said he's been around for all 3 Super Bowls. I'm jealous.
Mitch, you should reply, it's okay, just don't let it happen again.
Probably not going to do that. Rich, Gino in New York. He can kick rocks. Mitch, you think Spytek is cooking up another surprise? P.S. F the Chiefs. Yep, I do think so. Richard C. got 2 shirts. So that means we need 26 more shirt sales, and I'll do a boot. You got my word. Carlos, Mitch, do you remember that fan in the beginning of the season holding up that sign and Geno flipped him off? Yeah, that fan knew. That fan knew. He knew already. He knew what we were getting ourselves into. All right, we got Brian T. Got one. We got Joseph K. Got one. Gregory S. Got one. 23 more shirts, and I got a boot. Longevity Bullies. How do you feel about Demetrius Crownover? Stand out at the Senior Bowl. All right, let me go to our draft notes guide. Let me see. I mean, bro, he's gigantic. 6'7", 320 pounds, Grandview, Texas. I will say this. One of the notes that I have on here is, but again, he's a nose tackle. I mean, he's a big boy. Doesn't have a lot of great numbers. Offensive tackle, Jesus. Sorry, I saw tackle. He's a gigantic tackle. Gigantic tackle. Elite arm length, great body control. Sounds like he's a really good run blocker based on some of these notes. Another note is gonna take some development is literally one of them. So here is the other one. We got Martin F. So 22 more. Garrett H. 21. Jose 20. Mitchell M. 19. Christopher G. 18. Salvador 17. 17 more shirts, and your boy's going to do a boot. If you don't know the deal, chatsports.com/RRT. 4th round ACL issue, respectable competition. Yeah, I think that this is this almost reminds me of like a Dalton Wagner. Just a gigantic human being at offensive tackle. I just saw Nicholas A., Richard B., Michael A., Jason B. Another one. I think we're 14 away? Ricardo, would it be crazy to try Taron Johnson or Darian Porter at free safety like a Kobe Bryant type move and draft a safety on day 3? I would rather you do this with Darian Porter than Taron Johnson, and I only say that because of the role. Taron Johnson last season played a linebacker nickel hybrid, and he's a little bit undersized for that. The Raiders also, one of their coaches is Al Holcomb, was the linebacker coach last season in Buffalo. So I think that's the connection why he came here to play. He's going to be your starting nickel. But Darian Porter, I do actually think would be a better free safety because he is a ball hawk. Not the best tackler, but can he drop back into coverage? I do think, though, he's got some serious upside, though, as a corner, personally. All right, we got Leo M., Kyle J., Johnny M., Ramon T., Norm R., Rob G. Need 8 more. Dude, I'll tell you, we're going to get there. It's going to be easy. It's going to be easy. Yeah, I actually didn't think it was going to be this easy. Y'all are getting shirts. Shout out to you. All right, let's keep it moving here on some of the Super Chats. Rob G. Getting it in. What up, Raider? Yo, what do you think the chances of trading back at 14 to get more picks? It always takes 2 to tango. I've always been team trade back. I think the idea is nice. I've always liked it, but still, I think it really comes down to what the Raiders still do in free agency. If there's still a big-time glaring need and you think that you can get that player, you go get that player. What? Yep. No, I'm in the shop, so if you want to read it.
For Joe G and Jamie V, our boss said that $10 has been refunded, and it'll show on your payment in 2 to 3 days.
There you go. There you go, there you go, there you go. Michael, this free agency period is one of the best I have seen in my whole life. How is Spytek so good at this? This guy is an animal. Raiders. I mean, I think at the end of the day, man, it's about preparation. You had a lot of money to be able to play around with. You had a lot of draft picks to be able to play around with. You know, like I'm trying to think of a good example here. Reed said it'd be hard to mess it up, but I've seen it get messed up, you know. So I think Spytek did a great job. You know, they had a plan, they stuck to it, and they freaking did it. Jason B, Rick O, Eric V, Christopher D, John B. I believe we need 2 more sales. 2 more sales. Yeah, you might just go get it. Here, you can use this one. Hey, just use that one. Just give me Happy Dad. That's fine. Happy Dad sounds good. Victor says T's still 30 on my end. Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing it right now. It's $19.99 on a lot of people's ends. All right, we got Greg T, Brian M. Let's keep it going, man. This deal is only, and I mean it, I don't know how long. We got 20 minutes, 32 seconds left of our Raiders t-shirt deal. If you want to get a Raiders Sports shirt, get one now. Greg T, as soon as you buy it, I see it. You guys should do a Chat Sports live stream from a suite at Allegiant with Mount Raidermore. I would love to be able to do something like that, but I had some conversations with some of the guys that do a lot of work for the Raiders. Like, you want me to be if you guys want something like this to happen, every time the Raiders go live on YouTube, say, I want to see Mitchell Renz. Because the problem is there are people that are on the Raiders YouTube channel that don't want me to be on the Raiders YouTube channel. Because I think they know deep down I'd run circles around them. And I'm only saying that about a few people. But there's one guy in particular that does not want to see me on the channel. So I talked to a few people from the Raiders. I talked to a few people that run that channel. And they told me that one of the guys who talks on that show didn't want me. So one of them, yep. Yeah, I mean there was 2 people. So Big Raz, bingo. Jacob, would you go after Trey Hendrickson? Would I chase him? Probably not. I don't think I'm fast enough. In terms of bringing him in here, it depends how much money he wants. If he wants $30 million a year, no, I'm not going to do that. So I think he would be a good fit. I think it would be an interesting move. Greg T, Serpio P, Richard C just got themselves some Raiders Report shirts. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to down this boot. We're going to keep rolling through some supers. I will have to take a pee. So I'm just going to, I'm already know I'm going to have to pee. I feel like my bladder has been broken. Devin, yep, I know. But I mean, here's the thing though. I also don't blame those guys for not wanting me to join because I'm going to make them look bad. So like I'm not trying to be, it's just the truth. I'd run laps around JT. Laps. Here we go. You guys ready? Chef, it wouldn't be a surprise to me if Spytek did what he did last year and trade back some of the later round picks, 3 to 5, to continue to get more picks. That's it. See, I think that the only way that you do this route is if you don't love what you have at certain positions in free agency. Like, in my opinion, I could see the Raiders trading up for certain players that they really, really like because of how many holes that they filled in free agency already. But it depends. It depends value. It depends who you think's on the board. It depends what you're hearing. I think the Raiders did that, though, last year because teams that trade back, like that's what teams that rebuild try to do. But Pete Carroll didn't want to rebuild. Rob, Victoria, Al M. I almost said your last name. Sorry. Cheers to all y'all. Though, my guy Rob got 2 of them. Rob got 2 of them. So did Victor. Let's go, man. All right, y'all. To all y'all out there, cheers. I'm having a good time. Thank you for supporting the Raiders Report today. This boot goes out to every single person that makes this show possible, that makes this show a lot of fun. I will be live for probably another 45 minutes on this program. I got my wife. She bought us tickets to go to the hockey game. So I'm gonna get out of here at 5:30 my time. So that's 45 minutes from now. If any breaking news happens while I'm at the game, I will get you guys a short, and then I'll get you a video after. Popcorn? Get your popcorn here. Get your popcorn here. I just hope no breaking news happens. I'm sorry, I really don't. I'm not gonna leave my wife at the hockey game. So
It's trade for Brian Thomas Jr.
Chuggs, Reed, go live on the Raiders Report and stay live until I'm home. I'll be there after the game. Let's hope that doesn't happen. I can't leave her, dude. Like, you can't. Like, you would never leave. Yeah, you can't leave her at the game. I'd get.
You wouldn't leave her, right? Alex it's just goal. And she turns around. She's like, "Where's Mitch?"
He's gone. No.
Just you sprint.
Now's my chance. Now's my chance. All right, I've procrastinated enough. Nate
May. Last year, rookies are rookies this year. The coaching staff was so bad we can't fairly evaluate Besh or anyone drafted last year. I really think Besh is a number 1 receiver. I don't think he's a number 1 receiver. I think his ceiling is a good number 2. I think his ceiling is like a Jacoby Myers. Like, if Besh turns into what Jacoby was, that is best case scenario for him and his career in the Raiders. Is if he turns into what Jacoby Myers was for the Las Vegas Raiders. I don't view him as a wide receiver 1, but I do think at his best, he could possibly turn into what Jacoby was at one point for the Raiders.
I agree with that.
Thank you.
He
TJ!
can block.
Parkinson! Off the glass.
All right, let me pee real quick.
Bye-bye, Gina. Oh, no. I'm not Reed. Bam. Bye-bye, Gina. It's been nice. Hope you find your paradise. To the middle finger. That made my day. Mitch, give him 2 birds. That's all of us Raider fans.
I'm back. No.
We're running shit now.
This is our channel now.
Yeah. Yous guys. Yeah. It's funny that he ended up back with
That would actually be
the
really
New York
funny
Jets.
if you put his face when he goes like this, his face in the stands. That would be so funny.
Ray Lewan. Hypothetical, if the Texans called and wanted the first overall pick in exchange for Will Henderson, do you do it? I mean, if you're the Raiders, no.
No. If you're the Texans,
I
yeah.
mean, if you're the Raiders, unless you want to, I mean.
Actually, no. I think it's a no both ways.
Unless you really like Kyler Murray, because that would be your quarterback if you made this move. I don't think the Texans do it for the number 1 overall pick because they have stated they like C.J. Stroud.
Rustin says, Mitch looks weird.
Yeah, I don't think the Texans do it. I don't think either team does this trade, Ray. Jacob, dang, Mitch, still alive? You're a beast. Tyree Wilson, best suited as a 3-4 DN. Thoughts? I agree.
Nope.
I've continued to say that him as a 4-3 defensive end was never going to work. He's not fast enough. He does his best work over the guard on the interior, being a big body. So I think 3-4 actually suits him way better than a 4-3 defensive end.
We got some potentially big news here. The Browns are apparently closing in on getting a deal done with offensive lineman Elton Jenkins.
Wow.
From the Green Bay Packers. I actually think that that's a really, really good move for Cleveland, who had a lot of issues on that offensive line from a season ago.
Also, you want a fun stat?
Rob G, shout out to you.
Lance Zierlein, who, funny enough, you know him from all his draft coverage. He actually, from Houston, also covers the Texans, does radio in Houston. This is what he said about Braden Smith, which I didn't know, and I'll probably do a video or short on this later.
Talk to me.
New Texans offensive lineman Braden Smith.
Elton Jenkins, 2 years, $24 million, $20 million guaranteed. Just went to the Browns.
That's a decent deal.
Yep.
Braden Smith actually only played guard in college at Auburn. He played 2,500 snaps at guard. He came into the league as a guard, and the Colts moved him to tackle out of necessity. We're like, he's pretty good here, so they kept him here. The Texans, he's predicting, are going to move him back to guard and start Trent Brown at right tackle.
Interesting. That means that they gave him guard money. I mean, the money they gave him is more of guard money than it is tackle money. That kind of makes sense. Honestly, that's interesting.
He said he had him as one of the top guards in that draft and was surprised at how well he was able to transition to the tackle spot. If he had to guess, he's going to go back to the guard spot and fill the left guard position that the Texans have a glaring need at.
Okay. I'll tell you this. I like it. Also, shout out to L.A. L.A. Fugitive is the name of the customer, which I don't know how that's possible. Is that your name on your credit card? Just got $100 worth of Raiders Report stuff. Shout out to him, man. L.A. Fugitive! Bang! Jordan! I see you. Al McQueen.
Lewis.
Jeff L. Thank you, man. Shout out to you, Lewis.
You know Lewis has his own beverage company. It's a cider company. Lewis Dixon Cider.
Dude.
Draft a wide receiver in the 3rd round. S-Bell, T. Hurst, or Zachariah Branch.
I'll pick Zachariah Branch. Raiders met with him at the Combine. And related to Cliff Branch, also very, very speedy receiver. And clearly, this team values Georgia players right now. I'll blame him. Georgia's been a good program. We do have quite a bit of super chats to get through. Rebel saying, hey, we got a lot of soups to get through. I'm going to be live here for another 40 minutes. Is that not true?
No.
All right, we're good then.
We've got maybe 10.
Yeah, all right. I didn't know how many we had. Yoda.
Compared to what we usually have.
Yoda,
this
Mitch. Hoping to make a hockey fan out of you. Have fun at the game. Vegas Golden Knight fan here, but Stars are going to feast tonight. Why is that? I mean, the Stars games that I've been to, I feel like they always score a lot. I feel like there's always a lot of goals. I want to see a lot of excitement. And again, if any breaking news happens today, I will do my best to get you guys a video tonight. If it's really, really crazy big, I mean, we'll figure it out. I don't know. But no matter what, I will do my best. I will do my best. Can't leave my wife at the hockey game, though. She got this for me for my birthday. We'll have to put it in the calendar next year, free agency. Zaya like sports. How do you feel about Mekhi Becton? Dennison can fix them for sure. Already seen Mekhi with good coaching in Philly, and that's got to be intriguing. Again, I love Rick Dennison. But Jeff Stoutland is, he's regarded as the best offensive line coach in the NFL. I know he's not doing it anymore. He got a higher position in Philadelphia. Mekhi scares me a little bit. But at the same time, if I can get a motivated Mekhi Becton, 1 year prove-it deal. 1 year prove-it deal for Mekhi, I do think is good. At the same time, though, Mekhi, when he's gotten paid, he's gotten fat and he's gotten lazy and he was bad. But you guys know, I was a big fan of Mekhi Becton last offseason. I'm glad we didn't get him because Mekhi Becton, big contract with Brennan Carroll. Oh, my God, I can't even imagine what that would have looked like. Rob, did you get my Venmo for the duck race? If you send a Venmo, Rob, the answer to that is yes. The last person that I got in the actual duck race was Jeremy Valve, and I can look here at some other people. Yeah, my guy Troy. Troy, I've followed you for a while, man. I'm a baseball guy, so Troy Silva on Instagram. Crazy. Let me check the duck race here. We'll keep it moving. The last time that I looked, it was a $20 Venmo. Winner would go home with $370 on the program. To be very clear also, we have no more March Madness spots remaining. None. Zippola. Zero. Zilch. None. None. None.
We have 1 minus 1. Equals 0.
We have 0. Damon, why work for someone else when Mitch and Chuggs are the number 1 show for the Raiders? Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I mean, I love my job here at Chat Sports. Not to say that I can do almost anything that I want, but like they give me the creative freedom to really truly like run this show that I want to do it.
You should see what he does to the new guys.
What does that mean? I'm also very proud of the company. I'm proud of the company that we built here, man. I'm a Chat Sports guy for life. I really, truly feel that. And I do. Like, I want people that, if you got a young kid, who knows, like maybe 10 years from now, they're working here. Like, we're growing really, really fast. You see all these other companies, like they're letting people go left and right. And we're hiring 5-10 people every year. So, but again, like to be able to work for like the actual Raiders, if they hired me to do whatever they had to do, and you always got to look at different opportunities. But I would ask, like, can I do what I do here for them? I don't probably answer is no, but it is what it is. Federico, Gino, the booty, Smith, go back on a jet plane. Don't want him back in the AFC Wish division again. I think this is supposed to be a song. I don't know if I sang it well, though. How would you sing this?
Gino, the booty-o, Smith, go back on a jet plane. Don't want him back in the AFC West division again.
There you go. David Ward, Brian Baca, John Butson. We got DeAndre Mallory. Also Stephen Ford. And then Jaime Portillo in the duck race. As it stands right now, $20 Venmo. You would go home with $430. And for those of you that do not know, our Raiders Report deal. Sorry, that boot's catching up to me a little bit. 5 minutes left on our Raiders Report t-shirt deal. Chatsports.com/RRT. Usually they're $29.99. Now they are, as you can see down there below. This is interesting. Apparently teams are keeping an eye on Osa Odigizua in a potential trade. The reason why I say that it's interesting is because, again, you got to take it with a grain of salt, but there were some people down here in the Dallas area saying that apparently Osa Odigizua could have been potentially involved in the Maxx Crosby trade. What up, Grant? Hey, Mitch, I'm one of the silent watchers, but love the show and have been watching since the Cleveland Furl draft crash out. Raiders are finally back. Raider Nation for life. I mean, the Cleveland Furl crash out, I was not happy. Now, I wasn't live on the Raiders Report. We were live on our main YouTube channel, Chat Sports, when that one happened.
In the corner, quietly, most of the time in my Superman t-shirt.
Nice. I mean, first glance, real quick, that kind of looks like a Superman t-shirt. Appreciate you, Grant. TJ, the second I
get my jersey,
I'm calling you on IG. Chuggs, I'm calling your ass too. I mean, I feel like I sent that jersey out already.
Hello.
I feel like I sent that out a while ago. You didn't get it yet? I feel like I already sent it out. Zaya, can't lie, I'm surprised you said my name right. You and me both, ma'am. You and me both. Names are not my strong suit. I don't have a lot of strong suits, but names are definitely not one of them.
Motorcycle.
Also, let me give some more shout-outs here to the people that are getting some Raiders Report gear. We got Norm, Jeff, Aiden, Rob. Shout out to, oh, these are some other ones. Jason M, Derek T, and then Brandon B. Final chance. Motorcycle. Mitch, you're a beast. Keep it rolling, bro. Keep him squared away, Chuggs. I mean, here's the thing. These shows that I'm doing, obviously everything takes, time, energy, blah, blah, blah. But, like, doing a live show like today, you guys are just as important in that because, you guys are bringing me energy, right? Questions are continuously flowing. Good conversation is continuously happening. I do this show because, again, like growing up as a kid, if I went to a family reunion, a family get-together, we talk sports for hours. So this is no different to me. And I'm not saying this to be cocky, but I don't think that there's another person on planet Earth that can talk about the Raiders better than I can. And not saying I know the Raiders the most, but talk about the Raiders with their people, I don't think there's anybody better on planet Earth. Jacob, Mitch, what's the current cap situation? So the last time that I saw it was about $58 million, but also Quay Walker and Eric Stokes were not yet featured yet there for Over the Cap. I want to see here. They're still not on there. After the deal of Gino Smith, the Raiders are about to get an additional $10.3 million tomorrow. So whatever they have today, they're probably going to be still around like 50, 58 mil. Probably somewhere around that, 50, 58 mil. Juan, what do you think of the Raiders IG post? Which Raiders IG post? If it's the one that was there yesterday, I literally commented, I don't understand what you're saying. I mean, if it's the Rich Gannon one, I'm fine with it. If it's the Raiders admin keyword speculation, I am under the impression now that that's the Raiders can't post like we have signed Quay Walker because it technically hasn't happened yet. So I think what they're saying is come back on Wednesday, 4 p.m. Eastern time, and then we're going to make all these posts like we have signed Tyler Linderbaum. We have signed, every single person. The Packers, they are signing former 49ers wide receiver and returner, also former Chief Sky Moore.
My boss said that he extended the deal a couple minutes, so this is your last chance. If you have the shirt, if it's in the cart, get it now because you have about 2 or 3 minutes left to buy the shirt for $10 off. So,
Marsh.
Something happen?
Yep. The Jason Sanders signing with the Giants. A kicker. The Giants are signing kicker Jason Sanders. Mr. Sanders. Not the Colonel, though. Not the Colonel. Robert Finn, I couldn't agree with you more. Let me see here. Let me see. Who's getting in this duck race? What, we got 3 more minutes of this? 3 more minutes of the shirts. Get them while they're hot. I also see Daniel.
Just for y'all's purposes,
Sanchez.
They will come at room temp. They will not come hot.
Ah, that's true. So you get a nice hot shirt right out of the dryer. You're like, ooh, that feels nice.
Oh, yeah.
See, once in a while, like if I know, like on a rainy day, I'll just throw like the blankets that Alex and I use for the couch, throw them in the dryer, let them heat up a little bit. Chuck loves them. Jacob, Mitch, bro, been watching since you had Mizzen and Maine as your sponsor and Chucky Heads in the chamber. Thanks for all the hard work. I mean, thanks for watching the show so much. I mean, it takes people like you to watch somebody who I was not good at my job, I would say, the first year and a half I did this, 2 years. I mean, not saying I wasn't good, but I'm a lot, you just get better and better and better, and that's kind of the way that it has to go. Everything's a learning curve, and I still have a lot of those Mizzen and Maine shirts. I do miss the Chucky Heads. I wish Gruden could have worked out, and unfortunately it didn't.
Oh, hell yeah. Rebel got a couple.
Got a couple what? Oh, Rebel did? All right, Reb.
Rebel Montana.
Rebel, here's how I know you lost weight, because I see the size that you got. That's how I know Rebel has been losing weight. Shout out to you, Reb. Chad E., L.A. Crash Dog, John E., Art L., we got Joshua S. Good for you, Reb. Been losing weight, dude. What? Jacob, thank you, man. LCA Mitch, check March Madness race again. You got 9 spots left. LOL. It's German for real. Draft, sack. 9 spots left would be wild. Though, I think you're actually in it, LCA. Yeah, LCA, you're in it. We are all filled up for March Madness. What?
TJ.
I've been checking the mail. Last we spoke, you ordered it. You was at the Combine, and I was going to drive to meet you. Yeah, I wish that could have happened. I know you and 93 Nav were like, Nav actually went to Indy, but Nav and I couldn't get linked up. And then you two, because I forget what day that was. What? It was like Thursday when I was out there. The hardest part about the whole Combine thing was like our dinners every night were like 9 o'clock at night. Dude, it was covering the Combine was unbelievable, but dude, it's exhausting. I was gassed by like Friday night. People they were like, "Do you want to go out?" I'm like, "No, I want to sit inside. I want to chillax, and I want to just hang out." It was unbelievable, though. Cam, almost. Not so fast, sweetheart. Not so fast. All right, we're going to keep it moving. We're going to keep it moving. Let's go. How many? We got to be almost caught up.
Yeah.
Almost caught up. Ghost, thoughts? Trade 2nd and a 4th for A.J. Brown. Can we afford his contract or draft Elijah Surratt in like the 3rd or 2nd round? I don't think the Eagles are going to give you A.J. Brown for a 2nd and a 4th. I also am not really interested in A.J. Brown. Our Eagles guys would probably say he's not a diva, but I think A.J. Brown is a diva. I like Elijah Surratt, and oh, wait, we got a Texans trade, and it's a punter trade. The Texans are trading for Saints punter Kai Kroger. Sources say they're swapping a 6th and 7th rounders in 2028. 2028 6th and 7th swap. The Texans and Saints have just made a trade. Instant reaction.
I don't know what to do with my hands.
I like Elijah Surratt. And if we had to take him at 36, I like the value better at 67. Omar Cooper Jr. will be the number 1 Indiana receiver drafted, though. Yoder. Mitch, how many times did I fire during your first 2 years at Chat Sports while probably wearing Mizzen and Maine?
It's like somebody needs to learn some grammar.
Yeah, maybe you should have taken those Grammarly classes.
That's twice as many times.
For those that don't know, this is my boss. I bet you, in all honesty, James, I bet you I've been fired 8 times.
That's 8 more times than I got fired.
I'd probably say I got fired by 8. Well, I don't know. Here's the one thing. I remember there was a few times James was like, "You're fired. Get out of here." And I was just like, "I'm not going to leave. Like, I'm good here. You're going to have to physically pick me up and take me out of here. I'm not leaving." What? What is happening? I know, but I'm trying to run a show, so I don't know.
Yes. Really?
Our Saints guy just came in and said, "What is this trade?" Is that real?
Can we revise the deal?
Is that name in production? Is that somebody's actual name that bought a shirt? Am I tripping? What do you mean? The one Chase just put is unbelievable. Is that real? I know that person. What? I actually know who this is. I spelled actually wrong, but that's okay. It's unbelievable, man. All right, we are actually – wait, we got a few more supers. We skipped James. We put James in the front. Let's keep rolling through. Ghost, we got that one. Joseph, guys, will you be showing the actual signings of our new free agents? If we get some, yes. Who do you think is the next big signing that you want to happen this week? I mean, I would say, again, it's probably either at defensive line, safety, probably be the two areas that I would look at. I mean, if the Raiders make a move, yes, I will make a move. I will talk about it. I promise you I will talk about it. I mean, they're laughing, but I know that guy. I actually do. So when I saw it, I was like, yeah, bro, I think it's a real guy. Joseph, sorry, there's so much shit going on in the background here at Chat Sports. Everyone's laughing at some stuff that I can't even tell you about. Oh, man. All right, so here's what's got to happen. We got to get through the Supers. We got to do the duck race. I got to try to get out of here in the next 20, 30 minutes, okay? Thoughts on drafting Chris Brazzell? I am not a fan of judging by I'm not a fan of judging guys based on the helmet, okay? But I think Chris Brazzell and Dante Thornton Jr. are like – Brazzell's a more complete receiver. I do want to be clear on that. But I also think at the same time, like Brazzell still needs some work to get done. And if you brought him in, like I'm still not very confident in our wide receiver room. Like if we're going to draft a receiver, let's draft a guy that can make an impact right away. And Brazzell and Thornton, they play in these gimmicky offenses. And Brazzell does make me a little bit nervous because I don't know if he is a good blocker. I don't know if he runs a complete route tree. And I know how far away Dante Thornton Jr. is from being ready. So we'll see. Thoughts? All right, Roscoe, can we get a short of your top 10 crash outs? I mean, if I had to guess like what my top 10 crash outs of all time are, when the Raiders lost to, there was a few. When the Raiders lost to Baker Mayfield, that was a bad one. But there's some games where we lost some games that I can't even believe it. When the Raiders drafted Damon Arnett, I about threw up. Alex Leatherwood, same thing. I'm trying to think of some of the other really bad. I got 5,400 videos on this show. We've been here every day for the last 8 years, and we've covered the Raiders. So it's, lots and lots and lots. Lots and lots. I wish I could show y'all what is happening in the background here. It's unbelievable, man. It's unbelievable. Wow. It's a good amount of money right there. You're welcome. You're welcome. Silva and Black. Fort Worth. Got 2 middle fingers for Geno. F the haters. Love the Raiders. So what? You're based in Fort Worth? I'll be at the Stars game tonight. I love Fort Worth. Fort Worth is like Alex loves Fort Worth probably more than she loves Dallas. She always wants to go out there. Or are you saying like for what it's worth? You got 2 middle fingers for Geno. Oh, dude.
What a day, man. What a day. TJ?
What a day that literally like nothing really happened.
I know.
Outside of Geno Smith getting traded. Are you not allowed to flip off a camera? I want the finger to Geno. Bye-bye to the Jets. So sometimes
YouTube gets annoyed sometimes.
Sometimes YouTube can be finicky. So like if I throw up like middle finger birds, like sometimes like they'll take away my ability to make any money on that video. And I know some people don't like me to say this, but yes, this is my job. So when I make a video, I obviously want to be able to make money and I want to be able to profit on it. Sometimes when you curse, you say F words, you throw up middle fingers, like it's there's a chance that they could take every single dollar that you make from that video.
Yeah.
So there's sometimes where I do it, there's sometimes I don't do it. Carlos, Mitch, do you read my other super chat?
Let's look.
Carlos, I don't know.
This one?
Mitch, do you remember that fan? And yes, we read that one.
I don't remember. I think that was when Chuggs was here.
Season holding up the sign. Gino flipped. Yeah, because we were like, honestly, we deserved to give that guy an apology. Because the Seahawks fan knew, because he said the sign was Gino Smith is like Jamarcus Russell, I think is what it was.
Something like that.
Dude. Oh, my God. Unbelievable. KY Raider Gang, Kamari Ramsey from USC free safety in the second round. Let me look at our notes. Again, if he's not a ball hawk, I mean, he's 6 foot, 205, 21 years old. He's got some solid production. 4.47. I like the broad jump, vertical, versatile safety with solid size.
Oh yeah, who's a bigger bust, Gino or Jamarcus Russell? That's what the sign said.
Who's a bigger bust? Clearly Jamarcus, because Gino got us a number 1 pick. So I'm going to go with that one.
He also got the Seahawks a Super Bowl.
Somebody said Hendrickson went to the Patriots. Not that I've seen. I haven't seen anything in terms of Trey Hendrickson going anywhere. Also, Reed's back because the Texans just made a trade. LCA, what do you think? Pick 2, the defensive tackle from UCLA, Kareem Tate. Let me see. You mean I'll be honest, bro. I don't know. I'm not getting a name here on this. The defensive tackle from UCLA. Are you like effing with me right now? You trying to pull a fast one? I don't know. I'm not getting anything. Oh, wow. This is actually a really big deal for the New Orleans Saints. The Saints are adding former Falcons linebacker Caden Ellis.
Wow.
3-year, $33 million deal.
Good for them.
I mean, honestly,
that's a good deal.
That's a great deal. And you're stealing him away from a division rival.
Yeah.
Caden Ellis going to the New Orleans Saints linebacker. That's a really, really good deal for them.
And
really, really good deal for them.
As you would say.
What?
If you were going to get somebody from in the division, AFC West experience or NFC South experience.
Is this this guy's not real.
I have no idea.
I'm like, are they trying to get me to say something? Like, that's all I can think. Like, LCA, what are you doing to me? What are you doing right now?
All right, we got one more.
Somebody said,
chat.
LOL, that's the name, big dog. I mean, bro, I just looked up the name up there. I looked up Kareem Tate, and I'm not getting a hit on anything. In our draft, am I spelling it wrong? Are you spelling it wrong? Like I'm looking on our one database, and I'm not seeing it. So I don't know. I think you guys are effing me. What's your take on USC wide receiver Mekhi Lemon? I like Mekhi. Physical, he's aggressive. I do think he does remind me of Amon-Ra St. Brown. We got to see him at the combine up close and personal. I personally thought I enjoyed his presser. I know a lot of people were talking about it.
Oh, Kareem.
I mean, if you can find me this guy, that would be great.
Oh, Carnell Tate.
Carnell Tate, but that's not a defensive tackle from UCLA.
Yeah, that's the closest one I'm getting.
Yeah, I don't know. I do like Mekhi Lemon, though. I do. All right, y'all. Final chance to get in for our duck race. $20 Venmo. Mitchell Renz 365. I got to try to get out of here, like I said, I got to try to get out of here 10, 15, 20 minutes from now. My wife, we're supposed to go to a hockey game. She got it for me for my birthday. If any Raiders news happens while I'm at that game, I'll make a video at the hockey game, and then I'll get you probably a longer video when I'm done. If it's like big time NFL breaking news, You might just have to give me a little bit of time. I'm not going to leave her at the hockey game. And then,
I saw a lot of people said they understand.
no, I know. I mean, I'm saying, like, if it's a trade for Brian Thomas Jr.,
Yeah.
like I'm saying, like, I would, as soon as the hockey game's over, I'd be in here as quick as I possibly can to go live. Rustin, this has been the best start to an offseason from the coaching staff to free agency. If we can carry the same energy into the draft, I don't even know what we're going to feel like. I mean, what's crazy is, Rustin, I told myself I'm gonna temper my expectations. You know, I'm not going to set my expectations too high this offseason. But, I mean, they've crushed free agency. I mean, the amount of people, when I asked earlier today, like, how many wins do you think the Raiders are going to have? The amount of people that were like 8, 9, 10. I think the excitement's back because they showed that they had a good plan. They showed that they were able to execute it, and they showed that, there's something to believe in here. And I do. Like, I'm a believer. I want to Klint Kubiak. I think he's been outstanding. And I really, really, truly believe that this 2026 year feels different. LCA. Oh, Lord Cameron Abbott. USOB. Yeah, SOB. I got Daniel Sanchez getting in this duck race. Mark Call getting in the duck race. And then Joe and getting in the duck race. $20 Venmo. Chance to win $490. $490 going to a winner. My opinion, Kubiak, Spytek are working nicely. They're cooking it up right now. They're cooking it up right now. No doubt about it. All right, Reed. I say this. Let's run this duck race.
Okay.
My final deal of the day. Okay? What could go wrong? I got a little Pendleton whiskey here for my guy LCA, since LCA is trying to be a little bit of a jokester right now. We're going to do this. Can you give me, let's do 15 minutes on the clock.
Sure.
15 minutes on the clock. We're gonna play a game that we like to call Tuna Clock here, okay? And here's how this game is going to go. $20 super chat. We're going to take a shot of the Pendleton. Obviously, if you send something bigger, I'll take a little bit of a bigger shot. Alex and I were getting ready to go to a hockey game. I'm final 15 minutes here to close out this bad boy. Rustin says, Mitch, 10 minutes. This show will end when that clock hits 0. So we will run the duck race here very soon. We will run the duck race here very soon. Mine says, nice shirt. Thank you. Had a Raiders guy send it to me. So we make our own merch now. I just don't have. I got to get more of it, to be honest. Tell my boss to give me more merch so I can wear it on the show. Are you listening, Mr. Yoda? Yeah. We can do it. Let's do it. Let's do it that way. Let's do it that way. Let's so we'll do. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna play Tuna Clock, but we're gonna play it a little different. If you buy a Raiders Report hat, I'm gonna take a shot. I know Mark just sent one in as well. Mark, cheers to you, bro. Can you bring me in a glass with the ice cube? I just take a shot of that, man. Hang up. My boss is he's gonna bring me in a glass with a cube for this Pendleton so I can drink it like a normal human being. Spicy, spicy, spicy. TJ, did I see that you got a shirt? The last name that I saw was Paul M. Are you Terry A? No, I know. Eric K, shout out to you. DeMarcus W, what's going on? Joshua K. Joshua S. Rebel Montana. Rebel Montana. Rebel Montana. DeAndre Mallory, I'm taking a shot with you. Raider Nation for life. Cheers to you, man. Let's do it. Today's been fun. Here we go. The Philadelphia Eagles monster deal. They just signed cornerback Reek Woolen. Reek Woolen to the Philadelphia Eagles. 1 year, $15 million.
That's a lot.
I am shocked by that deal.
That's a lot of money.
It's only 15. It's 1 year, $15 million. That's a steal. I mean, that is a definition of a 1 year prove-it deal for Tariq. So there must be a lot of people that are unsure about him. Now, maybe people look at that defense and they go, well, it was a great Seattle defense. That made Tariq Woolen look a lot better. Mm-hmm. I would have done that deal for the Raiders in a heartbeat. I would have done that deal for the Raiders in a heartbeat. Tariq Woolen, 1 year, $15 million deal. That is an absolute steal for Philadelphia. I mean, I do, man. I think that's an absolute steal for Philadelphia. DeAndre, cheers to you, man. Big deal right there. I'm going to be breathing fire. I mean, bro, they got Quinyon Mitchell and Reek Woolen. It's a lot of good talent. I mean, a 1 year prove-it deal for Reek is craziness, man. 1 year prove-it deal for Reek, I think is crazy. Thank you, good sir. Thank you. Now, this is perfect. Let's do $20 for the hat, and then anybody that buys a hat, I'm gonna take a sip of the whiskey. It's a little Tuna Clock action. Let's do it. Yep. All right, so I lied. I will be here a little bit longer than that 10 minutes. So here's what's going to happen. My boss is going to create a deal real quick for the Raiders Report hats, and instead of, sending in the $20 here on YouTube to DeAndre, to Mark Call, I got actually a little bit now of a glass so I can actually drink it. The way that we're going to do it is this. If you buy a Raiders Report hat, it's going to be Tuna Clock. We're going to, take a cheers to my great guy, Brandon Jasper. I really wish that he could have been here for this offseason. I know he's smiling down, and honestly, I bet you Jasper's up there pulling all sorts of strings. But I know we do a lot of different games. I know that you guys participate in the show, and if you're new to this program, Tuna Clock was invented and it was started by a member of Mount Raider More. His name is Brandon Jasper. Unfortunately, he passed away last season, and essentially what it was, his dad's nickname was Tuna. And anytime I would leave the screen, it was like a punishment. He would send in, oh, bro, you left. Like, you got to take a shot. And it just turned into this entire new game. It turned into this entire new thing. And Brandon was a legendary guy. So I know when I bring up Tuna Clock, I know it's very sentimental to a lot of people, and some people might not know what I'm talking about. We have a lot of inside jokes. We do a lot of, different things here on this program. But believe me when I say this, you guys make such a big impact on this show. You guys make such a big impact on me. And at the end of the day, man, if we talk 2 o'clock, I hope that you guys always, have fun with it, because it does. I know it means a lot to a lot of the Mount Raider More guys, because again, man, when you see somebody at the end, that's probably the best way that I can put it. When you see somebody at the end a little bit, you just it's a different bond, it's a different relationship, and Brandon knows that we got his back. So shout out to the great Tuna, man. Shout out to the great Tuna. Was an elite guy. Missed the Tuna from VT Holmes. Bro, man. I literally, we did a show a few months ago, and I forget what it was, the Pete Carroll. It was when Pete Carroll got fired. I literally cried on that episode. It's craziness, but it's the truth. Crazy. But it is. All right, so here's the deal.
The deal is live.
We got 10 minutes of Tuna Clock. If you buy a Raiders Report hat at that link that you see in the chat, it's going to be a Tuna Clock. You're going to go home with a Raiders Report hat. I'm going to take a little bit of shot here before my wife and I get ready to go to a hockey game. Today's been a lot of fun. I've had a good time doing this show. I'm going to continue to have a good time doing this show. But at the end of the day, we're always going to remember our legends. I saw it down below. Robert Jansen. Locals, locals, locals for the best content, personal interaction, and live shows. I mean, bro, he sent that in every single day for I don't even know how long. Every day. I was actually talking to my tattoo artist because when I was getting my live tattoo, I did about 8 hours one day, 6 hours the other. And Brandon, he hit a gong, and he was like, just give this to the tattoo artist for doing such a great job. He would do that stuff all the time. And, he bought jerseys for people. He did a lot of amazing, amazing things for a lot of different people. So, if you want to get yourself a Raiders Report hat, $20 Raiders Report hats until the end of the show, chatsports.com/RR hat. And if you end up getting one, hey, cheers to the great Tuna. Cheers to all y'all for being a part of this program. TJ Parkinson, Tuna Clock. Cheers to you. Paul M., you're good. Gotcha. And the way Tuna Clock works is this. I better not be the only one. If you're not over the age of 21, go get a water. Go get some Skittles. I don't care what it is. The great Tuna, man. I love that guy. I really, really do. I love that guy. Always will. Always will. All right, y'all. Final chance for everyone to get in the duck race. We're going to go through some more super chats that we got. I can just shout them out. Yep. 524, around how much are we looking at after today? I would say the number that we should really honestly be looking at is more what we should be getting at the start of the new league year. So the start of the new league year is tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern time. We're going to get an additional $10.3 million. I would say if I had to honestly give my best guesstimate, because we're at $58 million according to Over the Cap, but Quay Walker and Eric Stokes' contracts are not on there yet. After the Geno, I'm going to say we're probably at around $55 to $60 million start of the new league year tomorrow. But we also need to be able to save about $25 million for our draftees. I think the Raiders can still go out and sign 3 to 4 very high-quality starters.
Yeah.
And then the draft. I mean, what the Raiders are doing this offseason is how you get back on the right track. What's your take on Jacob Rodriguez? Love him. Just don't think he's going to be a Raider. Stefan, Steeler fan, but I'm bored, so I'm here. Would you pair Omar Cooper Jr. with Mendoza at pick 14, or is it too early? I do think it's a little bit too early, but if you told me we get through free agency and our number one glaring need is wide receiver, if Mendoza says that's a guy that I want, I'm okay with it. Because I do think he's a really good number 2, Omar. But if you can continue to grow and have somebody that's unselfish at a very selfish position in the NFL, I think it's a smart investment. To Kirk P. Cheers to you, man.
Warren B.
Warren B.
Rustin.
Oh, man. Always here to remember the OG Tuna. Love the Chat Sports team. What you guys do. Minus Sam. Just kidding. He's okay, I guess. Sam does a lot, man. Sam's one of those dudes, like, there's so many people behind the scenes that have helped us grow throughout the years. I'll tell you this right now. I don't know if there's a single person here at Chat Sports that does more than Sam.
I was going to say, whenever it's like, oh, how do you do this? Or what are we supposed to do? Hey, Sam.
I mean, Sam's a magician. Him and Brett, they do things that I can't, like, I'll say it like this. Have you ever met somebody that they're so smart, like when they sometimes explain things to you, you're like, you got to dumb it down. Like when Brett and Sam talk to me once in a while, I'm not afraid to admit it. I'm like, bro, you're here. You got to bring it down here for me a little bit. LCA, I'd give Woolen 3-year, $45 million in a heartbeat if he would take that deal. He just signed a 1-year, $15.
Yep.
He would have taken that deal in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Also, very random, but I wanted to mention this because I haven't. I was talking to
Shout out Arthur. He got his hat.
Arthur. Yes, I just received my Raiders Report hat today. Hell yeah. I don't know if you guys saw this report. Jane Slater, she's one of the insiders for the Cowboys. She said that Nakobe Dean picked the Raiders over the Cowboys.
Yep.
So apparently the Cowboys.
That's an eagle right there.
So apparently he also had a deal on the table. He didn't want to play for
5
Dallas.
minutes.
He wanted to play for the Raiders.
5 minutes until the deal is done.
Crazy, man. Crazy, crazy. I got a few more rolling in here on the Raiders Report. Arctic Shot. I don't wear hats. New subscriber this week. How are you a new subscriber? I don't believe you. Wow, this is another big deal. Maybe not. The Bears are signing veteran defensive end Contavious Street.
Oh, cool. From the Falcons.
Contavious Street going to the Chicago Bears.
He actually had a pretty good year last year.
Arctic, how are you a new? I feel like Arctic Raider. You've been here forever. Unless it's Arctic Raiders. Is this new? Can you go over your view on our current starters and focus areas for improvement? Surratt would be awesome. Wide receiver 1. Not a need, but I think Vega is the best offensive lineman in the draft. I mean, it's still a need, and I still think like you can always improve, right? You can always improve. I agree with you. It's not as glaring of a need as some of these other spots out there. In terms of, can I go over the view of our current roster and our starters and our focus area? I'll say it like this. I think we need, starters-wise, another free safety. I think we need another person that we can put on that defensive line. We need another outside linebacker to really help out because Malcolm's on one side. We need somebody else. I think we need another, probably, saying another starter. True starters that I would like for us to add. Wide receiver, free safety, outside linebacker, defensive tackle, long snapper. Yeah, I mean, Jacob Bobenmoyer is a free agent. We technically have another guy. I would say those are our true, like, starting positions that we need. But Arctic Raiders, cheers to you, man.
All right.
The Pendleton. The Pendleton is starting to Pendleton. Roxo, $16.4 million for the rookies. The total cost is $26 million. But because every draft pick replaces the bottom 11 on the 51 cutoff, it's $16.4 million needed. Okay. So what? We need $16.4 million. I think the other, but again, I don't think you want to get down to exactly zero. I still think you want to be able to have some extra money of the just in case, God forbid anybody gets hurt, to be able to add more talent as like May, June, July, August ends up rolling. The number that I remember writing down, and I don't remember how the whole breakdown went, but I remember the number that I wrote down was between 25 and 30 million as of like what I would want to be able to have after free agency. Now, again, if you like look at your bank account right now and you're somebody like, I got $500 in my bank account, I'm going to spend $400. I ain't like that. If I got $500 in my bank account, I'm going to spend $250. Longevity, have you read my chat about It's Isaiah World and Cronover? I fell asleep. Yes, I did. I know we definitely talked about Cronover.
Yeah.
So, yes, we did. But thank you for tuning in. Sorry that you fell asleep. I'll tell you this right now. I passed the F out when I got, like last night when I got home, I made my dinner. The Raiders signed Matt Gay. Had to go make that video. Had dinner probably, I don't even know, 10 o'clock at night. I inhaled my dinner, and then I took Chuck out real quick. And I'm going to say, like, I took a shower. I was in bed by like 11 o'clock. I don't know if I laid in bed for longer than 60 seconds without I was out. Out like a light. Out like a light. We got David.
We got 1 minute left.
David, cheers to you.
1 minute left, $20.
We're playing Tuna Clock. You can either A, send in a $20 super chat, or B, go get yourself a Raiders Report hat, $20. At that link that you see below, chatsports.com/RR hat. As soon as that hits 0, we do have to do a duck race. I got to try to get out of here.
Yep.
Got to try to get out of here. Final call to get in the duck race. Mitchell Renz, 365. Venmo, right now 20 to win. $490. Do not miss your chance. Do not miss your chance to get it in. Don't miss your chance to get it in. Please, please, please. And if you're like, Mitch, why are you leaving?
10 seconds.
My wife bought hockey tickets.
That's sick.
For my birthday. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Angel! What's up, Mitch? After yesterday, all good players we got in free agency, I feel a bit better with the Crosby trade. I agree with you, man. I kept telling people, here's the easiest way I can explain the Crosby trade. Got 2 first-round picks and Tyler Linderbaum for Maxx Crosby.
Yep.
The money you save from Max, you just invested that into Tyler Linderbaum. 2 first-round picks, Tyler Linderbaum for Maxx Crosby. Sign me the F up. And then on top of that, again, look at all the other starting caliber players that we added. I mean, today, yesterday, and Sunday, 11 11 players that will help us win football games. 9 starters. 9 starters. I've covered the Raiders for a long time. Get 9 quality starters like that, and they are quality starters. On hell. Cheers to you, bro. Okay. I'm refreshing my phone. Can you give me the QR code real quick here for Venmo?
Can.
So this is y'all's last chance to get it in for a chance to win a little bit of money. We got a bunch of people that just joined late. The 49ers are re-signing linebacker Garrett Howell. Also, former Chiefs linebacker Leo Chenal signing with the Washington Commanders on a 3-year, $24.75 million deal.
Nice.
I mean, that's a really good deal there for Washington. Really good deal there for Washington. All right, so the last name that I saw was Joe And. So let's go Jose Magos. I got you. Joseph Gomez. Gotcha. Richard Engel. You in. Nicholas Sane. Sir Apio Perez. In. Efrain Hernandez. Jose Salas. Anthony F. LCA. Joe Guy. Simon TG.
Wow. A lot of people.
John Polito. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that got in last minute. That's okay. Polito. We got Buck Kirk. Safet. Blair ED. Final refresh. $20 Venmo. Chance to win $640. Oh, boy. Sorry about that. Youssef. I got you. Gary Backus. Gotcha. Brian Hinkle. Gotcha. Arthur Zapata. Gotcha. And then Charles G. I gotcha. No more people are getting it in. If you get it in, I'm just going to add you to the race tomorrow. $20 Venmo will win you $690. We got 69 people in this race. 69 people in the race. If you send in a 20 and it's too late, I'm just going to put you in tomorrow. Sorry, I got to get out of here. I feel bad for saying it because it's free agency week. I actually do feel bad about it. But at the same time, going to a hockey game with my wife. I can't wait. Hockey game with the wife.
It's going to be fun.
Yeah, I can't. It's going to be fun. Oh, wow. Rock Ya-Sin, former Raider, re-signing with the Detroit Lions on a 1-year, $4 million deal. Okay. Rock Ya-Sin, okay. Honestly, I liked Rock Ya-Sin when he was a Raider. I wish he could have stayed healthy. Temple guy. Tough player. I don't know if I would have traded. I don't know if I would have done the Unique Ngakoue for Rock Ya-Sin trade straight up. Nav, I hear you, man. I hear you, believe me. Loud and clear. Loud and clear. Robert said, Chuggs, take the reins. I mean, if like massive breaking news happens, Chuggs might not like this, but if the Raiders were to trade for like Brian Thomas Jr., I would probably ask you two to like just come in here and
start it,
figure it out, and then I'll be in after.
Yeah. All right, we got some leprechauns.
I like it. I do feel lucky.
Yeah.
Feeling lucky. Free agency's been good.
Shuffle.
Here we go. Winner going home. $690. 3, 2, 1. Let's get it going. Let's get it going. That rainbow. Is that why you did it?
No, I didn't know that was going to happen, actually.
Oh, dude, shout out to all the people that got a Raiders Report hat. Awesome, dude. Really, really appreciate it. Really, really appreciate it. Nabman, I don't. I used all my luck today. Rebel, go eat, bro. After the size shirt I just saw you buy, go eat some food.
Go eat.
No, Reb, you should be really proud of yourself, man. Keep going. Blair in the lead right now. Anthony F. Watch out for JMC Joe Guy down there down below. If you don't see your name, I'm sorry. As you can tell, there's a lot of names in this race. It's a little bit difficult. 93 Navmna is in the lead.
Navmna.
I don't think you're going to win, though, Nav. Joe.
Oh, Joe. Who's that?
Joe Salas, 5 seconds to go. Somebody's got to make a move. Who's going to make a move? Richard Engel!
Wow.
Who
Got
gets
the pot of gold.
Who gets the butthole pick? Richard Engel with the dub.
Anthony F.
Anthony F. gets the big prize, the butthole pick. Richard, if you could do me a solid, and if you could please confirm that you, sir, just received $690, I would really appreciate it. I would really, really, really appreciate it, Richard. And then to Rosemary Rodriguez, I saw you put in 20 for the duck race. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put you in tomorrow's duck race, Rosemary. Rosemary Rodriguez, you are the first person in tomorrow's duck race, which I think tomorrow's duck race is going to be massive. I think there's going to be a lot of moving parts tomorrow just because it is the official start of the new league year, and there are sometimes players that they don't want to go to a certain place until it's officially official.
Right.
So, like, that does happen from time to time. All right, guys, I got to get out of here. I got to go to a hockey game with my wife. When I say got it means I can't wait to be able to do it. The biggest news that happened today for the Raiders, the Silver and Black traded Gino Smith to the New York Jets. We essentially got up from 228 to 208, and we also are going to get $10.3 million tomorrow money in that deal. Teddy Bridgewater headed back to the Lions. We thought we were going to get $8 million. We're going to get $10.3 million. So $2.3 million, you move up 20 picks. It's not a big win. It's a small win. I'll take any win here for the Raiders. Hit that subscribe button. If any other breaking news happens, I will do my best to get you guys a video, even if it's from the hockey rig. If it's really, really big news, Reed, Jeremy might have to go live until I am done with the game. From me, Reed, Chuggs, the entire Chat Sports team here, shout out to each and every one of y'all that always make this show possible, and a special, special shout out. Raiders for life, MVP. Appreciate you, my guy. Have a good night. Peace out. I'll see you guys live here tomorrow. I'll probably be live at the exact same time, noon Eastern time. Go Knights. I'll see you guys tomorrow, noon Eastern time, here on the Raiders Report.